Hey guys, quickly before the video. I have recently been considering using random game footage in the background of my videos. I thought I would get you guys in on it. If you want to, you can send me game footage of you playing games and I may use it in the video as well as give you a shout out on the platform you want. You can send your videos to me at darksage7yt@gmail.com. Anyways. Enjoy the video. Chapter 13, Tsunade's Bet. Still unaware of Hana's diabolical plan, Naruto was wandering around the village for a while. He wanted to train, but the fox raised some valid point about him easing the strain of chakra, so he needed to occupy himself with something, but the keyword here is what? Suddenly, he looked back and saw that a person was smiling straight at him wearing a jounin attire and a blue mask that would cover up to his nose, also carrying the infamous Icha Paradise. I take it you're not going to be here long? Asked Kakashi, while continuing to walk before Naruto started to walk alongside him. Sometimes, it's nice to take your mind off the killing part of the job. It gets hard, after a while, you know? Stated Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded as they remained walking towards nowhere, until Kakashi took his face out of the book and looked at his once-time student. Rumors are spreading about a Hunter-Nin that is cleaning the bingo book. They're calling him Hunter Fox. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, wouldn't you? Asked Kakashi. Well, one time this missing nin called me like that before I cut his head off. I wouldn't imagine he had the time to spread information about me. At least, no one knows what the Hunter Fox looks like, so my identity is safe for now. I was starting to worry there, Kakashi. Chances were the A-ranked missing nins would already be alerted of me and make preparations for an ambush, said Naruto, but Kakashi just settled for looking at his once student while placing the book in front of him. So they continued walking, while Naruto was wondering why they were going to one of Konoha's training grounds. After reaching a clearing, Naruto turned to see Kakashi, who already kept his book inside his holster and remained with his hands inside his pockets. You know, it's somewhat rude not to call me your sensei. I know I didn't train you much in the past, but at least I deserve as much, said Kakashi with no expression change whatsoever. But then again, Naruto wasn't interested in observing the man's behavior. It's just like the last time, Kakashi. I cannot call you like that, otherwise people will know who I am, but maybe I could use a senpai for suffix. What do you say? Suggested Naruto, before seeing Kakashi holding his chin in a thinking pose, before smiling at the blonde. I think that will suffice. Now I'm sure you're wondering why I dragged you here to a training ground? Said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded and he continued. I've been meaning to train more on Kenjutsu and I was looking for a sparring partner to hone my skills with. Would you be interested? Asked Kakashi as he unleashed his Onbu Ninjato from within a scroll. Upon seeing this, Naruto smiled and unsheathed his newly reformed katana. You know, you could have told me beforehand. You didn't need to keep the mystery going. So how do you want to do this? I was meaning to stop using chakra for a while, but if you want to, I can postpone for after this fight. Asked Naruto, though Kakashi only smiled. Just don't kill me and the rest is allowed. I trust that you have no issues with me using the Sharingan, hein Naruto? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto negated with his head, before thrusting the sword on the ground and taking his mask off, before seeing Kakashi lifting an eyebrow as in questioning why the hell he did it. As they took his sword from the ground, he spread his feet forward while keeping the other position backwards, while using his both hands to position the sword next to his left ear while watching Kakashi with a smile on his face. What good would be a Sharingan if my mask doesn't allow you to look at my eyes? At least this way, I can practice when I face either one of the Uchiha brothers, said Naruto, earning a nod from Kakashi as he also fell into standard Onbu position, before analyzing Naruto's posture for a while. Kakashi couldn't help but pride himself of the blonde's skills. Because of the Sharingan, Kakashi would know Naruto's attack in 10 seconds before it happens. However, by not possessing the intent of attacking first, Kakashi wouldn't have a way of knowing what would happen, thus keeping his focus for sudden shifts in the blonde's behavior. It was fast, faster than Kakashi thought it would be, and he very well knew that if he didn't have the experience he wouldn't be able to notice that Naruto was no longer looking at him, but rather Kakashi's feet. Kakashi didn't have time to wonder when Naruto suddenly charged with blinding speed, before maneuvering his sword for a fast and powerful horizontal slash at Kakashi's left side. However, Kakashi managed to parry Naruto's heavy attack with his ninjato and twisted his body to land a reverse kick on Naruto, but the blonde did a backflip, thus escaping the attack and facing Kakashi once more. The silver-haired jounin was looking at the damage his ninjato sustained and had the decency to be surprised that his sword was broken in multiple pieces. I thought I said that you couldn't kill me, Naruto. That was a very brutal attack, said Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto as he sheathed his sword back to the holster and grabbed his mask, before wearing it once more. My style focuses more on strength than speed, hence why I needed to increase my muscle structure. But I believe you need to buy a better sword or a new one. I saw signs of rust coming from your ninjato. If you want, I can take you to a friend of mine to see a new sword for you, senpai? Asked Naruto, earning a nod from Kakashi as he threw his away, since he wouldn't need it any longer, and joined Naruto while walking straight to the weapon shop. At Akito's shop . It was a rather ordinary day for Akito when he opened his store to the public. Not many customers arrived today, and the ones that did only need a couple of shurikens and kunais. The man was on the verge of sleeping on the counter when he heard sound of the bell that rang every time the front door opened. Upon looking up, he saw Naruto there and smiled at his favorite customer. Naruto-san, it's great to see a loyal customer, so how is the Furazere coming along? Asked Akito, before Naruto unsheathed it to show to the man. It feels heavier than before, said Naruto as he was looking at the sword, but he saw that Akito was smiling, so he got his answer. Anyway, Akito-san, I brought a new customer for you. I'm sure you know Hatake Kakashi, he is my sensei and currently in search of a good sword, said Naruto, as Akito greeted the son of Sakumo. Ah, it's good that you're advertising my shop. Now what type of sword are you looking for, Kakashi-san? Asked Akito, to which Kakashi smiled and went to look at the vast display of swords that hanged on the wall. I'm used to the ninjato and I rely on speed, different from Naruto who relies on strength. The material would need to be resistant, since I don't want my student to chop my head off because my sword couldn't parry his. I was wondering, though, about the name you gave to Naruto's sword, asked Kakashi as he noticed that Naruto was already on the other side of the store, looking at some brandy new kunais. That sword was forged a long time ago, the history is lost though. Actually, it was Naruto who gave this name to the sword. I don't know why, though. So do you see any sword you like? Asked Akito, earning a nod from Kakashi as he grabbed one that was held on the far wall. Its holster was unique and the minute Kakashi laid eyes on it, he remembered his father Shiroi Kiba, White Fang. The holster was painted with a coloration of white that resembled the ice and a grey wolf was engraved in it. That's indeed a great sword you picked, Kakashi-san. Its metal is light but very resistant, it will fit nicely to your sword style. Now would you like to test it or you're already satisfied? Asked Akito, before Kakashi said that he was satisfied, before they went to the counter to finish the purchase. If by chance, you're in need of repairing it, you can come here and I'll do it myself, said Akito as he took the money from Kakashi and placed it inside the register. After Kakashi strapped the sword on his back, he and Naruto left the store while Kakashi was taking a closer look at the sword. The silver-haired jounin couldn't help but marvel upon feeling how light the sword was. Kakashi-senpai, if you don't mind, I'll take my leave. There are some important things that need to be taken care of. Anytime you wish to test your new sword, you can call me. I'll be here for 2 weeks, said Naruto, before turning and walking aimlessly with hands on pocket, while Kakashi watched him from afar. He remembered the strength behind Naruto's technique to the point that his arm became slightly numb from the impact. Whether this was a result from his lack of skills in kenjutsu or because of his old sword, he didn't know, but the fact remained that his student was coming along nicely and would no doubt surpass him in no time. Smiling for no reason, Kakashi sheathed his sword and went the other way. At the Hokage's office. Tsunade was busy reading a report about a failed B mission near Earth Country when she heard a familiar voice. Here was I thinking you wouldn't be happy to see me, Suheim? Asked Jiraiya, as he entered through the window and walked until he was in front of the blonde Hokage, who snorted. Well, if you managed to behave every once in a while, I wouldn't be pissed all the time. What is it that you want, Jiraiya? As you can see, I'm kind of busy, said Tsunade while going back to her report. However, while Jiraiya was smiling before, he suddenly became serious. Orochimaru is dead, said Jiraiya, dropping the nuclear bomb, before seeing the Hokage's eyes widen to the point he thought they were jumping out of their sockets. One of my sources told me that he was dead and you will never guess who killed him, said Jiraiya, before Tsunade guessed right. Uchiha Sasuke, said Tsunade, and Jiraiya nodded. Yesterday, Sasuke freed some prisoners from an isolated facility located in the middle of the ocean. I don't know if he asked to spread the word or not, but regardless of which, said Jiraiya, until Tsunade nodded, since she didn't need more explanation. Am I correct to assume that he's not coming back to Konoha? Asked Tsunade, earning a smile and nod from Jiraiya. From what I know, He's gathered a group of individuals for his quest against his brother, said Jiraiya until he saw Tsunade get up from her chair and look outside her office towards the Hokage monument where she knew Naruto would be. I wonder how will Sakura and Naruto take the news? Naruto is a wild card right now, I don't know what he thinks, but Sakura still has feelings for the Uchiha in more ways than I wish she did, but she has. I wouldn't be surprised if she wanted to go after him one more time, what do you think? Asked Tsunade. I could be wrong, but I don't think that Naruto will have the same intentions regarding going to Sasuke. It won't matter anyway, as soon as he leaves once more, he'll meet Sasuke but with another purpose, said Jiraiya, but he saw Tsunade negate with her head and waited her explanation. Sasuke is not in the bingo book, Jiraiya. Sakura requested me that of me and I ended up granting it. Also, a couple of people came in this morning with a proposition in order to restrain Naruto from continuing his Hunter-Nin job and I accepted. Naruto is strong, but he will be facing A-ranked missing nins now and they were composed of Konoha's elite. Plus, Akatsuki stopped falling for your counterintelligence. What guarantee you give me that he will be safe? Asked Tsunade. He's not going to like it, Suheim, that I'm sure of it. I imagine who came to talk to you, since there are only a few of us who knows of his Hunter-Nin position. How do you plan on telling him? Asked Jiraiya, before seeing the serious look she was showing. I don't know yet, I'll think of something when we inform both him and Sakura about Orochimaru's death, said Tsunade, before Jiraiya nodded. With Naruto . Still walking around Konoha, Naruto was suddenly in front of an abandoned two-story house, before entering. Once inside, he saw nothing, but a white seal engraved on the wall to the left. He, then, placed his hands on the seal, before channeling some chakra to it. A hidden door suddenly took shape and Naruto entered before the door closed with him inside. Instantly, whereas darkness engulfed his path before, suddenly lamps went on, illuminating the long set of stairs. The place where Naruto was going was close to 50 feet below ground, so it took a while to reach the end of the stairs, only to see a person he thought he would never see again. Kira was arranging what appeared to be some documents before looking up and smiled. Naruto-kun, is that you? Oh my god, I missed you, where have you been? Said Kira as she hugged Naruto. The blonde returned the hug, though he remained like that. Hello Kira, indeed it's been a while, I just returned to the village for some vacations. Is the boss here? Asked Naruto, earning a nod followed by a hand pointing the direction to his office. Naruto, then, walked towards where Kira pointed while admiring the new office. Geishi-sama was always a rather reserved individual, so Naruto would guess that the man wanted a place where he wouldn't be disturbed. Upon opening the heavy blue door, he saw the Hunter-Nin commander and took off his mask, before kneeling on the ground. Greetings Geishi-sama, said Naruto as he bowed in respect. Ah Naruto, my favorite hunter, you don't need to kneel. I've seen you've been busy from the heads that we received. And I guess you wanted a new copy of the bingo book, am I right? Asked Geishi, but he saw Naruto negate with his head. No sir, I was hoping to see if you could provide worldwide bingo book, containing not only Konoha's, but also from the other villages, asked Naruto, earning a smile from Geishi. The man was turning to like Naruto even more now. Sure I do, although Konoha's will be smaller since the only ones left are A and S ranked ninjas. Somehow, your reputation is stopping people from betraying us and I believe that's a good thing. Don't get me wrong, Sandaime, Yondaime and the Godime are honorable leaders, but they happen to be too lenient on those who wish to betray us. I'll ask Kira to make a copy of my bingo book and give it to you. I trust that you will now hunt for the A-ranked ones, said Geishi, to which Naruto nodded. Also, I happen to know that some A-ranked missing nins may be associated with missing nins from other villages, hence why I want to be prepared in case this happens, said Naruto, earning a smile from Geishi as he buzzed for Kira to make a copy of his bingo book, before Naruto heard her voice on the radio, acknowledging the order. Kira is on vacation from the hospital and I asked her to help move some papers around, said Geishi, earning a nod from Naruto as minutes after, the girl handed him an extended version of the bingo book. I appreciate it Geishi-sama, I must take my leave now, said Naruto, earning a nod from Geishi as Naruto returned to the same place he entered the hideout and left from the other side of the abandoned house, before heading to his new home. At the Inuzuka residence . After Naruto left the Hunter-Nin commander, he went straight for his girlfriend's house, seeing as Tsume invited him for dinner. The blonde did protest to the fact that Kiba may know his identity, but both Tsume and Hana assured him that Kiba belonged to the most trustworthy clan in Konoha and even if he knew, he wouldn't tell a soul. Nevertheless, Naruto wasn't prepared when the youngest member of the family saw him without the mask. Akamaru was already being petted by Naruto, but Kiba just stayed there with his mouth open, as in wondering what the hell is going on. Ever since his promotion to Jounin, Kiba changed his appearance and lost that black leather jacket, going, instead, for a fishnet t-shirt and the standard Jounin vest. After a while, Kiba slapped himself in the face and finally decided to send a barrage of questions to the Hunter-Nin, like where he was and why he decided to become a Hunter-Nin. Naruto, for some unfathomable reason, thanked the heavens that Kiba didn't think to ask the reason he was inside his house, because then he would have to explain that he was dating his sister for some time now and it could get ugly, if boy becomes too overprotective of his big sister. Right now, both Kiba and Naruto were discussing in the living room about what happened with the Konoha 9 since Naruto was gone, while Akamaru was taking a nap right next to them. So, Kiba, I take it from the vest, that you managed to become a Jounin. I'd say congratulations are in order. Who else, besides Neji and Shikamaru? Asked Naruto, before seeing the male Inuzuka smile at the appraisal. Actually Naruto, the only one who haven't progressed yet is you. Hinata was the last one who achieved the rank of Jounin and Neji's team was drafted by Onbu just recently. How about you, though? Asked Kiba, before Naruto snorted. I don't have any interest in rising in rank right now, Kiba. During my travels, I faced a lot of tough missing nins whom I believe were Jounin level shinobi. I guess ranks don't mean that much to me nowadays, explained Naruto, but Kiba didn't agree with the blonde. Are you kidding? Being a Jounin has its perks, you have a bigger salary, access to high-level jutsus, not to mention the respect that comes along with the job. Weren't you the one who kept shouting about being Hokage? You won't be able to unless you reach the rank of Jounin, asked Kiba, before seeing Naruto shrugging with his shoulder. When he was about to speak, though, he stopped dead in his tracks, upon hearing Hana calling for him in a rather intimate tone of voice. Naru-kun, where are you? Oh, there you are. I was wondering if you'd care for a little walk after dinner, asked Hana, to which Naruto nodded, while looking for Kiba, before frowning in dismay once he saw the enraged look on Kiba's face. Naruto, are you dating my sister? Snarled Kiba on the verge of exploding with anger, but instead of trying to run, Naruto just stood there unfazed by the boy's pathetic excuse of a killing intent. Hana, however, chose to speak on her boyfriend's behalf. Yes, we are, Kiba. I was meaning to tell you soon. Actually, we've dating for several months now, explained Hana as she embraced Naruto from behind with a clear intent of teasing her little brother and using Naruto for the show. The blonde did acknowledge his girlfriend's attempt at teasing and got up to walk alongside Hana outside, leaving a red Kiba in anger. Naruto didn't have to count to 3 until he had to dodge a tackle from Kiba, while Hana did as well, since the boy would hit her as well. Now, since Hana stepped out, Kiba focused straight on Naruto. How dare you, Naruto, she is my sister and you're my friend. How dare you, shouted Kiba, before began spinning an Atsuga attack straight at the blonde who in turn cursed Kiba for attacking him when he couldn't use his chakra. Actually, he could use but he had a compromise with Kyuubi not to use it until the flow returned to normal. Inches only separating them, Naruto dodged the incoming vortex, before seeing Kiba making a left turn while still spinning, before attacking him once more. Deciding to use other shinobi abilities that do not require chakra, Naruto took a couple of smoke bombs and threw them on the ground, before a large black smoke appeared, thus confusing Kiba who in turn stopped spinning and landed inside the fog. Just as Naruto was about to approach Kiba, however, Kiba sensed his arrival and jumped out of the way in time, before the fog dissipated. Why are you attacking me, Kiba? Asked Naruto as he saw Kiba was still snarling at the blonde. You took advantage of my sister Naruto, I don't need more explanations, said Kiba, before charging once more at Naruto who sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. He hadn't used taijutsu in a long time, but he just couldn't attack Kiba with his sword, unless he wanted to kill him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Kiba was mere inches from impaling him with his claws, before Naruto dodged to the right at the last minute, confusing Kiba because he thought he reached the blonde. However, his confusion cost him dearly as Naruto managed to land a precise punch right below Kiba's right shoulder, which was in fact one of the known pressure points of the human anatomy. Kiba simply closed his eyes and fell asleep instantly as Hana appeared with Tsume in tow. What happened here, Naruto, and why is my son on the ground? Asked Tsume, before seeing Naruto sigh in dismay. Kiba found out about me and Hana-chan and went ballistic on me. Don't worry, though, I aimed my punch at a pressure point that is linked to the spinal cord. He was asleep before he fell on the ground. He will wake up in an hour the most, explained Naruto, earning a nod from Tsume as Akamaru came and placed his master on his back before taking him back to his room. After seeing the big white dog vanish inside the compound, Tsume decided to go with the couple for a little walk as they discussed some things. Naruto, while I appreciate you taking care of my hot-headed son while not endangering him, I was wondering about something, said Tsume as Naruto looking at her before she continued. Why didn't you use chakra? I mean, Kiba is a jounin and facing a ninja of that level without the use of chakra requires skills. I would like to assume that you weren't showing off, right? Asked Tsume, before seeing the Hunter-Nin negate with his head. The reason why I didn't use chakra is because I need to ease the flow of it before I return to the hunting. Right now, any technique I use will strain my chakra coils to dangerous levels. After all, I ended up using chakra for a whole year, non-stop. This was bound to happen sooner or later. I wonder, now, what will happen now Kiba knows about my relationship with Hana. Facing him all the time isn't in my plans right now, asked Naruto, earning a snicker from Hana and Tsume to nod. Kiba is too hot-headed, indeed. But once he's beaten to the ground, he will subside. Not to mention the fact that it's the second time you beat my son by using alternative methods, smiled Tsume, before seeing the ashamed look on Naruto's face upon remembering what he used to beat Kiba in the past. I still wish that wouldn't happen. At the time, my chakra control was lousy because of a seal Orochimaru placed on me, hence why I, at the time, focused too much chakra and well, you all know the outcome, explained Naruto, earning a dismissive nod from Tsume who smiled and then offered them to return for the compound. In a desert area, unknown location ===. After gathering the last member of the team that will be responsible for aiding him in achieving his goal, the Uchiha was heading towards a place where his clan used for weapon and medicine supplies. Although on the outside, Sasuke remained cool and distant, inside, he was cursing his companions Karen and Suigetsu who were busy screaming bad remarks to each other. As he walked, though, something kept playing on his mind about information he overheard Kabuto and Orochimaru talking. Sasuke remembered that Kabuto was on edge because of a new Hunter-Nin from Konoha who was responsible for killing the entire B-ranked section of the bingo book, namely Jounin level shinobi. Upon hearing the name, Sasuke's mind processed and began to associate the name Hunter Fox with a certain blonde nuisance. Even though Sasuke was considered A-ranked, because of the Sharingan and the fact that he was training under Orochimaru's tutelage, he couldn't help but wonder if this Hunter Fox would be after him as well. Frowning in dismay at having someone hot on his trail, Sasuke considered relying on his team to take care of him. Juugo was a nutcase, but a chakra powerhouse and Suigetsu was almost indestructible because of his water-like constitution. Only Sasuke knew how to beat Suigetsu, and that was either using lightning attacks which would flow throughout his body and shock him to death or use a potent fire technique that would evaporate every water cells from his body. Going through Naruto's known abilities, Sasuke could not detect one skill that would be able to beat Suigetsu. The Rasengan, though strong, would just hit water, and shadow clones attacking wouldn't be different. Now, it has been a long time since he met with the Dobi, and there is a possibility that he already learned elemental attacks, which would prove to be troublesome, since he could use any of the most taxing chakra techniques without even sweating, and that was indeed troublesome. Sasuke didn't even count Sakura into the mix, because she didn't even deserve his attention. He very well knew that the girl was apprenticed to the Sannin Tsunade, but her abilities bends towards medical ninjutsu, which is useless in the field. Just as he was about to ponder more about the subject, he felt the need to sigh in dismay as he heard yet another bickering courtesy of both Karen and Suigetsu. "Move your ass, Suigetsu, or we'll leave you behind," shouted Karen as she saw him drinking water like crazy because of the desert's hot temperature. Glaring at the infuriating girl for a while, he suddenly remembered that the girl always said she had to go somewhere before. "Don't you have somewhere to go, Karen? Stop bugging me and keep walking, I'll reach you guys in the end," said Suigetsu, before seeing Karen begin to tremble in rage as he passed through her and Juugo, who in turn found the discussion quite amusing. Suddenly, though, Sasuke stopped and looked at what appeared to be an abandoned city, before issuing his team to follow suit. Inside a cave, unknown location ===. There was a reason why no one ever found where Akatsuki's hideout was, simply because they kept on the move. Right now, the remnants of the group gathered their astral projections around a lamp as they debated on the next course of action. "Itachi, Kisame, report your findings about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" said Pain, to which Itachi nodded. "We spotted Naruto inside a hotel in Fire Country and moved to subdue him. However, we didn't count for him to trick us by using the mass shadow clone technique as a distraction before escaping, began Itachi, until he heard the new member Toby speaking in a child tone. Tricked by a teenager Itachi-senpai? I'd imagine that the almighty Uchiha clan wouldn't be fooled so easily, ni? Said Toby, before seeing Kisame snarl because he was also tricked by the Jinchuriki, but Itachi was unfazed as he proceeded with his report. We have reasons to believe that Uzumaki Naruto is not the same goofy, hot-headed shinobi from before, as I detected a level of confidence particular to someone of our level. I have yet to determine his new skills, because so far he didn't use anything apart from the two techniques he's known for. However, records from Konoha indicated that he is still a Chunin, since he didn't apply for any Chunin exams after the one before the Sand Sound invasion, reported Itachi, earning a nod from Pain. Do you have his position now, Itachi, Kisame? Asked the leader, before he saw both negating with their head until Kisame chose to elaborate further. The brat is slippery. Until now, we had no luck tracking his lead, even after we stopped following the Sannin Jiraiya's traces, but they did manage to kill the zombie combo because of it. Whether he returned to Konoha or not, we don't have a clue, explained Kisame, earning a nod from the leader, before he began to think. Itachi, Kisame, I'll be tracking the Kyuubi Jinchuriki personally. First, however, we must eliminate our spy in Konoha before they discover anything. He knows of the Dujutsu secret and as such, became too high of a liability. Zetsu will be hunting Dansu and kill him. For now, you two will focus on tracking the eight-tailed Jinchuriki, explained Pain, earning a nod from the others, before their astral projections faded, leaving only Pain and Toby to discuss. Turning to the orange mask, Pain asked what his thoughts were on this matter, to which the man responded, this time with a normal voice. The Rinnegan is still a secret to everyone, hence why you have the advantage in case of a confrontation. However, the chances of you running into the Sannin Jiraiya are too high and he will be tough to beat. Not to mention Hokage Kakashi and some of that village's elite shinobi. Should you go alone, you'll end up facing multiple foes and I can't just sacrifice you needlessly. After all, you're a key part to my plan. For now, focus on tracking him, using Konan. Once you do, try luring him to a trap and capture him. According to Itachi, the kid is a goof and will fall for it pretty easily, explained Toby, before a sudden Sharingan eye appeared on the mask hole. With Naruto . The next day, Naruto was peaceful inside his new home, sleeping when he heard someone knocking on his door. Immediately, he tensed. No one knew he was there and he doubted Hana would be here so early in the morning. Sleeping in late was one of the perks of having a job in the village. Grabbing his sword, Naruto began to walk towards the door like a trained assassin, focusing on lessening his steps so as not make any noises that would alert his presence. Close to the door, was a window that Naruto could see, and when he lifted the drapes slightly, the blonde had the decency to sigh upon seeing his ex-sensei Kakashi with his arms crossed. Leave it to ex-Anbu Captain Sharingan no Kakashi to find out where Naruto now lived. Upon opening the door, he saw his sensei greet with his hand up and a smile. Yo Naruto, greeted Kakashi, before he saw the look of pure murder coming from the one who was beginning to wonder how hard it will be to maintain his identity a secret with people like Kakashi shouting his name to the crowd. Kakashi-senpai, would you please not call me by my name, I'm trying to keep my presence here a secret. And how the hell did you find me? Asked Naruto, before seeing a smirk on the Jounin's face. Sorry about the name calling, I'll stop. Also, I went to your old apartment but it was empty. Pretty clever of you placing the name Hunter Fox as the owner of this place. I've had to call favors with a friend of mine to get this information, said Kakashi, before seeing Naruto sigh and open the door for Kakashi to enter. Once inside, Kakashi was looking at the decoration and found it strange to see pictures of the sea and some landscapes of sea country, before he listened to Naruto as he was going for the kitchen. I recently acquired this place from a businessman from sea country. I didn't bother taking those pictures off, since I won't be in the village for long. So, you are still due to explain what is it do you need Kakashi-senpai, said Naruto, earning the silver-haired Jounin's attention. Tsunade-sama wants to talk to us about something important that came up. She is expecting us in half an hour, stated Kakashi, earning a snort from Naruto, who in turn couldn't figure what the old hag wanted with him and Kakashi, seeing as Hunter-Nin's travels alone. It didn't take long for Naruto to dress up his Hunter-Nin attire and leave the apartment with Kakashi straight for the Hokage's office where he saw the old hag sleeping. At the Hokage's office . After entering the office, Naruto and Kakashi sighed seeing that the Hokage was snoring. To Naruto, this was new, since he did spend the last year outside the village, but Kakashi was accustomed to it, so he shrugged and grabbed a book to read, while hanging close to the far wall of the room. Naruto saw the man and went to the Hokage's shelf of books for something interesting to read. Upon looking at the titles, he recognized one regarding advanced human anatomy that perked his interest. So, he picked it and went near Kakashi to mimic him but with a different book. However, his book choice wasn't missed by his sensei, who in turn wondered why Naruto would interest in knowing about the human body. Naruto noticed the look of question from his sensei. Weird, huh? Ever since I learned how to hit pressure points, I became more interested in advanced anatomy lessons. There are several key areas in the body that upon receiving pressure, sends in specific information to the brain. You do remember the episode with Zabuza, right? Well, it's the same thing, said Naruto, before returning to his rather large book. Kakashi nodded, before returning to his book as well. Suddenly, though, both of them sensed someone entering through the window, but returned to their affairs once they realized who was it. Jiraiya was expecting to be scowled by Tsunade for him entering through the window, but sadly for him, the woman was asleep in his office. Looking around, the pervert noticed Kakashi reading his Icha book and another person wearing a leather jacket and the Hunter-Nin mask reading what appeared to be one of Tsunade's boring medical books. He took a while, but realized that the man was his student Naruto. Actually, the scene was quite comical. Jiraiya smiled. He could see the resemblance from their posture, and the fact that Tsunade was fast asleep gave him a funny idea. Immediately grabbing a book of his own, Jiraiya went to the wall and stood next to Naruto while maintaining the same reading position as Kakashi and Naruto. And this was the scene that first greeted Tsunade upon waking up, as a water drop could be seen on the back of her head. She could see that neither of them realized she was already up. "May I ask why you three are standing like this?" asked Tsunade, before seeing all three of them look at them in much the same time and same movement, but the interesting and most comical part of it all was the same timed answer. "You said something, Tsunade-sama?" said all three of them at the same time, earning this time an enraged look on the Hokage's face, before she focused on the book the Hunter-Nin was reading and smiled. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were interested in learning medical jutsus." She, Naruto's Hunter-Nin codename, said Tsunade before looking at Naruto to see his reaction to her question. "Actually, I'm just learning on specific points to hit my enemies. Sometimes it's good to improvise in the field, Tsunade-sama. I appreciate the book. I didn't know that one straight hit on a specific part of the neck and the enemy's neck is broken. Most interesting. What else can I use here? Let's see," said Naruto as he returned to the book, not bothering to see Tsunade's irritated face upon seeing the knowledge of medical jutsu used to kill people. However, she didn't fault Naruto for thinking like this, since he was a Hunter-Nin after all. "Well, Sakura would have to be here as well for what I'm about to tell, but since your presence here is to remain a secret, I'll talk to her later." "Yesterday, Jiraiya brought information on Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts," said Tsunade, stopping for a while in order to gauge some reaction from the blonde to the news, but found nothing. "Uchiha Sasuke killed Orochimaru," concluded Tsunade, before seeing Kakashi show a momentary face of surprise before going back to his lazy display. "Okay, then I guess it's one less S-ranked missing nin in the list to hunt in the future, so what's next?" Considering that he's still due to go after Itachi, asked Naruto, earning a nod from Tsunade, who in turn looked at Jiraiya to see that he was smiling at her as in saying that he was right. Naruto didn't give a shit about the Uchiha. "Given your response, am I wrong to assume you don't want to bring him back? I know for a fact that Sakura will ask for a mission like this. What are your thoughts on this?" asked Tsunade. "Sasuke is considered an A-ranked missing nin, hence why he'll be on my list as soon as I set foot out of the village, so it doesn't really matter assigning a mission," said Naruto, earning a nod from Tsunade, until he continued. "Unless, of course, you didn't declare him a missing nin. I've checked an updated version of the bingo book and he wasn't there?" asked Naruto, but the silence that soon followed served as a better answer. "I see. Well, Sakura will demand a rescue mission, then. I don't know if she changed at all during the time I was gone, but the fact remains that the only person in Konoha who still worships him is her. In the end, though, it's not my problem," concluded Naruto, dismissing the issue as if nothing happened. Seeing the silence in the conversation, Kakashi decided to add another item to the discussion. "Do you have more info about him, Jiraiya-sama? I know that Naruto is not interested in him, but as his sensei, I want to know everything about my students," asked Kakashi, earning a nod from Jiraiya. He gathered 3 allies to aid him in his quest for vengeance. One of them was next in line to take Momochi Zabuza's place at the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, and the other was the man that allowed Orochimaru to create the cursed seal. The last member of the team is a girl that can sense chakra from a distance. Only Suigetsu has affiliation with the Mist-Hidden Village. Their skills, though, remain unknown for now, reported Jiraiya, before Kakashi nodded. Naruto, though, felt that his presence was no longer needed. "Well, since you don't need me here, I'll take my leave," said Naruto, before turning for the door, but was stopped by Tsunade, who shouted his real name this time. "Naruto, wait a minute," said Tsunade, earning the Hunter-Nin's attention, before she continued. "There is another matter that I wish to speak with you." "What is it, Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto as he turned to face the Hokage with suspicion. Normally, a Hokage wouldn't need to discuss much with a Hunter-Nin, rather his next target. Also, the fact that Kyuubi was going haywire inside his head was any indication that he won't like what Tsunade have to say. Also, the conversation relating Sasuke was over, so both Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at him as in only waiting for Tsunade to open her mouth, before they could gauge his reaction. "Naruto, I want to talk about your position as a Hunter-Nin, if I may. You see, just as the requirements necessary for joining Onbu, which is obtain the rank of Chunin or higher, in order to join the Hunter-Nin division, you would have to obtain the rank of Chunin or higher as well," said Tsunade, before waiting for any sort of retort coming from Naruto, but none came, so she continued. "I know you did well on the job, in fact the Hunter-Nin chief spoke highly of you, however being just a Junon, you just don't have the set of mind necessary to cope with this job. On several occasions, I heard Gamakichi say that you changed ever since you left, hence why it's imperial that you at least upgrade in rank, before thinking on going against the A-ranked missing nins," explained Tsunade. Naruto, while hearing, didn't want to interrupt the Hokage until she was finished, but the fact remained that this rank requirement didn't bode well with the blonde, simply because he didn't have to convince anyone in the past to let him go, other than the Hokage trying to reason with him as a friend, rather because of the position. Also, the fact that Tsunade waited until now to tell, was clear to Naruto, that something or someone asked her to do this, and Naruto didn't need to think hard to know that only those who knew about his Hunter-Nin position would come to ask such a thing. "My guess is that Hana came in requesting this to the Hokage, what you think?" asked the blonde to the other mind inside his body. "Indeed, you're correct. I'm impressed, though, you'd suspect her. What will you do now?" asked the fox, before he saw Naruto sigh in dismay. "I believe my options here are reduced to obeying the Hokage's orders. I don't believe this. She is actually willing to risk the well-being of the village just because for me. It'll be even harder to keep my identity a secret this way, I'll have to negotiate the mask," said Naruto, before he blinked only to see that Tsunade was waiting for a response. "Seeing as this is a requirement in order to become a Hunter-Nin, which I doubt it, but I'll do as the Hokage commands. After all, if I counted right, the next Chunin exams will be held at Iwa in a month," said Naruto while seeing shocked looks from those in the room, before he crossed his arms and focused his glare on Tsunade. "Let me ask you a question, though, Hokage-sama, and I want you to answer as this village's leader," asked Naruto, before seeing Tsunade frown, but nodded. "What will happen once Akatsuki realizes who I am and comes here to get me? Seeing as they're a known and feared enemy, you'll place your entire ninja force against S-ranked missing nin who could destroy the entire village landscape with one single technique and kill a lot of people before being subdued by our forces, if such a thing happens. Would you bear the guilt of knowing that you could have avoided all this by simply letting me do my job?" asked Naruto, before Tsunade realized just what the boy feared. "The welfare of a hidden village cannot fall on just one ninja, Naruto. That's a burden not even a Hokage can bear, and what happened to Asuma isn't in any way related to your presence in Konoha or not. Asuma was a shinobi and as such, he was ready to face the consequences," explained Tsunade, but Naruto was lost the moment that name was mentioned. He, then, turned so that the tears that was now falling wouldn't be seen by anyone, but himself. They were tears upon imagining what would happen in case his precious people were killed. "I just don't know if I could bear the burden of being the one responsible for the deaths of those I hold precious to my heart," said Naruto before he left, while hoping beyond hope that no one would see him crying, but to the trained eye, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Tsunade could very well see a single tear falling and sighed in sadness. After he closed the door, the heavy air that filled the Hokage's office dissipated and the Hokage let out her breath she didn't know she was holding and looked at Jiraiya and Kakashi for a moment, before Jiraiya spoke. "So hard it's the path of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki," said Jiraiya to no one, before he turned to Tsunade. Since the Chunin exams in Iwa does not require a team of genins, I believe you'll send only him to represent Konoha, said Jiraiya, before he saw Tsunade nod, before he continued. Then I wish to be the one to act as his Jounin sensei, no offense Kakashi, but I believe that Naruto is ready for the same training his father went through and only I can teach him, said Jiraiya, before seeing Kakashi nod and leave in a sunshine away. So you're planning on taking him to train with the toads? Asked Tsunade, serving rather as in statement as she saw Jiraiya smiling to her. I'm going to prepare him to be the strongest possible against Akatsuki, said Jiraiya, to which Tsunade nodded, before issuing the pervert to leave her alone for a moment, to which he understood and left through the door with the intent of finding his next prodigy. Chapter 14, The Path to Greatness. Beta, Drecha. Immediately after leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto went to the only place he knew he could be alone and think about the major turn of events in his life. Everything he ever fought for, becoming the sacrifice of the village by going against the village's enemies or even luring them away from the village, was all tossed aside by his girlfriend's plan and Tsunade's narrow-minded thinking. What was that the Sandaime Hokage always taught? The needs of many overcome the needs of a few. As a follower of the third Hokage, Tsunade should know this better than anyone, and yet, here she is doing something like this, preventing the Kyuubi container from leaving the village and in time, surely, luring those who seek harm against the leaf. As the blonde looked at the village from above the Yondaime's head, he was at loss of what to do about this new situation. On one side, he kind of understood Hana's selfish desire to be with her boyfriend, as the blonde often considered meeting on more occasions with the Inuzuka, however she of all people should have known how much he suffered after Asuma's death at the hands of Akatsuki. And on a further account, she would also know how much he would suffer by knowing that he was the sole reason why Akatsuki came in and destroyed everything in their path just for the sole desire to have the power of all the tailed demons. You could very well use my power and vanish without anyone knowing about it, but I guess you have your morals, and by doing such, you would be considered the very being you're sworn to hunt so passionately. A missing nin, said Kyuubi, which earned a nod from Naruto as he too considered the greater good of simply escaping and take on the enemies by himself, outside the village walls. Not to mention having to worry about the forces Tsunade will definitely send after me should I do so. I don't have any other choice. I just hope that if Akatsuki chooses to hunt me here, then they'll do it once I'm already set to go to Iwa for the Chunin exams, otherwise I fear that any type of battle would cause some serious damage to the village's structure and possibly some lives would be wasted because of it. Listen, how much time is needed for my chakra to return to its normal pace? I'll have to train more if we're to be prepared for those black robe bastards, thought Naruto, before hearing a snicker from the fox, which actually sounded more like an evil laughter if Naruto wasn't so accustomed to the sound. Just another day and you will be able to use it freely. Normally, it wouldn't be due to a whole week more, but seeing as we are in a kind of hurry, well, at least you are. I've taken preparations to decrease the time needed to normalize your chakra, explained Kyuubi, earning a nod from Naruto. Immediately cutting off his link with the fox, Naruto returned to Konoha, gazing for some time while wondering about what would happen now that he was prohibited from leaving the village by the Hokage. Surely, he would need to address his commander, and he knew the man wouldn't take it so well, probably as far as going over to the Hokage and demand some explanation. Suddenly, his sharp senses alerted him of steps reaching his location, before he relaxed upon sensing three other similar presences, and only one person would walk around with three dogs. I thought I'd meet you here, Naruto-kun, may I join you? Asked Hana, before seeing the blonde nod while caressing one of her dogs. After seeing, Hana got to look down at her home with stars in her eyes. The sight was something else entirely. However, when she was about to comment about it, she immediately sensed that something was bothering him greatly. It wasn't until he talked that she felt her heart ache a bit. I know it was you who talked to the Hokage about me staying in Konoha, Hana-chan, said Naruto, before hearing a sigh from the woman he held dear in his heart. Perhaps it was because of this feeling that he didn't yell, shout, or even demand any sort of explanation. However, by getting caught, he could see it had an effect on her once cheerful behavior. Don't be sad like this, Hana-chan. Remembering your smile at the end of the day is what saves me from becoming a cold-blooded murderer as my job demands of me. The problem, though, is that you very well know that my presence here can attract those who seek the fox, and for that, they would destroy everything, explained Naruto, earning a nod from Hana as she was now fearing that her boyfriend didn't like the thought of spending more time with her as she initially hoped he would be. I know that you want for us to hang out more than on rare occasions or through letters, and this is something we both want. Believe me, Hana-chan, that there is nothing more important to me than being around you and seeing that smile of yours. But, if anything were to happen to you and those whom I care for, I wouldn't know what to do. Said Naruto, before being surprised at Hana's sudden act of pure romantic impulse, taking off his mask and landing one passionate hot kiss on his lips. Recovering from the initial shock, the blonde returned the kiss with possibly the same passion and even embraced her in a big hug. After separating from the kiss, Naruto and Hana locked eyes for an instant, just feeling content by looking at each other's eyes, since words wouldn't quite express what each felt for the other. In fact, Naruto was so at ease by looking at her eyes that for the first time since he left the village to become a Hunter-Nin, he was caught off guard. Luckily for him, though, the four presences that now stood in front of the couple were none other than his girlfriend's mother Tsunade and brother Kiba, accompanied by their respective dogs. As Hana looked, surprised, at her family, Tsunade laughed at her dapper's sheepish and rather flustered look on her face. "I see that by the look on Naruto's face that he already knows, Hana-chan?" asked Tsunade, earning a nod from Hana and a secret smile from Naruto upon realizing that maybe Hana wasn't the only one convincing Tsunade to set out some new boundaries to becoming a Hunter-Nin. "Yes, Tsunade-sama just told me about it, Tsunade. I didn't know, though, that you were behind this little scheme," smiled Naruto, upon seeing the immediate reaction of both Inuzuka ladies as they covered their mouth in shock at being caught. Kiba, obviously, was lost in the conversation, if the look of his face was any indication, but the fact remained that he owed some apologies for the blonde for attacking Naruto like he did. Naruto, I wanted to apologize for my reckless behavior that night. I guess that upon seeing you two together, my blood boiled and I was seeing red. I'm sorry," said Kiba, while trying to meet with the blonde's strangely firm gaze on him. Right now, Kiba didn't know which Naruto was scarier, him with or without the mask. Suddenly, though, a slight quirk to Naruto's lips was seen and the Inuzuka male relaxed somewhat. "You don't need to apologize to me, Kiba. Hana did tell me you're a bit overprotective of her from time to time." "In the end, no one was badly injured," said Naruto, but Kiba's snort amused the blonde as he knew the side effects of hitting Kiba where he did. "Yeah, speak for yourself. After I woke up, I had the worst headache ever." "What was it that you do to me again?" "Okaa-san explained to me but I didn't understand a thing," said Kiba, earning a snort in response from his mother, before Naruto responded. "Basically, I hit you in a specific place in your body that happens to send some neural information to your brain, after being submitted to at least a considerate amount of pressure. That information happened to shut your body to the world and you instantly fainted. Also the headache was because of the sudden flow of information, overwhelming your brain," explained Naruto, earning a respectful nod from Kiba, but still this form of skill was alien to him. Naruto, then, remembered something that he forgot to ask Kiba and immediately took care of it. "Kiba, may I ask you one thing? Because of some movement restrictions placed on me, my license as a Hunter-Nin is currently suspended, hence why I cannot leave the village, until I set out for the Chunin exams in 15 days. My presence here, though, must remain a secret. Your mother told me that the Inuzuka clan has loyalty as a second nature, so I ask that you refrain from revealing my identity or even mentioning that I'm in the village," asked Naruto, before seeing the question look that his friend was displaying right now. "Why can't I tell? What's so important that I can't even say you are in the village? You have friends as well, you know. Everyone has been barging on the Hokage's office, demanding to hear about you, and now that you're here, you don't want anyone to know that. Why would you want this?" asked Kiba, ignoring the berating voice of both his sister and his mother after his outburst. Naruto, though, wasn't fazed at all about this revelation, as the pain of hiding himself from them was nothing compared to the thought of losing them because of Akatsuki knowing about his position. "Kiba, all I can say is that I've made some seriously powerful enemies during my travels, and if they come after me, no force in Konoha would be able to keep them away without the entire village being destroyed or greatly harmed," explained Naruto, but unsurprisingly to him, Kiba was skeptical about it all. How could he blame him, though? He didn't know half of it, hence why the story would seem a little bit exaggerating. Hana and Tsunade, though, chose not to question Naruto about not revealing the QB part of the conversation and who were the enemies that would come after him. "The minute someone else knows that I'm here, news will certainly spread and I can't have that," concluded Naruto. Truthfully, though, Naruto couldn't curse more at this unorthodox predicament, not to mention completely against his not trusting anyone so easily policy. However, Kiba could very well open his big mouth to someone like Sakura, and then, Naruto's every attempt at continuing his Hunter-Nin career would be flushed down the toilet, and that wasn't something he planned on letting happening anytime soon. "I still don't know why you don't want anyone to know about this, but since you brought the loyalty of the Inuzuka clan on the table, I guess I have no choice but to comply. I'll keep my mouth shut about the whole thing," said Kiba, earning a nod from Naruto before he picked up the Hunter-Nin mask and placed it on his face once more. Afterwards, the group threw some light conversation about Naruto going on the Chunin exams in Iwa, before each of them went on different ways. Naruto went to Konoha's real estate office because he needed to register the property of the other two apartments and also place an ad on the newspaper that he was placing these two to rent, being his intention all along. Naruto never considered himself well versed in financial subjects, but during his travels, he often had conversations with business travelers around the world, who advised him in regards to what he needed to do in order to raise his income at the end of the month. Some said that he could contact the bank for some investment funds, but Naruto didn't like the idea of looking at the stock market every single day, so he instead chose to invest in real estate by purchasing apartments and place them for rent. By doing this, not only he received the money from the killings, but he also would receive more incomes by each rent he receives. The blonde's target was to purchase a well-sized house in the future for when he settled down in life. Hana was the person that always came to mind when he thought about his future, but it was far too soon for him to even consider marrying her. Not that he wasn't passionate about the girl, which he was, but the fact remained that he needed a steady income to be able to supply both her and their eventual family in the future, and even though the Hunter-Nin job was worth it, Naruto wouldn't be able to do this forever if he planned on settling down. For now, though, the future must remain like that in his mind and to focus only on the present. As soon as he walked inside his apartment, he began to scan the new bingo book his commander supplied to him, and Naruto was surprised to see that Kira made some adjustments to the book by adding subdivisions, Konoha and other villages. Just because he couldn't work as a Hunter-Nin for Konoha, that doesn't mean he couldn't openly hunt those from other villages and collect the respective rewards, because by doing this, not only he gets to free the world of criminals in the future, but also manages to stop missing nins from different countries from forming groups, like the Akatsuki. So, he made some instant ramen and sat at the kitchen table while inspecting his next assignment. At the Hokage's office . Revising the last mission reports of the day, Tsunade sighed in relief upon finally finishing them. It was already late at night and she should very well be sleeping at her house or even having some sake, but no, Shizune just had to bring these damn reports seconds before Tsunade left the office. The Hokage even tried to reason with her pain in the ass assistant, but in the end, Shizune, once more, had the upper hand and convinced her to stay and read the last reports. The administration building was pretty much empty save for the Hokage's secretary and a couple of Onbu agents that were supposed to protect the Hokage at all times. Because of this, Tsunade could hear even a pin dropping on the floor of the hallway. Suddenly, though, as she got up from her chair, she heard what appeared to be fast and loud steps coming straight to her office. Whoever it was, Tsunade was certain that he or she was pissed for reasons she really didn't want to deal right now. When the door opened, Tsunade had to suppress a sigh in dismay upon seeing the very man she hoped not to encounter today. Uzumaki Geishi was oftentimes cold just like his position demands of him, cold-blooded and ruthless Hunter-Nin. The man earned himself the title of the unit commander for his outstanding work. It somehow surprised Tsunade that the man was downright furious, but she had a gut feeling that she knew the reason of this sudden intrusion. "Ah, Geishi-san, I wasn't expecting you this late. What can I do for you, and please make it quick, I was about to leave," said Tsunade, trying to sound aloof to the manner in hand. However, that only helped to infuriate the man even more, and he made no attempt to hide his discomfort. "Tsunade-sama, I demand to know why you crossed my authority regarding one of my Hunter-Nins. She is my best in the field," shouted Geishi as he crossed his arms. "I received a memo from your office saying that his status as Hunter-Nin is on hiatus until he advances in rank. That's totally ridiculous, Hokage-sama. Even if it wasn't, as commander of the Hunter-Nin unit, I must be present in all decisions regarding one of my shinobi. Geishi-san, the reason as to why I placed this condition on him is because I fear for his insanity in the future. I've been hearing reports from his Toad Summoner saying that his attitude has been changing ever since he initiated the job. The fact remains, yes, that a shinobi's rank is irrelevant to the Hunter-Nin position, but if he continues like this, there is high chance he will transform into a cold-blooded murderer, and seeing as he is a shinobi from the Leaf, he falls into my responsibility. And as such, I will not allow him to continue unless his emotions are in due check, and in that case when he advances in rank, I'll analyze his state of mind in order to see if he's fitted to continue his job as a Hunter-Nin, because if not, then he'll be positioned as a regular Chunin or Jounin and be placed on regular missions for the village. Do I make myself clear, Geishi-san?" ordered Tsunade with authority, while seeing the man frowning his temples at this situation. Before he started as a Hunter-Nin, our unit estimated that approximately 5% of Konoha's force becomes a missing nin, rather from crimes committed against the village or for fleeing on us. After, though, This number was reduced severely, simply because of his reputation. But since you're the one making the decisions here, it will be up to you the responsibility of people fleeing because of his license being revoked. Have a pleasant evening, Tsunade-sama, said Geishi, before turning and leaving the office, but he didn't stop muttering the whole way through. This village has become too lenient on criminals, and this event only proved that. While seeing the man leaving, Tsunade couldn't help but wonder about her decision, mostly in regards to offering second chances. Of course, her decision regarding Naruto was a valid one in her point of view, but what about Uchiha Sasuke? The man escaped from the village for selfish reasons, and on top of that, joined Konoha's worst villain Orochimaru. Even the fact that he betrayed Orochimaru and managed to kill him in the end, speaks little to his offenses against Konoha. Tsunade was still due to talk to Sakura about Sasuke escaping from Orochimaru's grasp, but she was having doubts about labeling him as a missing nin. She would have to think about it at home. No matter how much she cared for Sakura, her decisions would have to take into consideration the entire village. The next day Haruno Sakura got up this morning smiling for some reason. She got dressed and went to cover her shift at the hospital when the Hokage called her in her office. As she got inside and Tsunade started talking, Sakura began to smile as she heard that Sasuke managed to kill Orochimaru and would, no doubt, return to Konoha, or so she thought. No, Sakura, he won't be returning to the village. According to Jiraiya, he just gathered up a group of shinobis to join him in his quest against Itachi, said Tsunade, while looking at the sudden sad look Sakura displayed. I see, what are we going to do about it? Naruto is out with Jiraiya-sama, but we could arrange for a mission to go after him, requested Sakura, before seeing her Shisho frown her temples even further, and it got Sakura wonder what happened. Tsunade, for her part, wondered about Sakura's never-ending hope to getting him back, in spite knowing well what he did against Konoha. She was having doubts about revoking her decision to label Sasuke as a missing nin, but after Sakura, one of her jounin, so selfishly requested Konoha to pardon a criminal, her decision was final. No, Sakura, I won't set any one of my shinobi on a mission to get him back. However, I feel it's due time to review his position as one of our shinobi, Sakura, said Tsunade, shocking Sakura to her very core. The girl was smart, she managed to learn everything Tsunade taught her about medical ninjutsu, and now she was a jounin for the leaf at such a young age. Reviewing Sasuke's status meant only one thing, as she was well versed with Konoha's policy to know what Tsunade intended to do. Tsunade-sama, you can't do this to him. Every Hunter-Nin will be after him for a crime he didn't commit. Please, you agreed that the cursed seal was influencing him at the time, retorted Sakura, before seeing Tsunade close her eyes in contemplation. I said that the cursed seal might have influenced his set of mind at the time, but the fact remains, Sakura, that Sasuke betrayed our trust the minute he considered joining Konoha's worst villain in exchange for power. Not to mention how much shinobi we lost only to gather information on him and Orochimaru. It's due time to leave this matter to the Hunter-Nin division, said Tsunade, before seeing the downcast look on her student's face. Sakura, answer me something, why are you so eager to protect him even though you said it yourself he never exchanged the same courtesy neither to you nor Naruto? Asked Tsunade, before seeing Sakura look at her with genuine surprise written in her face. He was a part of Team 7 and Naruto would agree with me that Konoha's his place. And while Sasuke never did return any sort of affection towards us, he was a member of the team, not to mention that I have feelings for him, said Sakura with tears falling from her face, but Tsunade had the decency to look ashamed at her decision 3 years ago. Let me tell you something, Sakura, this childhood crush of yours is a myth. The man only believes in his revenge against his brother and he wouldn't lift a finger to help you. Also, you're wrong in assuming that Naruto agrees with you, because from what Jiraiya told me, he finally saw reason, said Tsunade, earning a shocked look from Sakura upon hearing that Naruto is no longer worried about bringing Sasuke back. Naruto is traveling with Jiraiya to become even stronger, so that he has a binding chance against those after him. He told Jiraiya that Sasuke could have returned home after Orochimaru if that was his wish to do so. He already saw reason in this manner, and as of right now, I'm labeling Sasuke Uchiha as an A-ranked missing nin. He still has a chance of surrendering and receiving a light penalty, but if he tries to fight back, he will be sentenced to death just like any missing nin, concluded Tsunade, earning a nod and understanding from Sakura before she turned and left the premises, thus leaving Tsunade alone in her office. Tsunade didn't actually lie about Naruto's feelings towards the Uchiha. He did say that he no longer thought of him as any different as a missing nin that he hunted with such a passion. The blonde Hokage actually felt sorry about Sakura, though. She first wondered that Sasuke was nothing but a child crush and with time, it would fade. Instead, this feeling grew to dangerous proportions and Tsunade feared that Sakura could do something stupid because of the Uchiha. She surely hoped not, though, seeing as Sakura is a jounin and a respected medic nin on the field. It would prove to be disastrous if the Hokage's faith in her abilities were misguided, and it turns out, her mind isn't evolved enough to take the responsibilities of a jounin. With Sakura, after she closed the door, images of Naruto flashed inside her mind as he said that he wouldn't stop trying to bring Sasuke back. She wondered about the blonde now more than ever, since they haven't spoken with each other for almost 2 years now. No doubt something happened to him in this trip for him to suddenly change his feelings for Sasuke and abandon him just like that. Little did she know, though, what really happened to Naruto. 1 week later. 1 week passed by and several occurrences happened. Sakura, after knowing about Sasuke being labeled as a missing nin, went into depression and stayed inside her room for at least 4 days, until Ino came and rescued her. Actually, Ino gave Sakura an ultimatum by orders of the Hokage that if Sakura wouldn't pull herself together, she would be punished severely, even bearing on demotion. Also, the Yamanaka lady managed to convince Sakura, in the end, by saying that Sasuke was too much bent on revenge to even consider coming back to Konoha. Of course, it wasn't the words that convinced her, since Tsunade said the same thing, but rather the fact that one of Sasuke Uchiha's fan club Yamanaka Ino said so. Ever since the academy, Sakura and Ino would bicker with each other only to see who would be chosen by the mysterious Uchiha Sasuke, and for Sakura to hear Ino speaking about forgetting about the rivalry kind of wakened Sakura of her self-induced trance. Sakura still mourned Tsunade and Naruto's decision to let go of Sasuke, however, as a jounin, she just couldn't afford to let such a burden take control over her actions, and Tsunade concurred with every word. In the end, though, the Hokage convinced the Hunter-Nin commander to place an special order on his bingo book page to ensure that he received the chance to come back willingly. That managed to ease Sakura's heart a little bit, but little did she know that the one who would probably be after Sasuke was none other than his old teammate Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, after closing rent to his 2 apartments, he spent the whole week in Hana's house, while getting to know her family and also spending some time with both Kiba and Tsume. The Inuzuka heir kept his end of the bargain and kept his mouth shut about Naruto's return to the village, but because of his impulsive behavior, he wasn't doing a very good job and one of his teammates Shino was getting suspicious. Kurenai managed to help by easing the situation, but the Aburame heir was considered a genius and such information wouldn't take long to reach his ears. After speaking to the blonde about it, Naruto nodded with his head, knowing that Shino's bugs would alert him to Naruto's presence, so it would be inevitable in the end. The Hunter-Nin just hoped that Shino's logic would prevent him from speaking the truth to everyone. 2 days ago, the meeting occurred simply because Naruto chose to let Shino know. He told Kiba to call Shino in for a little chat, to which the Aburame heir acquiesced and appeared at the Inuzuka compound 2 days ago. Flashback on. Naruto was sitting next to a tree located within the Inuzuka compound in a deep state of meditation. His chakra flow was already normalized, so he was now getting accustomed to the flow, for when he needs to use it once more. He, then, opened his eyes when his senses caught movement in front of him and saw Kiba and what appeared to be a member of the Anbu forces. "Hello Uzumaki Naruto, it's been a while," greeted Shino, before seeing Naruto with his mask on getting up before offering a handshake to the Aburame heir. "It's nice seeing you Shino, I see you became a part of the Anbu forces, good for you," said Naruto, earning a nod from Shino, who was analyzing every single information about Naruto from both his bugs and what his eyes told him. The man was simply surprised to see the results. According to his bugs, Naruto's chakra capacity nearly doubled since last time, and he could very well find traces of Fuuten and Katen chakra flowing through his chakra coils. "Likewise, I've been wondering, though, about the reason behind your avoiding your friends. Have you no faith in us?" asked Shino, with normal apathy, but this was Shino they were talking about. Naruto, though, didn't sound ashamed or regret. "There are some aspects of my life that should remain confidential Shino. I know very well that the bug you placed on me told you every information about my body, so you know any information leakage would result in either Konoha or those I care for, being on the receiving end of my enemy's hands. It's not that I don't trust you guys, it's just that I didn't want to take any chances only for it to come bite us in the end. Logic prevails in this manner Shino, in order to keep information from your enemy, one must keep it away from your friends first," explained Naruto, earning a nod from Shino as he concurred with the blonde's assessment of the situation. Indeed, logic overrules any sort of emotional sentiment, and having faith in others may result in the secret being leaked. "I'm surprised, though, about your change in attitude," Naruto, said Shino, to which Naruto let out a snort. Let's just say that in my situation, I didn't have much of a choice otherwise. People would perish because of what I represent and I just wouldn't be able to handle the responsibility. It was better for me to do what I did, than wait for them to come here and destroy everything in their path. Sarutobi Asuma was the first and because of what I did, hopefully, he will be the last, reasoned Naruto, earning a nod from Shino. Kiba, however, was completely lost during one part of the conversation and left the two masked shinobi alone to talk. Your secret is safe with me, Naruto, don't worry about it. However, in case you are in need of any help, don't hesitate to call me. You're one of us, even though your selfishness would have killed you, if not careful. Now, I must take my leave, concluded Shino, earning a nod and farewell from Naruto. Flashback off. Since the talk, Naruto spent his time training to adjust his chakra to normal levels. He would practice some ninjutsu from both elements, some agility exercises with his weights, in order to maintain his body mass to acceptable levels. Earth manipulation was only studied, since for Naruto to adjust a new element to his ninjutsu department, he would need to be well versed on the theory before even trying to use Doden techniques. Today, Naruto went straight to the garden located on top of the Hokage Tower, where he was supposed to meet Jiraiya. They still had 3 weeks left to attend the Chunin exams in Iwa, and Jiraiya first wanted to take the boy to Mount Myaboku in order to teach one last arts to incorporate in his arsenal. It so happened that Jiraiya realized that Naruto was reading about Doden manipulation and the pervert was giddy to teach him some techniques, while traveling. Upon arrival, he alerted his presence to the pervert, before seeing Jiraiya to address the blonde. I thought that you'd lose the mask by now, care to give me a reason? Asked Jiraiya, earning a snort from Naruto, since he thought the man was going senile by asking such a question. Yes, that's a good idea. Not only Konoha would see me but Akatsuki would as well, thus luring them here to attack us. There is a reason people hide their identities, Jiraiya, I don't wear the mask for fashion reasons. Spoke Naruto, earning a smile from the pervert. I wouldn't think of the word paranoia to describe you, said Jiraiya, before turning to face the village once more. I prefer the term cautious, if I may. Now, tell me, what did you call me here for? We are scheduled to leave for the Chunin exams in 2 weeks, asked Naruto, earning a nod from Jiraiya. There has been a change of plans and we're leaving tomorrow towards a special place where I want to teach you something. So tell your girlfriend and her family that you'll be leaving tomorrow, ordered Jiraiya as he saw Naruto crossing his arms. How do you know I'd agree with you teaching me whatever it is? It's not like the Chunin exams is so hard to pass. If the one from Konoha was any indication, asked Naruto, before seeing Jiraiya smile at the blonde. 3 years ago, Naruto would drool at the prospect of being trained, but now he was showing reluctance. It's a surprise, kid. All I can say that only 2 people ever received this type of training and I can guarantee to you that it will be worth it. Plus, this ability I intend to pass on won't be needed for the Chunin exams, since your skills are more than enough. Now, it will be served to counter Akatsuki's most powerful members in the future. Itachi and Kisame are indeed powerful, but according to my sources, they respond to the group leader, so it's safe to say that skills alone won't get you far. You'll need these skills to have hope against the strongest members, explained Jiraiya, as he turned to face the Hunter-Nin. Sounds like you already know what's going to happen in the future. Nevertheless, maybe these skills you speak about can be beneficial in the long run. When are we leaving? Asked Naruto, earning a smile from Jiraiya. Tomorrow at noon, meet me here, scheduled Jiraiya, earning a nod from Naruto before he vanished within a small tornado. The next day with Sasuke . After picking up some supplies and medication, Sasuke and his crew traveled north to a rather crowded village where they stayed for the duration of the week while the team investigated Itachi's whereabouts. However, not much information was found by either Karen or Suigetsu. They heard only basic information that was pretty much common knowledge by now. However, Juugo had the ability to communicate with the animals, hence how he discovered a couple hideouts used by the Red Cloud organization called Akatsuki. He couldn't pinpoint, though, their exact location since, like Orochimaru, the group never settled for remaining in one place, so while Juugo had a breakthrough regarding the hideouts, he didn't supply much for Sasuke to work with. Sasuke, it would be prudent, perhaps, to change our focus in this manner, said Juugo, earning Sasuke's attention before he proceeded. From what the animals told me, Akatsuki's targets are special type of shinobis with demons trapped inside them. I believe the appropriate term to call them is Jinchuriki, a prison for the tailed beasts used by each hidden village to seize an advantage in the midst of the great shinobi wars. In order for us to know where Itachi would be next, we should focus, perhaps, on the one your brother is after, explained Juugo before seeing Sasuke fall into a thinking pose by resting his chin on his left hand. Suddenly, images of an annoying teammate and the Kyuubi inside him flashed through his mind. Indeed, Itachi would be after Naruto in order to capture the Kyuubi inside of him, so if they went after Naruto, there would be high chance that Itachi would be present as well. The only problem with this plan would be the blonde's pathetic attempts to bring Sasuke back to Konoha upon seeing him, and that was something the Uchiha didn't want to handle at the moment. Juugo, there is a Jinchuriki from Konoha that I believe is the one that my brother is after. Are you able to gather information regarding his next whereabouts? His name is Uzumaki Naruto, asked Sasuke, earning a nod from Juugo. The animals can sense where these special type of individuals are, and they told me about someone residing in Fire Country. It must be him. As far as I know, Konoha only has one Jinchuriki. I'll see with the animals about his current location and current route, for us to see where he's heading, said Juugo, before a couple of birds landed on the big guy's shoulder before he initiated the communication. In minutes, the birds flew away with the investigation in hand while Team Heavy remained inside the room waiting for the information to come back. With Naruto . As soon as Naruto said his goodbye to Hana and her family, he meets the pervert on top of the Hokage's tower. They, afterwards, left the gates towards Iwa where the Chunin exams would take place. Also, since Naruto left the village, the Hunter-Nin mask wouldn't serve the purpose, which was hiding his reputation as the Hunter Fox for now. A couple miles later, though, Jiraiya stopped Naruto for a while. "What's the matter, Uro-sanin?" asked Naruto, earning a snort from the pervert at the recollection of the name. "Remember when I said we'd stop at one place first? Well, there's special route in order to take us there," said Jiraiya as he bit his thumb and made some hand seals, before slamming his hand for the summoning technique. After the smoke dissipated, Naruto expected that Gamabunta would appear or his pal Gamakachi, but instead a little green toad with a dark cape surrounding his body. "Hello Uzumaki Naruto, I see it's time for you as well," greeted the green toad, but Naruto was caught staring at the little toad as in wondering just who the hell this little toad was, until Jiraiya stepped in. "Fugasaku-sama, I called you here so that you can take us to Mount Myaboku," stated Jiraiya, earning a nod from the toad named Fugasaku, before he initiated a long series of hand seals, before slamming his two hands on the ground for. Instantly, all three of them disappeared from view, but none of them realized a couple of birds watching from a distance, before they flew away in order to meet with their contact. With Sasuke . In no time, the birds arrived at the place where Team Heavy was and landed on Juugo's shoulder, before telling him about a person that matched the description of a Jinchuriki. Sasuke, according to them, this Naruto person had just left Konoha heading towards the northeast direction. Possible destinations are Iwagakure, Kusagakure and Takigakure, reported Juugo, to which Sasuke nodded and turned to think about it for a moment. "Hey, I believe that the next Chunin exams will be held in Iwa, thus he could be going there to participate," said Suigetsu with his hands on his chin in deep thought. "Baka, this Naruto was Sasuke-kun's teammate, there is no way in hell he is still a Chunin. Maybe, he's accompanying a team as their Jounin-sensei," shouted Karen, earning a snort in reply from Suigetsu, before he kept quiet. "Humphrey, I bet the Dobi is the only one from my age that's still a Chunin. We'll go to Iwa in 2 days, pack your things and don't forget to cover your tracks," ordered Sasuke, clearly underestimating Naruto. Little does he know, though, that it will be his biggest mistake. Chapter 15, Old Acquaintance. A little over 2 weeks passed ever since Naruto began his training under the toad's tutelage, and the blonde was now seating in a meditating position on the top of a platter while balancing himself on top of the mountain. Surely, it was a rather gruesome test for him to learn how to use natural energy instead of relying on one's inner chakra. He certainly did remember every path very clear in his mind. Flashback on. As soon as Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at Mount Myaboku, the blonde took his time to study this strange and somewhat peace environment. The sun managed, with its majestic light, to illuminate the entire set of mountains and forests that surrounded the Toad's village. His training would have to be increased, since he didn't have enough time for a full-time training, so a crash course would have to do. The blonde heard the explanation on how to use the energy that nature provides, and he actually felt it to be quite easy, at least in theory. The problem with him, though, was that unlike Jiraiya, whom could merge with the Toad in order to complete the transformation, the fox's simple presence didn't allow the elder Toad to sync with the boy, leaving him to learn how to gather nature chakra all on his own. Impossible wasn't a word that could be described for Naruto's attempt, rather the fact that no one ever succeeded and the fact that those who tried it in the past now were a part of the many frog statues that adjourned near the oil waterfall in front of them. The method was simple enough, but the consequences were deadly. The blonde figured that with the Kage Bunshin level of training, he could learn how to gather natural chakra faster. Therefore, he summoned 3 Kage Bunshins and had each rubbed the oil on their respective bodies. However, quite suddenly, the 4 Narutos began to transform into a toad more appearance, before the elder toad smashed them all with a black staff, giving Naruto both the headache from the hit and from dispelling his Kage Bunshins. He would curse the damn toad not to do this anymore. "I'm very much obliged to do this, Naruto, otherwise you'll end up as one of them." Transforming into a toad statue wasn't on his PLNS, so he obliged without question. He, then, heard the little toad named Fugasaku explain about the theory behind using nature chakra. You need to unite body and mind so you could see the nature chakra that surrounds us. Now, let's try again, because from what Jiraiya-chan told me, your time is rather short. After hearing some lecture from the absurdly little toad and nodding in understanding, Naruto once again summoned 3 Kage Bunshins and repeated the process only for the toad-like appearance to return and the usual bonk on the head was received. Flashback off. Naruto needed close to a week only to get adjusted to the new source of chakra. Fugasaku and Jiraiya in front of him watched the blonde in meditation with a smile on their faces. No human had ever managed to draw on nature chakra without the help of a toad to serve as a medium, and the perverted Sannin was very proud of the blonde for overcoming such an obstacle. Naruto didn't have time to learn the toad's taijutsu style, but that could be taught to him easily once he has more time available. For now, only training in using nature chakra will have to do, and the fact that with it, Naruto's jutsus would already improve, Jiraiya felt confident that he would give any Akatsuki member a run for the money. He noticed with amusement as a blue bird landed on Naruto's shoulder, before seeing the blonde opening his eyes to look at said bird for a while. The problem was that the bird disrupted Naruto's concentration, thus making him lose his balance. The fall was quite large and Jiraiya looked at the toad worrying over his student, before he remembered that one of the attributes of nature chakra was that it managed to absorb most of the impact, leaving only a minor bump to the user's body. 100 meters down, Naruto was holding his head in order to stop the headache, while at the same time, cursing the stupid bird who had to ruin his concentration. While you curse the little bird, I'm holding my stomach from laughter. It's been a while since I saw you showing a scared face. The blonde heard the damn fox laughing inside his head, which caused him to snort, while wondering if the fox was now presenting a humorous comment, instead of usual sarcastic remarks, which by the way, infuriated him. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you'd be glad to see me gone, furball. I'm relieved, though, this nature chakra thing eased the fall, otherwise I'd be done for, thought Naruto, followed by a snicker from the fox inside his head. Get rid of you? No, you're too amusing for me to want that. That face of yours will be forever printed in my memories. Regardless, the pervert sure gave us an interesting skill to work with in the future. I admit that this nature chakra intrigues me to no end. Imagine the possibilities if we were to merge our chakras with this new source. True enough, Naruto was in fact following the fox's enthusiasm and wondering if such a feat was possible. Furball, I was thinking of new jutsus we can use with the natural energy. I remember you saying to me about an extremely potent Kaden technique that would drain even my reserves, and I was wondering about how we could learn advanced Fuuten jutsus, like the control of gravity, thought Naruto, before hearing the fox deep in thought. Most amusing you are, indeed, Naruto. You seem adequate enough at the art of nature chakra gathering, so you could use the last week in order to practice these 2 jutsus we worked with. Just tell the pervert that you need some alone time to train and meet with him back here a week from now. The blonde concurred with the fox's assessment and went immediately to talk to Jiraiya so that he could have the next week alone to train a couple of jutsus using nature chakra. The Sannin thought for a while. He wanted for Naruto to learn some of the toad jutsus, but he knew if the blonde used them in the midst of his hunting, people would know about his identity. He concurred in the end with the blonde's request, saying that he was to meet here in a week. Naruto nodded and grabbed his clothes before putting them on, before leaving the vicinity. As he was jumping through the trees, he spotted Gamakichi going right by his side, jumping. The peculiar situation that Naruto found was that the normally his height toad, now easily was 15 feet minimum, and while Naruto was using the trees to jump, the toad was simply not caring all about them. How the hell did you get so big, Kichi? I know I haven't summoned in a while, but damn. The now rather big-sized toad just laughed at his summoner's expense, but indeed it was the first time that Naruto saw the real him, instead of how he appeared in the other dimension. Father and Fugasaku-sama asked me to follow you and see how you'd use the nature chakra and which jutsus you'd come up with. We have a record, of sage arts ninjutsu. As such, it will be responsibility to report them your techniques. As to why I'm so big, actually since you started your Hunter-Nin mission, I suffered a growth spurt of sorts. I just appear little in your world at my choosing. When father retires, I'll be replacing him as the boss toad, so he's training me. After being explained, Naruto offered a nod in understanding, before he stopped in the middle of clearing that happened to be close to a rather dense swamp. Suddenly, a horde of giant bugs appeared ready to attack the invaders, only for Gamakichi to grab them all with his gigantic tongue, before swallowing every insect, clearing the sky. As the toad was rubbing his stomach in downright satisfaction, the blonde had the decency to flinch at the scene. In 2 weeks, he avoided the grotesque cuisine, opting to find at least something that he could eat without immediately throwing up. Luckily, he found a large fauna located a few miles from the toad's house, saving his stomach. He smiled upon remembering that Jiraiya tricked everyone into enjoying the bugs, before he would join Naruto for a delicious pork barbecue. With Sasuke . Taking his time to arrive at Iwagakure, Sasuke and Team Snake were now resting inside and in close to Kusagakure. The news that Naruto somehow disappeared from thin air was disturbing to the Raven. Uchiha and Jugo couldn't figure out how he managed to escape from the animals. Nevertheless, they knew that the blonde would be present for the Chunin exams, hence why the leader continued on his course of action. Hopefully, Itachi would be going there as well, and then Sasuke would finally be able to kill his brother for good. For a while, now, though, Itachi wasn't the only subject of his thoughts, rather being divided between him and the blonde they were now tracing. Something didn't add up, he thought. Naruto could be a pest at time, but Sasuke was certain that the blonde had enough power and skill, by this time, to be warranted the Jounin position. He cursed the fact that lack of intel could be the end of him, but he would need to see how the Dobi fights with his own eyes. Another thing that bothered him was the sudden inclusion of his name in Konoha's bingo book as an A-class missing nin. He frowned in dismay at wondering why they took so long to do this. It's been a long time since he betrayed the village by joining Orochimaru, and all this time he wondered why the village didn't place him as a missing nin, then. The problem now was the Hunter-Nin squad Sasuke knew about and the thought of having to face them in battle at the same time as going after Itachi. Somehow, he wondered if either the Dobi or Sakura managed to convince the Hokage not to enlist him as a missing nin after his first act of betrayal. Regardless, though, now the group needed to double the attention on their surroundings. Karen would now be the key for his victory against Itachi and the Hunter-Nin that would come after him. 2 days later. Back with Naruto, the blonde was holding the tiger seal while 3 pillars of white-hot fire were spinning around him in a clockwise pattern. His eyes were closed in utter concentration as controlling the pillars took a high amount of chakra. However, now using nature chakra, he found that his reserves weren't even touched and he could use this technique without worrying about chakra exhaustion. Suddenly, he opened his now horizontally slitted eyes and focused more on nature chakra before the pillars of flame started spinning in front of Naruto as they were suspended on air in an horizontal manner. What happened next could better be described as awesome by Gamakichi, as the pillars of flame each shot a beam of fire, before each started spinning to form a drill and hitting the forest in front of them. Senpu Katen Kanhiru, Sage Arts, Fire Release, Blazing Hell Jutsu. Needless to say, the forest was decimated within seconds as the fire engulfed the entire arena into a crisp. Immediately deactivating the technique, the blonde took a moment to study his new jutsu for any weakness to improve on. Certainly, the time was its biggest flaw, since he took longer than expected to complete the technique. No doubt he would be killed even before he adjusted the pillars horizontally. Another aspect of it is the tunnel-like range of the attack, meaning that his enemy could easily dodge the attack, so Naruto could only use while the enemy is distracted enough to allow him not only time but certainty that the attack would hit the opponent. Perhaps it would be wiser to use this jutsu while in a coordinated effort. You can't distract the enemy at the same time as attacking him. Let's move on to the next jutsu, the gravity one you're talking about. Naruto had the decency to sigh in dismay as one of the jutsus would be unusable in his line of work, since he didn't have what it took to use this Katen jutsu quite yet. It was served as a long-range technique, yes, but any enemy, at least the high-level ones, would use the time granted to attack Naruto. Perhaps because fire isn't my affinity, it takes more time to perform, but I'm certain that the wind one will be much easier and less time demanding. The technique, or at least the theory behind it, is quite simple. With nature chakra, I can use it to further increase the density of the air molecules, and with wind chakra, compress the air. With it, the enemy's body will become 10 times heavier, thus his muscles and organs will atrophy, thought Naruto, as he watched the big fox thinking for a while. I understand now why you could only do this with nature chakra, because only then can you look at air molecules. Nonetheless, while you can visualize it, that doesn't mean you'll be able to bend it to your will. Are you certain that wind chakra enables such control? If someone would ask the demon a couple years ago about how much credibility would be given to Naruto's ideas on chakra-related techniques, the creature would surely respond with uncontrolled laughter. But after spending much time on conversations with the blonde and actually seeing merit in his ideas, the fox just wasn't able to discredit his theories so much from fear of the blonde actually demonstrating what he said. Nevertheless, it was a hobby of his to pester the blonde as much as he could, so it should work. It's the same principle behind the way I perform the great breakthrough technique. I first let out an almost faint gust of wind from my lungs and with wind chakra, expand it to perform a strong gust of wind. It's just a matter of control over the element of nature, don't you agree? Explained Naruto, but still the fox was skeptical. Your theory is passable at best. There is a great gap in it, but we'll have to see how it goes as far as practice is involved. Naruto knew enough about the fox's taunts to know that he was being an ass for the single purpose of riling him up a bit. One of these days, I'll enter that cage and shove a Rasengan up his ass, I swear I will. With Itachi and Kisame . Coming from the north, cutting through Otogakure, Itachi and Kisame were walking without a care in the world towards where they would finally capture the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The boy was as slippery as a snake, but now they would capture him, Jiraiya there or not. They received the information from the Chunins that were responsible for gatekeeping in Konoha. According to their conversation, the Kyuubi kid and the Sannin left towards Iwagakure for the incoming Chunin exams that would be held in a couple weeks. The thought of what the blonde was doing at a Chunin exams didn't pass through their heads, simply because it was meaningless. To the two, all it mattered was the Kyuubi leaving inside of the boy. Do you think it's wise to capture him inside the village, Itachi? Certainly, we'd have to fight some of Iwa's goons in the end, just to get to him, and while I enjoy a good fight and Saimata enjoys some chakra, it's unlikely of you to plan like this so recklessly. It wasn't that the shark was afraid or anything, but the mere thought of doing something so rash just for the objective didn't seem like one of Itachi's usually brilliant schemes. That's the entire reason Kisame, by entering the village, Naruto and Jiraiya will believe they're safe from our grasp inside. However, what they fail to realize is that getting inside unnoticed doesn't require much skills, and our organization isn't worried about starting a war. Nevertheless, I feel it's high time to warn you, Kisame, the boy is not to be underestimated. Last time, he managed to escape our grasp because of it, but now things will be different. Well, aren't you a feisty individual, Itachi? Saimata will enjoy all that chakra of his, don't worry about it. All that Itachi did to respond was the usual HN. Seemingly both Uchihas made to display their annoyance hidden by a pathetic attempt to dismiss the subject, but Kisame could only smile with those usual shark-like teeth that all Kiri ninja seems to possess. And, actually, that's more a wonder of mine. Who we didn't meet, aside from the Mizukage in the manga that didn't have those different set of teeth, maybe it's a village characteristic. Regardless, we should keep our eyes put. Our contact in Konoha said next to nothing about what skills he now possesses. Not to mention we have Jiraiya to worry about as well. Time skip, end of the week . By the end of the week, Naruto was on Gamakichi's back as they jumped towards the place where Naruto was supposed to meet with Jiraiya in order to continue their journey towards Iwagakure. A full grin was clear on his face as he proved the damn fox wrong with his new technique called Senpu Fuuten Juai Aosai Siryoku, Sage Arts, Wind Release, Gravity Force Jutsu. Of course, some twists were necessary, because for Naruto's old theory to work, he would have to link each molecule with the other in the order to control the gravity throughout the whole field. So, he instead focused on the bigger picture, expanding his chakra throughout the entire region, not worrying about a specific point. Because of this, his attack range was wider and more unpredictable, being him the only one who could see where the gravity would be heavier. In little to no time, Naruto and Gamakichi arrived at the place where Jiraiya and Fugasaku stood, waiting. I trust you made good use of the time given, Naruto. Jiraiya often wondered if he should follow after Naruto to see what jutsu he was practicing, but in the end, he learned to keep his cool about it, since Naruto would either tell or show it to him eventually. Two jutsus almost mastered, needing only a few more testing. Fugasaku-sama, I appreciate your time in training me at the arts of Senjutsu. No doubt, The little toad looked startled for a moment as the following bowing in respect took him by surprise. He was under the impression that the blonde lacked some knowledge regarding his mannerisms, but then he was paying attention to a rather brief report Jiraiya made when he first met the boy 4 years ago. Jiraiya for his part looked offended by the sudden show of respect displayed by the blonde towards Fugasaku in contrast to how Naruto often called him a perverted hermit for no reason whatsoever. Well, at least according to him it wasn't, but everyone would think calling a pervert would be an understatement. Oi Gamakichi, I want to hear about the kids' jutsus later, alright. As to you Naruto-kun, it was a pleasure teaching the likes of you. Because of you now, others will be able to better grasp the art of the sage arts without needing the toads for it. Have a safe journey and don't forget to call us when your life is at risk, smiled Fugasaku, before he saw the two vanish within puffs of smoke. The real world . After Naruto and Jiraiya were summoned back to their world, they looked around them to see a small green toad with goggles on his head. Jiraiya-san, I've summoned you two at the exact position you were before going to Mount Myaboku. You're 2 days away from Iwagakure and 4 days away from the beginning of the Chunin exams. Is there anything more you wish of me? The voice was difficult to understand because this toad was actually smaller than Fugasaku, a feat that Naruto never thought it would be possible, but his eyes didn't fool him. Jiraiya, though, didn't ponder on that, opting instead to just appreciate and watch as the toad vanished back to his realm, before he turned to the blonde. We'll have now to step our pace, I'm afraid. According to Iwa's rules, all attendants must be present 1 day prior to the exams for registration purposes. Therefore, we have 3 days to arrive and place your name. Now, let's move. It wasn't long until they initiated their path which, by the way, would have to be treated with care so as not to alert any of Kuza's forces. Of course, they were going for the Chunin exams, but trusting anyone like that meant death in the shinobi business. A few hours after, the sun was already down and the moon were now taking the responsibility of illuminating the rather large canyon the two now stood. They managed to cover quite a bit of ground going around Kusagakure territory, since it would be faster, albeit more dangerous. Naruto managed to count at least 3 guard outposts they swiped by without being spotted. Now the area they were located were filled with enough caves for them to hide in case Kusagakure tries to find them. While Jiraiya was preparing a fire, Naruto took his time to watch the beautiful scenery before him. His hunting missions never brought him up to the north and he was enjoying himself right now. The pervert watched with amusement while adding some oxygen for the flame to increase. The two found some banana trees nearby and took them for dinner, but a nice fire was for them to get warmth throughout the cold night ahead of them. After dinner, Jiraiya decided to sleep a bit and picked Naruto for the first watch, which infuriated Naruto since he knew that Jiraiya was sleeping the entire time on the Toad's Mountain. He agreed, nonetheless, as he now stood sitting on a rock near the cave entrance where they sent their respective tents. He was watching for a couple of hours until he felt 4 presences coming straight at him from up the mountain. Silently, he sent a cage bunshine to wake the perverted up while he would gather their identity. Suddenly, 4 images appeared in front of him just for them to disappear down the canyon. Naruto smiled since he saw a rather peculiar set of eyes watching him, but vanished soon afterward. Jiraiya soon appeared outside and asked why the blonde felt the need to wake him before his shift ended. Sasuke and his goons appeared before they vanished. It appears that they're following us, for reasons I'm not aware as of yet, commented Naruto with a solemn look on his face as he felt like he was the prey in this situation. That eludes me as well. Last time I heard he was after his brother. Maybe he wanted, first, to gather the Mangenkyu Sharingan before fighting Itachi. After all, even though it was short, you said he considered you a friend, so killing you may be his door to the next stage of the Sharingan, contemplated Jiraiya while holding his chin with his right hand. Naruto, though, looked amused at the possibility. He certainly had that chance twice now. I don't think that he intends to kill me. Being a hunter taught me something about how a prey feels, and I'm feeling that I'm one in this situation. Sometimes, instead of going after your enemy directly, it's better to go after who your enemy is after. Jiraiya didn't have to ponder much, for the blonde's words immediately made him realize this troublesome situation they were about to go through. Do you think he's following you in hopes of meeting with his brother? Asked Jiraiya, before Naruto nodded in the affirmative, but even this situation caused him to smile in amusement. It would certainly prove to be a good distraction for us to escape while Sasuke and Itachi fight to the death. Kisame would engage with his team, so we will be free to go, then. Maybe, this goes in favor of Konoha and everyone ends up killing one another, or let the winning side weak for me to deliver the killing blow. This time, Jiraiya could see aspects of a Hunter-Nin's line of thinking in Naruto's words. A hunter would seek every advantage he could in order to reach the objective, and that's exactly what Naruto was pondering on right now. His plan was brutal, but no less efficient. Nevertheless, it didn't mean the Sannin enjoyed such actions. Naruto sensed the Sannin's displeasure and smiled, thus explaining the situation he was now in. One thing I learned, Jiraiya, was that it never goes well for the prey, so considering the fact that right now I'm the prey, I'll have to turn the tables around, don't I? The blonde had the decency to show a grin for his white-haired teacher, since he was hearing Kyuubi's words praising him for his insight. The Sannin, though, wasn't sharing Naruto's amusement in this whole ordeal. I just don't know if I prefer the blonde idiot from before or the brutally killing machine you ended up becoming, Naruto, lamented Jiraiya, before giving his back to the blonde. I treat my enemies as they would treat me, Jiraiya. If I recall, the Yondaime Hokage won the war by wiping out the entire Iwa forces at the last Shinobi War. He did so protecting this village by killing more than 1,000 shinobi with the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. Now, you're accusing me that I'm not more than a killing machine. If they kill each other, then the village wouldn't need to worry about the Uchiha bloodline to come bite us in the end. All I do is for Konoha's well-being by ridding ourselves from our enemies. While right, it wasn't righteous in Jiraiya's opinion, as he often thought the boy's actions as being. Gone was the blonde naive Jinan who believed that despite the Uchiha's treason, that his teammate wasn't to be treated as a criminal. That blonde believed in second chances, whereas this new one certainly don't, and would do everything in his power to assure that those who wronged Konoha once didn't live to show that they could have changed if given the chance to do so. A hardened shinobi, Jiraiya concluded. His mind is now set on the ninja way, I suppose. And it's true, Minato did kill more Iwa ninjas than anyone could count. Turning enemies against one another is a risky game, Naruto, and I hope beyond hope that you're doing what's best for the village, thought Jiraiya as he smiled back at the blonde. Forget I said anything, kid, it just surprised me to hear you of all people saying these words. Get some sleep, I'll wake you up when the sun is up. Jiraiya, then, was alone with his arms crossed, wondering about the future events. Now that Naruto mentioned, the possibility of Sasuke going after Naruto just to get to Itachi was a more plausible one than aiming for the Mangenkaiu Sharingan. Now, Jiraiya wondered if even inside Iwagakure, they would be safe, considering that Itachi of all people could enter the village without even trying. The next day. As the sun appeared on the horizon, Naruto was already up without Jiraiya needing to wake him up. They cleaned everything and proceeded their way towards Iwagakure, while followed by Sasuke's team distanced by a mile. Sasuke wondered, yesterday, if Naruto was able to ascertain his identity, since because of the distance, the blonde looked no more than a faint outline for Sasuke and his chakra was dormant enough to tell that the blonde was sleeping while on guard duty. He felt compelled to underestimate the Dobi, but for some odd reason, he reasoned that it wouldn't be wise to do so. The pace that they were traveling spoke highly of their speeding skills, and Sasuke was certain that Naruto wasn't even trying hard to cope with a Sannin's velocity. Also, because of the Sharingan and the bright light, Sasuke was able to realize with a bit of shock that the blonde gained a lot of muscles, and while not bigger than Juugo, he was certainly bigger than Sasuke. Another fact that worried Sasuke was the level of control the blonde was displaying. Normally, Naruto's chakra was wild, almost like an untamed beast, but now Sasuke's Sharingan could ascertain that the blonde was using only the bare minimum to travel and his chakra flow was steady. While following, the blonde was becoming a mystery to the Uchiha. He half wondered if the Dobi was still insistent on bringing him back or not, since he stopped going after Sasuke. Not only that, but now it was Sasuke who was going towards him. Imagine the irony of the situation. After approaching a clearing, the snake team suddenly skidded to a halt as they looked a couple of Iwa shinobi together with Naruto and Jiraiya, probably to escort them to the village. Back to Naruto and Jiraiya, none of the story that they were told made any sense. According to the Jounin leader of the escort mission, the reason for all of this was because Kusugakure was high on their borders in order to expand their territory, and they wanted to certify that the Chunin competitors wouldn't be harmed. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and asked him to be careful of their surroundings for any sort of trap, which Naruto nodded with his head. As one of the great hidden villages, Iwa shouldn't be concerned with a small village like Kusugakure wanting to take over. Naruto noticed that the Iwa shinobis were looking at him with suspicious looks and sighed because of the unwanted attention he would soon have once arriving at the village. He was aware of the possibility that the village mistook his appearance with the late Yondaime Hokage. He sensed that Sasuke's team stopped for a while and continued to follow him, maintaining further distance from him. 2 hours after, Iwagakure was already appearing on the horizon and Naruto could very well see the numbers of mountains and rocks that surrounded the village. Every piece of construction was made out of rock and mud, since those were the only minerals found in abundance near the region. Once they walked inside the village, Naruto and Jiraiya's senses expanded in order to avoid any sudden attacks, and just as Naruto and Jiraiya predicted, not a single soul didn't send hateful glances at Naruto because of his appearance. Sasuke's team entered as well, albeit not by conventional methods. Naruto and Jiraiya stopped in front of a hotel, until the leader turned. "Welcome to Iwagakure, Jiraiya-san, Naruto-san. You both are required to be present at the village arena north from here at dawn. Don't be late, otherwise you'll be disqualified." After the leader and his group vanished, Jiraiya and Naruto went into the building in order to grab their keys and start looking in their rooms for traps or hidden wires. At the Tsushikege's office. The Tsushikage was an older man than the Sandaime Hokage, wrinkled and the shortest man possibly alive. One considerable and quite impossible to take the eyes away from was the man's nose, filled with wrinkles and quite thick considering his entire face. Also, because of his height, he needed a pillow on his chair for him to rise to the desk. But make no mistake to his pitiful and old appearance, as he was the best dust ninjutsu user in all of Iwagakure. The old man was reviewing the documents of the Chunin exams until the same shinobi who escorted Naruto and Jiraiya arrived. "Tsushikage-sama, the target is at the hotel as per requested, sir," said the Jounin as he kneeled down in respect to a higher presence in the room. The old man smiled and scratched the tip of his nose, before he pulled a file on the first drawer of his cabinet. When the Hokage sent the file from the only Genin from the Leaf Village who would take part in the exam, the Tsushikage made some digging and managed to raise this Uzumaki Naruto's picture. To his shock, the Genin looked the splitting image of the one that was responsible for Iwa's fall on the last great shinobi war, one Yondaime Hokage. Ever since he first laid eyes on the picture, the old man started wondering about any possible genetic similarities between this Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato. Aside from the appearance, though, the old man couldn't figure anything else. Said information wasn't even available in the black market as the Tsushikage chose to pick his information from. Nevertheless, the man had some other plans in order to uncover the truth, and that was by blood. Namikaze Minato was a god amongst shinobi, but one Iwa shinobi managed to make a scratch on his arm with a kunai, before he was killed. The kunai went back to Iwa and the blood was stored for further analysis. At the time, it didn't tell much about the ability that made Konoha win the war, nor did aid Iwa in any way. However, they kept it stored for future use. The man's plan was to try and extract Naruto's blood to find a match. If the match was positive, then Iwa would finally get their revenge on what the Yondaime Hokage did. The old man pressed a button on the intercom. "Send Kurotsuchi here right away, I have an assignment for her." Sooner after releasing the button, he turned his chair to grab the rest of the files, just when suddenly a woman with short black hair broke through the office window, before rolling down and presenting in front of the Tsushikage. The old man didn't even turn, and not evident of sudden chakra usage to prove that he was ready for any attempt on his life, which meant that the woman in front of him loved doing this grand entrances quite a lot, especially since she was just promoted to Jounin. Kurotsuchi, or Black Earth as she was called between her peers, wore the standard Iwa Jounin outfit with fishnet trousers. Her eyes were cerulean blue and her hair fell enough to cover half of Iwa headband. "You called, old man? I was just enjoying a nice set of dengo sticks and some nice sake. What do you have for me?" After blatantly scrutinizing the most important man in the village, she smiled once she hit the cage's nerve. Well, anyone in Iwa knew that calling him words like old, senile, ancient, and archaic, it was enough to send the man on edge, and this happens to be one of her hobbies. The Tsushikage for his part snorted at the woman in front of him, tease him like always. The problem is that just the word was enough to set him on edge, even if he already expected the wit remark. "Kurotsuchi, I have an A-ranked mission for you, take a look at this picture." He, then, handed the picture to the woman, and as she looked at the picture, her hormones started kicking immediately. "Man, this guy is hot," she thought. While she was fantasying about the blonde, the cage cleared his throat and explained the mission. "This man's name is Uzumaki Naruto, and as you already figured out or not, we believe he's the splitting image of the Yondaime Hokage. However, before we set to kill him and possibly start a war with Konoha, we need to be sure that he's in fact the man's son or not. It will be up to you to get a sample of his blood. The problem here is that you cannot openly attack him, as that would violate the rules that every hidden village signed up in order to host the Chunin exams. This way, you'll have to think of something in order to get us his sample. He'll be here for the duration of the exams, so you have until the end of the exams to finish the mission. Any questions? Dash explained that Tsushikage, before he saw the woman nod. Just one. How long until you realize you're too old to even run this village any longer? Ha 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 ha, see you old man. Certainly pissing the old man is her favorite hobby, and she carried on with such pride, before she jumped at the window once more, just as dust shurikens pierced the office where the woman would have been. Damn, this girl, I'll get here some time. The man always forgot to get her once he had the chance, and she ended up stepping on him once more. In Konoha . Back in Konoha, a lone man with a stick walked along his lone propriety surrounded by a large forest which was located in an abandoned training ground near the Forest of Death. To the untrained eye, it would seem that the old man was enjoying his retirement alone on his cabinet, but every step he took, every direction he went to, at least two of his root operatives would follow from the shadows. He, then, entered inside the property where he would begin his time tea ceremony, a ritual he allowed in his hardened experienced shinobi life. He positioned himself in the middle of the room near a fireplace where he would heat the water together with the herbs while allowing the nice and smooth smell to fill the room. He could feel utter relaxation and peace from doing this every day, but that didn't mean that an old war like him became unaware of his surroundings. He smiled upon knowing the two hidden ambushes hidden inside the hidden passage just below the roof, and could only pity Tsunade's failed attempt to spy on his activities. Suddenly, though, an unexpected occurrence happened, and certainly it took him by surprise if his frowned face was any indication. There, a few meters away from him, a plant started materializing from the ground until Zetsu appeared with all his glory. Dansu, it appears that your services will no longer be required. I'll enjoy feasting on your dead body. The message, to the War Hawk, was loud and clear about Akatsuki's intentions. He already sensed the ambush leaving the vicinity and frowned in dismay at the damn organization from ruining his plans. No matter, though, at least Akatsuki will be now with a member shorter. Dansu smiled as he signaled, before almost 10 root ambushes appeared surrounding their leader. With Naruto . Once getting inside their room, Naruto and Jiraiya immediately set out to find any sort of listening device or any sort of trap that could endanger their lives the minute one of them falls asleep. Once satisfied, they unpacked some of their stuff, thus freeing the package scrolls to carry weapons that would help Naruto during the exam starting tomorrow morning. After that, they were at the streets once more in order to find something to eat and found a nice barbecue place, before they entered and left half an hour later with their tanks full with steak and sake. After, the two went for a walk throughout the city as the sun was slowly setting on the horizon. The two of them knew that they were being followed, but none of them turned to see the followers. Nevertheless, both immediately thought about the next course of action, since staying inside a village for a whole month, they had to at least know who were following them. Naruto guessed it was Sasuke like last time, but he couldn't be sure. Also, the fact that two other sources were coming their way as well was troubling. Jiraiya also could feel two people heading their way, albeit he knew that Sasuke would meet with them first. The worst part of it all was that Naruto never once lost that smile and amusement he was showing yesterday at the canyon. In fact, if possible, the blonde was even more amused than before. You're playing a huge gamble here, Naruto. Even if Sasuke does engage against Itachi and send him into a standstill, we still have to worry about Hoshigaki Kisame, who is also an S-ranked missing nin. What do you propose we do if he is inclined to capture you while Sasuke is battling against Itachi? Jiraiya wasn't crazy enough to just let Naruto handle the situation on his own. He knew the blonde was strong. Hell, the achievements Naruto was able to achieve at such an age was proof of that. Nevertheless, Kisame was a seasoned shinobi with skills that remains to be seen. The blonde, for his part, although lost was that smile on his face, he was calm. Not to say that I'm powerful enough to beat a guy like him, but I believe that in order to capture me alive these days will be a hard task to come by. For this, he would need Itachi to use his genjutsu on me, so then Kisame could come and subdue me without effort. No, since Itachi will be hard-pressed against Sasuke, Kisame will be hard-pressed on fighting against you and me at the same time. Plus, the fact that Sasuke brought a unit with him meant he was prepared to deal with Itachi's partner, thus leaving him alone with his brother for a showdown. Although he didn't want to agree, he was inclined to agree that the odds of Kisame breaking the usual Akatsuki formation was rather low, almost non-existent. There was a reason that they would travel in pairs, after all. Nevertheless, it wasn't on the Sanin's plans to be reckless and vouch their actions on runches, even if it was a highly reliable one at that. As they proceeded to walk, oak trees started to appear instead of the rock-made buildings, alerting Naruto and Jiraiya that they must be bearing the village outskirts by now, and since they weren't obliged to remain indoors, it wouldn't call much attention. As a clearing suddenly appeared, Naruto and Jiraiya stopped in the middle of it while Naruto was crossing his arms in bare annoyance at being chased by 4 amateurs. As a Hunter-Nin, Naruto started enjoying the feeling of a chase, and he was becoming well versed in chasing an unsuspecting enemy, even those bearing on A-ranked in skills. Sasuke's group's movements, though, were sloppy and leave much to be desired if following the prey without alert was their intention. It was repulsive to the blonde to even consider Sasuke a genius in the past, with much noise he makes by each step he makes. Okay Sasuke, you don't need to stalk me around anymore, you know I don't swing that way. As if the blonde's goal was to piss the Uchiha off and make him appear as fast as possible, he was successful. Well, at least the 4-man unit appeared in front of Naruto and Jiraiya, and Naruto could see that one of the 4, actually the only woman of the group, was blushing while looking at Sasuke, but rather she was another one of those fangirls in Konoha, or she was this way because of Naruto's comment, he didn't know. Sasuke, as soon as he laid eyes on the blonde with his Sharingan activated, his mind began to process a variety of new and unsettling information. First of all, his chakra wasn't a mess like the way he remembered, and with the Kyuubi's overflowing chakra traveling constantly throughout his chakra coils, he would imagine Naruto always having trouble to properly harness his chakra effectively. Second, and most important, was the fact that it was evident that Naruto knew he was being followed, and the Dobi he knew before was more aware of his surroundings than an academy student. Karen told him about never before feeling so much chakra from one person, and now that he improved his control over the endless bundle of energy, Sasuke felt hard-pressed to consider Naruto a threat all over again. I can see that you changed, Dobi, the clothes I mean. The blonde had the decency to smile at the verbal taunting from his old teammate, while he scanned the Raven-Haired's team for any information he could get from it. His memory struck as he saw the peculiar sword strapped on the guy with blue hair and silly smile on his face. Skills with Kenjutsu and possibly Suiten Ninjutsu if the man was from Kirigakure, Naruto concluded. Few people had the skill to even lift that sword, much less use it in battle, so Kirigakure was the best call to ascertain this guy's abilities. The rest, though, were a mystery for the blonde. I already told you that I don't swing that way, Sasuke, so stop looking at my clothes. Moreover, I was wondering about why you felt inclined to follow me? Last time I checked, you specifically asked me to stay away from you. What gives? Still trying to piss me off, I see. As to the reason I'm following you is none of your concern. Taking the chance, I was wondering why you'd come to Iwa for the Chunin exams for, since by now, you would have become at least a Chunin. I wonder if you're still the same Dobi since we graduated? The tone of superiority was enough to make Naruto almost laugh uncontrollably inside his mind. True, he was a Chunin in rank, but the heads that he sent to Konoha were proof enough that ranks don't mean much in a Hunter-Nin's job. Regardless, Sasuke's ego was big enough to be diminished, so Naruto opted, instead, to keep as much information about his skills in secrecy for the moment. After all, information is power, right? You know, I was kicking back in Konoha, enjoying life a bit, you know. The ninja business was getting tiring, so I decided to just go with the flow. Who cares, anyway, about what rank a village gives you? What matters, truthfully, is whose kunai will end at the other's throat. Don't you agree, Sasuke-kun? Jiraiya was listening to everything in utter silence while paying attention to their surroundings. 2 very strong presences were about to arrive soon, and he was being prepared. Nevertheless, he found it hard not to be amused at the psychological warfare that the blonde was performing right now. He recognized a few of the members of Sasuke's team, as the blue-haired man's name was Suigetsu, a Chunin from Kirigakure that was supposed to take over Momochi Zabuza's position at the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. The big one named Juugo was Orochimaru's lab rat for the curse seal, as he remembered seeing the boy get captured almost 10 years ago. He paid attention as Sasuke snorted at the blonde's commentary. I'm surprised that I actually believe with your assessment, Dobi. True, a Chunin could kill a Jounin if given the opportunity to do so, while very unlikely. Moreover, I was wondering if you already know about my missing nin status. My question was why only now was I enlisted. Was it you or Sakura who convinced the Hokage? If Naruto was surprised, he didn't show it. The truth was that he left Konoha, assuming that Tsunade wouldn't label the Uchiha as a missing nin, but apparently he was wrong. However, this new information only proved to increase his grin at the sudden change of events. Now, instead of the ridding Konoha of an S-ranked missing nin, he would have his first A-ranked, which he was sure Sasuke would be labeled at. Well, after you went rogue, we initially thought that the curse seal was controlling your thoughts, so the Hokage was convinced not to enlist you that time. Within time, I, at least, realized that I was being naive because you actually did it to be with your love Orochimaru. Naruto was satisfied the minute he heard snickering coming from Sasuke's team, but he pressed further. Recently, she asked me what I thought about it and I explained to her that you had free will in what you did and cursed seal or not, it wouldn't take long for you to do what you did. I was sure Sakura would still stick up with you, even after what you did, but I guess realization was upon them now. He knew he was getting to Sasuke's nerve and he knew as well that what he would say next would enrage the Uchiha to his core. No matter, though, because according to his senses, two presences were approaching this place and certainly Sasuke would forget the blonde the minute he arrives. I'd say congratulations are in order, Sasuke. Oh, and why is that? Sasuke didn't like what the blonde was trying to insinuate. You told me you wanted to kill your brother, because of what he did to your family. He committed a crime against the village and you also committed a crime against the village. He left Konoha willingly just as you also did, and now just as he was declared a missing nin, you were also declared as one. By this time, Sasuke's blood was boiling by the blonde's words. Comparing himself to his brother, how dare he? The only difference between you and Itachi, Sasuke, is that he's stronger than you'll ever be, cursed seal or not. That did it. Sasuke immediately charged at Naruto with his swords drawn. No matter his vows to kill no one but Itachi, the Dobi will die right here for what he dared saying. Naruto was smiling the whole time, satisfied that he could, so easily, get to Sasuke's head like this. He knew Itachi and Kisame were already here and all it took was for Naruto to defend Sasuke's sword with his own, until a voice was heard and the younger Uchiha's heart exploded. Foolish little brother. Chapter 16, Fated Battles. Beta, Drecha. Uchiha Sasuke was considered a balanced individual, not much would faze the raven-haired Uchiha as he dealt with his enemies with utmost finesse and tranquility. However, beneath that stoic exterior, everyone who knew him knew how to push the right buttons, which undeniably ended up being his older brother Itachi and some attempt of comparison between the two, just like what Naruto did. It caused Sasuke to lose whatever cool he was having at the present situation, before he charged Naruto with his sword. But nothing infuriated Sasuke more than hearing those three words. Foolish little brother. As Sasuke diverted his attention from Naruto, he looked at the source of everything he'd been through since the day his entire family was murdered, all those days when he'd sleep alone, only to wake up and realize that he was, indeed, alone with no one to comfort him. His grip on his sword was getting tighter by the minute and all images that he barred deep within his mind resurfaced. His brother, though, maintained the same look he had the night he killed the entire Uchiha clan, looking like everything he did to Sasuke was a common occurrence. Naruto, for his part, watched the staring between two brothers as Itachi and Kisame would approach the group of shinobis. The blonde had, now, no misconception of an escape route since he was going to participate at the Chunin exams in Iwa and Kami forbid, he missed it and lost the chance to get back out there and hunt more missing nins. Nevertheless, the concept of fighting against an S-ranked missing nin like Kisame one day before the exams could cause trouble for the blonde afterward, so a cautious course must be taken in this manner. Naruto was diverted from his thoughts when Itachi thought about starting a conversation with his little brother. I can see you've grown, Sasuke. You're not charging me while screaming with Hatake's technique. Suddenly memories hit Sasuke of that day when Itachi and Kisame were to capture Naruto at an inn near Konoha and Sasuke appearing to fight Itachi, charging with a Chidori. Itachi, however, caught Sasuke's wrist, before shoving his body to the nearby wall, before delivering solid punches to his stomach and face. The memory stopped with Itachi whispering something close to Sasuke's ear. I loathed you just like you said. It made me stronger because of it. I waited for this day and trained my body day after day so that one day, today I'd kill you and revenge the Uchiha clan for good. Nevertheless, I'm just curious about something. Itachi's attention was piqued as Sasuke continued, not even aware, now, that the entire group was just standing there, listening to two brothers bickering. The night you murdered the Uchiha clan, there was no way you could have done that by yourself, no matter how strong you were at the time, you couldn't have done it on your own, who helped you? At the realization of some and question of others, Itachi curved a smile on his face, applauding his little brother for his cunningness. Naruto, though, appearing stoic at the situation, didn't think much of the event until right now. Sure, Itachi was a genius and an Anbu captain at the time of the massacre, but wiping out one of Konoha's strongest clans in one night alone was ridiculous to say the least. Surely, someone helped him and his interest grew tenfold. Not to mention the fact that Jiraiya on his right was looking rather strange in this situation, as in the information didn't shock him at all. The pervert knows something we don't. I doubt someone as insightful as the Sandaime Hokage, at the time, would let such a thing happen under his nose, and none of his Anbu patrols knew, before it was too late, Kyuubi said, inside Naruto's mind. And since Jiraiya was his student, most likely that he knows a thing or two about the Uchiha massacre that wasn't made public. I wonder what happened that night. Naruto suddenly broke the link with his jailer as Itachi started answering Sasuke's question. Certainly, I did have help in getting rid of our clan, and this man happens to be one of the founders of the hidden village in the leaves, one Uchiha Matara. It was only shock that meet everyone, as Sasuke remembered when he was inside Naruto's mindscape, talking to Kyuubi about this certain Uchiha and that his chakra was more evil than Uchiha Matara himself. Naruto remembered that scene as well, and he could hear the fox snarling inside his cage, which meant that something must have happened in the past between Kyuubi and Matara. Jiraiya, this time, looked shocked as well, since Matara was the man who fought the Shodaime Hokage for the right to lead Konoha as the first Hokage. It couldn't be possible that the man is still alive. One person of the group, though, was getting bored at this situation, and such person was Hoshigaki Kisame. Oi Itachi, not that I mind you two bonding with one another, but this entire situation is boring me out of my mind. I thought we came here after the Kyuubi brat. Itachi broke his attention from his brother and looked at Kisame before closing his eyes. Sasuke's presence here complicates things a bit. We are still not aware of Naruto-kun's abilities yet, and I don't believe my little brother will allow me to join you in the fight. Also, the Sannin Jiraiya is with the brat, so it's unlikely that you succeed in this fight alone. Although it's up to you whether you take on those two or not. Sasuke's team won't fight you if you don't get in my fight against my little brother. Itachi's analysis was indeed thorough, but Kisame's broad shark teeth smile pretty much responded the question, even though the Uchiha wanted for Kisame to flee and wait for him to launch a co-op attack and capture the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Sasuke's group were having the same discussion. However, unlike Kisame, his group was loyal to Sasuke, so they would do exactly what he ordered them to do. They were not to get involved in any of the fights unless one of them interrupts his fight against Itachi, meaning if either Kisame or Naruto/Jiraiya moved to attack, they were to intercept. Naruto and Jiraiya were looking at the Akatsuki team, both with a frown on their faces, as a full-scale battle was, right now, inevitable, even though Jiraiya wanted to take the easiest way out, which meant entering Iwa territory and mingle with the crowd. Naruto, I know that you're stronger now and probably acquired more experience against missing nins, but you still do to face S-ranked missing nins in full combat. Those you faced either underestimated your skills or didn't fight you directly. Kisame's Seimata is what we need to worry about. It eats chakra, so we have to maintain a distance, Jiraiya explained. I'm aware of that sort of his, Jiraiya. However, while it's true we have to maintain some distance, the sword can't absorb two chakras at once, allowing teamwork to deliver the killing blow to Kisame. A good idea, Jiraiya wondered. The perverted Sannin remembered Naruto's explanation about him being a demon, because he is Kyuubi and Kyuubi is him, which meant that when the blonde fought against an opponent, the fox would participate as well. A great idea, Naruto, let's not get carried away, though. With that, the shinobi scattered throughout the field in order to separate the two fights. Itachi and Sasuke remained in the same position. Naruto, Jiraiya and Kisame moved to another clearing a few miles away from their fight. Of course, since Naruto didn't want to miss the opportunity of capturing either one of the Uchihas, he left a cage bunshine next to Sasuke's group, which was concealed behind some foliage. Sasuke x Itachi . After the whole discussion, the Uchiha brothers stood in front of the other, as they analyzed the other with their Sharingan. Out of nowhere, Sasuke charged against Itachi with his Kusanagi in speeds unseen before, but Itachi's Sharingan was better evolved, hence why he could see Sasuke's movements before he even made them, as he parried the sword with a simple kunai. However, before he could even flip his body to deliver a solid kick to Sasuke's sternum, the younger one already backflipped, before smashing his hands on the ground, sending a Chidori current towards his brother. Sasuke wasn't aware, but by the time he flipped, he locked eyes for 1 second with Itachi, before being on the receiving end of a genjutsu. The Chidori Nagashi hit Itachi dead on, but before Sasuke moved for the killing blow, Itachi's body dissolved into crows which, then, moved to charge at Sasuke. Suddenly, the crows transformed into shurikens, before Sasuke dissolved the genjutsu, just moments away from the shurikens landing on his body. Afterwards, they remained to stare at each other as Sasuke received the information about Itachi's intention of flooding the field with numerous projectiles. He, then, unrolled the straps that covered his wrists, before two seal arrays appearing. It was 1 second after he positioned 2 fingers on the seal, that Itachi initiated the attack, but with each shuriken Itachi would throw, Sasuke also had one to parry, transforming, instead of a fight, a showdown with sparks as metal collided against metal. As they stopped, the shurikens appeared on the ground scattered, as the Uchiha stared at one another once again. However, Sasuke flinched upon seeing Itachi's Mangenkaiu Sharingan develops, before Itachi was in front of him, out of a sudden, before landing a strong kick on Sasuke's stomach, sending him flying towards a thick tree, before hitting full force. Even though blood came off his mouth, Sasuke tried doing some hand seals for the Grand Fireball technique, but Itachi appeared by his side instantly, before holding one of Sasuke's hands up his head and deliver a solid punch to Sasuke's abdomen, taking the air out of him for a moment. As Sasuke was trying to overcome the pain, another Itachi appeared in front of him as the first one hold him in place. "Let me tell you something, Sasuke, about the Mangenkaiu Sharingan," Itachi said, alerting Sasuke. "Although its power is unmatched, it comes with a price of eternal blindness. The one so far that overcame this obstacle was Matara himself. He confided to me how he was able to overcome. Do you want to know, Itoto?" Sasuke snarled at his brother, but he couldn't force himself out of Itachi's hold, at least not without the curse seal he was holding for after. He had a brother Uchiha Izuna who, like him, managed to develop the Mangenkaiu Sharingan. However, whereas his brother didn't need to worry about it, Matara suffered a terrible illness and would in little time, lose his sight forever. In an act of desperation, though, Matara took off his brother's eyes and implanted on himself, allowing him the eternal Mangenkaiu Sharingan. Sasuke flinched at the idea and didn't need to be explained twice about Itachi's intentions. "Now Sasuke, just like Matara's brother, your Sharingan will serve to prevent me from being blind." His voice was increasing as it appeared that the man was losing his mind. "Agreed. Give me your eyes, Sasuke." With that, Itachi positioned his fingers around Sasuke's eyes, before squeezing with force and plunging out the right one. Sasuke's screams echoed throughout the clearing as he fought desperately from Itachi's hold unsuccessful. He cursed as Itachi placed the Sharingan inside a glass compartment filled with some preservation liquid. "Now, I'll have the other one." As Itachi was about to take the other eye, the curse seal marks started to appear around Sasuke's body, until the first transformation finished, increasing Sasuke's strength, allowing him to be freed from Itachi's hold. The new source of chakra, though, had a new effect on Sasuke as he suddenly dropped on the ground, coughing blood. The strangest thing, though, was that Itachi was on the ground as well, panting from overexertion. "Impossible, he managed to break my Tsukiyomi," Itachi thought as suddenly, he started coughing uncontrollably, spilling blood on the ground. The effects of the Mangenkaiu Sharingan were getting on him and he didn't have much time. He looked as Sasuke began doing some hand seals, before finishing with the tiger seal. While he was coughing nonstop, it didn't mean that Sasuke would wait for him to recover. So, with speed unheard of, Itachi matched Sasuke's technique hand seal for hand seal, until both ended with the tiger seal at the same time. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. It was a clash of titans as the temperature near the region raised tenfold. Each Uchiha was wasting their chakra in maintaining the technique only to see who has the strongest, seeing as both attacks pretty much settled in the middle of the field, being only kept because of Sasuke and Itachi using their chakras. However, after a while, Sasuke's fireball started to win as it kept pushing Itachi's inch by inch. At this moment, Itachi knew his technique was weaker than his little brother, but that mattered little in comparison to one fire technique he had stored inside his right Mangenkaiu Sharingan eye. Amaterasu, Goddess of the Sun Jutsu. Naruto/Jiraiya x Kisame . A good 5 miles separated the fights as Kisame was watching his enemies with that irritating shark grin on his face. Those who didn't know him would think that the man was mocking his enemies, however that wasn't the case. As a swordsman, Kisame would constantly put his skills to the test against powerful shinobi as it was a thrill for him, his heroine. Plus, he could feel Samada's giddiness to suck the Jinchuriki chakra whole, which meant that he wasn't the only one interested in this fight against a Sannin and a Jinchuriki. The blue man looked around and saw that the field wasn't much to his liking. Scratch that, it was disadvantageous to a Suiten user to not have a direct source of water to use as jutsus. Suddenly, making some hand seals, Kisame started generating torrents from inside his body until it was impossible to hold it inside as he exhaled the huge torrent of water. Suten Bakushi Shuha, water release, bursting water collision waves jutsu. As the river was being formed, Naruto and Jiraiya frowned their eyebrows in response to Kisame's strategy. Nevertheless, an advantage like this, although highly seized by Kisame, wasn't enough to grant him victory against a Sannin and an A-ranked Hunter-Nin. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and went over the information he had on Kisame so far, which could aid them on this battle. Naruto, as you know, his skills bend forward Suten techniques and Kenjutsu. However, we'll have to worry about that sword of his and try keeping it from absorbing our chakras as we figure a way of defeating Kisame. I know you have 2 elements to use and are very proficient in Kenjutsu as well, but his sword matches no one so far, so we will strike him with nothing more than ninjutsu, hear me? The blonde never took his eyes away from Kisame as he nodded to his teacher. Surely, using Katen techniques in this place is out of the question, since not only it wouldn't do much damage, but also his opponent had the exact opposite, thus elemental advantage. Straight to Fuuten techniques, then. Suten is weak against Doten, Jiraiya. Can't you transform this river into a swamp or something? It would certainly get rid of his advantage, Naruto asked, earning a snort from Jiraiya as he was considering his options. As of right now, using the Yumi Numa technique is risky and chakra expensive. I prefer to use it once we're sure of what we're dealing here. The conversation was cut short as both saw Kisame sliding on top of the water like he was skating, before attacking them both with his Seimata. Jiraiya and Naruto scattered each to one side while remaining a good distance away from the damn sword as Naruto started a considerable sequence of hand seals, before finishing with the dragon hand seal. Fuuten Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, wind sword jutsu. Kisame could see the distinguishing sound of the technique coming full force at him, but he just placed his sword in the way, before it hit full force. The problem, however, was that Seimata had its first taste of Naruto's chakra and beginning to increase its giddiness for more of the stuff. Deciding to test Kisame's agility, Naruto took his sword and charged against Kisame with speeds that surprised the Akatsuki member as he positioned his sword to parry Naruto's blow and suck a great chunk of chakra out of him as well. But just as Naruto approached, Kisame felt another surge of chakra being used, before he turned his head slightly to see Jiraiya finishing a sequence of hand seals. Doten Tajuu Gansetsukan, earth release, multiple rock spears jutsu. Instantly and from below the water, dozens of rock spears appeared in front of Jiraiya, before he focused on the snake hand seal, before shooting the spears straight at the focused Kisame, who for his part, made a single hand seal for the Mizu Bunshine technique, as the doppelganger was in charge of breaking the spears while the real one dealt with the charging Naruto. Nevertheless, as soon as his attention went back to Naruto, he was already in front of Kisame, obliging the shark to dodge the vicious slice, before attempting an attack with Seimata close to the blonde's head, being little successful, though as Naruto managed to slice the Mizu Bunshine, before landing a powerful kick to Kisame's ribs. The fish was surprised at the strength behind the kick as he was sent flying a couple meters away, leaving him wide open for Jiraiya as he summoned some oil inside his stomach, before covering Kisame completely. The swordsman was looking at the man in front of him with a big interrogation mark on his forehead as he wanted to know what the hell did Jiraiya just shot at him. However, his answer was soon given when he sensed chakra once more, this time from Naruto as he finished the hand seals with the tiger hand seal. Katen Karyu Enden, fire release, fire dragon missile jutsu. Jiraiya was for his part surprised at the choice for a fire attack by Naruto. He smiled, though, seeing as the blonde understood his plan, but Jiraiya was thinking more in terms of a less chakra-demanding technique. Nevertheless, the hot shot of white fire hit Kisame dead on, and while, normally it would be less effective against a Suten user, Jiraiya took care of that by covering Kisame's body with oil, increasing the already strong technique's damage. Kisame took the attack, and while his sword absorbed a few of the power, it did a great damage to his body as his limbs were completely burned. He cursed these two from keeping the distance, before he dived below the river. Some reassessment on things was due, and the Akatsuki member needed a way to neutralize at least one of the two. It was infuriating how Konoha managed to train its ninjas to perform such coordinated attacks such as these two. By now, Seimata already managed to heal most of his wounds, and the water around him helped in that regard. However, Kisame knew that he needed another advantage beside the water field, and that would be taking at least one of the pictures so that he could concentrate on Jiraiya, before capturing the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Concentrating on the element of surprise, he looked up where Naruto standing, before he swam nearby doing a large sequence of hand seals for a strong attack that would render Naruto useless for the fight. And just as the man thought, he appeared like a shark out of water to catch his prey, alerting Naruto instantly. However, the final seal was made and the technique was already in course. Suten Daibafuku no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Vortex Jutsu. It took less than 2 seconds as the water around Kisame exploded, forming a whirlwind and attacking the unprepared Hunter-Nin as the blonde was hit full force by the technique. Jiraiya tried screaming for his student, but Kisame didn't even let him as he charged with his Seimata continuously. Even though Jiraiya managed to dodge all of the sword's attacks, he knew his chakra was being slowly absorbed by the Seimata, meaning he had to do something right now or else. He supposed he should check for Naruto, but while such an attack was fierce, it wouldn't hurt him much and in no time, the blonde would join the battle once more. Using straight taijutsu, Jiraiya ducked under one attack from Seimata and landed a powerful kick to Kisame's face, which sent him skidding on top of the water, leaving the man open for a straight attack as Jiraiya focused the Rasengan on the palm of his hand. Kisame didn't have time to place his sword in the swirling ball's trajectory and he was hit full force by the damn technique, which seemed to be ripping his skin part, before he was sent flying. Eventually, the sword managed to absorb the power of the Rasengan but the damage was already done. However, once more and much to Jiraiya's suspicion, the sword passed the gathered chakra and healed Kisame's wounds. It appears that the sword not only absorbs chakra, but also heals all Kisame's wounds. So, no matter how much we wound him, that sword will lend its chakra. We have to deliver stronger attacks one after another. It looks like the sword take a couple of seconds to heal Kisame, now I have to find Naruto. Jiraiya's musings were cut short as he saw someone approaching fast at Kisame, before he saw the fox-cloaked tail invisibly paled. Naruto was using the Kyuubi's power, but while he used only one tail, it appeared that he was now stronger than before. The blonde for his part, ducked just as Seimata was to shred his torso, before landing a strong kick at the shark's jaw, sending him flying on the air. Naruto didn't stop, though, as he jumped high before he reached Kisame, before delivering another kick this time to his abdomen. The Akatsuki member always considered himself resilient to physical attacks, but getting hit by the Baiju's power was something he never experienced before and his body was aching all over the place as his body was falling towards the river in incredible speed. Jiraiya, for his turn, took the opportunity Naruto gave him and did a sequence of hand seals. Dotendori Yudan no Jutsu, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Projectile Jutsu. In front of him, the mud dragon head appeared, before opening his mouth and shooting mud projectiles at the still falling Kisame. The shark noticed it instantly and focused some chakra for a water barrier technique, which managed to prevent some of the projectiles from hitting him, but not all of them, as one managed to hit the man's chest. Naruto landed on the water and saw Kisame losing his balance, leaving him once more open for an attack. He charged at Kisame in hopes of delivering a strong punch to his jaw, but the opponent was hoping for the Jinchuriki to be near his sword, before he placed Seimata to take the punch for him. And just like he hoped and what Jiraiya feared, the chakra cloak surrounding Naruto was immediately absorbed. Naruto, cursing his stupidity, did some backflips before landing near Jiraiya, but he swore he heard the sword giggling with excitement. It's been a while since I last showed Seimata's appearance behind the bandages and it appears that she's excited with your chakra, Uzumaki Naruto. After Kisame unwrapped the bandages surrounding his sword, both Jiraiya and Naruto were shocked to see the sword's real appearance. The sword, even if Naruto found it difficult to call it as such, consisted of spikes and a big mouth emitting a sound peculiar to Uchiha Sasuke's fangirls. Kisame, then, charged the two shinobi with the extended Seimata as the two kept evading each blow. However, this time the sword's chakra-absorbing skills increased as the sword was getting bigger each second. Naruto knew he couldn't use the fox's chakra anymore from fear of that sword absorbing it and giving to Kisame, so he kept dodging the sword while attacking Kisame with projectiles and exploding tags, but all of it were being deflected by the sword. It was only when Jiraiya took upon himself to lure the Akatsuki member that Naruto had his opportunity. Focusing wind chakra on his sword, Naruto dashed towards Kisame with the intention of slicing the damn sushi into equal parts. And because of the speed and the fact that Kisame was preoccupied with Jiraiya, he saw too late as Naruto's wind-charged sword descended towards his chest, intending to slice him in two. The fish managed to evade the technique partially, but because of the wind chakra, a large cut was evident on Kisame's chest, before blood poured all over his body. Seeing that his master needed help ASAP, the sword tried healing him, but chakra alone wasn't going to solve the problem as Kisame was losing a lot of blood. Suddenly, both the sword and Kisame started glowing and much to Jiraiya and Naruto's surprise, the sword and Kisame merged. The man's appearance, as he got up and wounds were now non-existent, were that of half man half shark. Hee hee, that was a great attack there, Uzumaki Naruto. It almost killed me, that's for sure. Itachi said not to underestimate you, and now I can see why. However, there is a reason people call me the non-tailed Baijuo. The stronger my enemy is, the stronger I become, with Saimata by my side. I actually wanted to prolong this battle further, but I'm afraid I must cut this short. Kisame started one familiar sequence of hand seals. Suten Bakushi Shuha, water release, bursting water collision waves jutsu. Whereas last time, he created a river, now the water expanded, creating a water dome that ended up involving both Jiraiya and Naruto in it, which surprised both of them. Fighting on top of water was one thing, but below water was another thing entirely. They didn't have a choice as Kisame charged at him with speeds that only a shark possessed, before delivering solid strikes. Naruto and Jiraiya had the same thought as they swam towards the bottom of the dome in hopes of escaping, but after a while, it was Jiraiya who realized that the dome was moving as well, because of the fact that Kisame was chasing after them. Naruto stopped as well as he saw Kisame charging at him with his claws, but Naruto managed to parry it with his sword. However, Kisame attacked once more and managed to leave deep cuts on the blonde's arms, much to his protest as this damn dome was preventing him from moving right. You better think of something, Naruto. You can't use my chakra because he'll absorb it, you can't use fire techniques, because of the water dome. He won't let you gather nature chakra as well. I know, damn it, I guess I have to use that jutsu. So far, in Naruto's career there was only one jutsu that even with his chakra, he couldn't perform with satisfaction. Even now, the situation remained the same, but Naruto would have to try or else they would drown in this damn dome and everything he went through was all for nothing. Okay Fox, I know my chakra coils will hurt like a bitch tomorrow, but for this technique, I'm going to need your help. Since he'll be absorbing your chakra, all I need is one push of it through my chakra coils, in order for me to sustain it longer. Once out of this dome, I'll use nature chakra and deal with this bastard. Naruto could hear the fox laughing inside his mind and praising the blonde for the choice. Indeed, bad situations call for desperate measure. With Kurotsuchi . After leaving the Tsushikage's office, the woman went to look for her target throughout the village. She tried the hotel he was staying, but had no luck as the receptionist told her the blonde and a white-haired man left a couple hours ago and went south. By now, she was jumping through the oak trees and many rocks that surrounded the village's training grounds, but so far no luck. Upon nearing the gate, she was informed that they left the village with the condition of returning until nightfall. She decided to leave as well, hoping for spying on his every move and look for an opportunity to take a blood sample from him. As she was traveling towards the destination the Chunin guards pointed to, she was surprised to feel two strong chakra presences nearby. When she arrived, she was surprised to see black flames scorching an entire field and two individuals fighting with every intention of killing one another. Looking closer, she was shocked to see that both of them had the famous Konoha Dujutsu Sharingan and that one of them was wearing the Akatsuki black robe with red clouds. She saw the Akatsuki's opponent make some hand seals before a great number of fire dragon heads shot at the Akatsuki, before rising towards the sky. She managed to see that the technique burned the Akatsuki member's arm severely, but otherwise the man was fine. The sound of thunder called her attention and she looked up to see some cloud precipitation. However, as much entertaining as this fight was, she had a mission to accomplish, so she traveled further south, not even realizing that the cage bunshine that Naruto left watched the entire ordeal and became instantly suspicious. He would follow her, but the boss's orders were to see Sasuke's fight and tell him who won, so he remained. With Naruto . His body was aching all over as the damn fish attacked both him and Jiraiya repeatedly. It was getting annoying to say the least. The blonde never encountered a situation where he couldn't do anything about it and frankly, this wouldn't be the first. QB, now it's time. As Naruto started making hand seals, the fox did as asked and sent the great burst of chakra through the blonde's chakra coils. It hurt like a bitch, but if he didn't do this right now, he would not live to regret it, and once he was out of the dome, QB's chakra could heal the damage made to his chakra coils. Jiraiya, for his part, was equally pissed off, and he, just like Naruto, knew that he was powerless as Kisame would come time and time again, preventing him from summoning the toads in order to gather nature chakra. Suddenly, he sensed a very strong chakra spike coming from the blonde's direction as Jiraiya noticed the usage of hand seals. Naruto, what are you thinking? You know he'll absorb it like he's doing from the beginning. As the blonde finished the dragon seal, wind began gathering around him like a water current as its speed kept increasing, until the fox's sudden chakra burst managed to finalize the technique, that until now, Naruto never dared to perform from fear of suffering from chakra exhaustion. The once water current now became a potent whirlpool, and before Kisame even realized the technique's usage, the entire water dome became nothing more than a water hurricane, blasting everything in its path, including the surprised Akatsuki member, as he was thrown from the hurricane with such force towards a large array of trees, through 5 of them, before he fell on the ground, nearly dead. Jiraiya was dumbstruck by the strength behind the technique, as he, also was thrown off the water dome. However, despite flying in equal speed to Kisame's, the man used his Doton affinity to the max and transformed his landing strip into a big swamp, thus cushioning the blow. Fuuten Shippu no Hagshi, Wind Release, Furious Hurricane Jutsu. Back to Kisame, the sword was separated from his body, since it didn't have more chakra to save its wielder. He, though, was barely alive as his body was entirely beaten from the damned Jinchuriki's technique. Revealing his true form was, until now, 100% sure of his winning against both the Jinchuriki and the Sannin, and even his chakra-absorbing skills prevented them from using chakra-oriented attacks that would disrupt the water dome, but the chakra unleashed by Naruto was unreal and he just couldn't absorb it entirely, until the hurricane was formed and attacked him with all its might. He could feel his limit was upon him and nothing would prevent him from being killed. As he opened his eyes, he saw the blonde kneeling on the ground as he suddenly coughed some blood, thus making Kisame grin. It must have been a toll on his chakra coils to use so much chakra all in once, and the blonde was feeling it full force now. Suddenly, he heard steps to his right and saw the Sannin with a kunai on his hand. Right now, despite everything that happened, Jiraiya had to stop and wonder the irony of this situation. The entire fight involved high-ranked jutsu with enough power to level a portion of Konoha, and yet, all it takes right now is a simple kunai to slice Kisame's throat. By the time, Naruto already appeared next to him with his sword on his hand, rather his flame sword, as his chakra coils were already fixed by the QB. "Leave it to me, Jiraiya, I'm the Hunter-Nin here, not you." The Sannin leveled his eyes on Naruto for a moment, trying to understand why the blonde was mentioning this now of all times, as they were seconds away of ridding the elemental nations of Kirigakure's most dangerous criminal. Nevertheless, he did step aside as Naruto delivered the sword attack on Kisame's neck, making a clean cut, like hot knife through butter. The blonde, quickly, used a sealing scroll and sealed the man's head off together with Seimata as proof of the kill. However, he left the body unscathed, which earned a questioned look from Jiraiya. "Why don't you finish your job, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. The blonde placed the sealing scroll inside the kunai holster as well as his sword inside the respective holster, before turning to meet his sensei. "His body is not Konoha's responsibility. If you want to prevent someone from experimenting with his body, then by all means go right ahead. I have to go see Sasuke's fight." "What the?" Jiraiya and Naruto were startled by the sudden black fire that appeared near them and scorched Kisame's body like it was nothing. Both of them, immediately, left the clear and charged towards Sasuke and Itachi's location. However, both of them failed to realize a woman appearing at the clearing as her concealing Iwa technique vanished. She managed to conceal her presence just in time and managed to escape from the two's grasp as she inspected the fighting scene. When she was walking, though, she found some blood splattered on the floor. As she remembered, the blonde target was kneeling on the ground, before she extracted a vial from her kunai holster and collected the blood. It appears my mission ends sooner than I expected." The old man will flip at this. Still, the man these two killed was Hoshigaki Kisame, S-ranked missing nin and member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. This development must be reported immediately. Sasuke x Itachi . When Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at the fighting scene, they were bewildered to see a panting Sasuke being cornered by Itachi as he was strangely glowing red. His appearance was worse for wear as well as Sasuke, and even his walking was being hampered by the many bruises on his body. Naruto saw the cage bun shine and immediately dispelled it, only to receive image footing of the entire fight. As Itachi closed in on Sasuke, no one of the spectators dared approach the two Uchiha brothers, but everyone knew the end of the fight was imminent. Sasuke was stripped from his chakra entirely and Itachi's disease managed its final strike, only allowing Itachi to walk like this from his will alone. As Itachi stopped in front of Sasuke, he started to stretch his hands towards Sasuke's eyes, presumably to yank it and fuse it with his Sharingan eyes. However, what shocked Sasuke the most was when Itachi, instead, just gave a light tap on his brother's forehead with 2 fingers with a smile on his face, as this happened to be the moment he always carved for since the Uchiha massacre. He hoped that it was Sasuke who came and killed him and get rid of the curse that befalls the older Uchiha. Before Sasuke could even realize what happened, Itachi was already on the ground as he succumbed to his disease and died. Between thunders and a heavy rain, there isn't much one could see, but Sasuke's smile at finally revenging his clan was like a picture frame in the middle of the clearing. It didn't take long before Sasuke passed out as well and joined his brother on the warm grass floor as Sasuke's team started moving to save their leader. However, within seconds, a sudden tornado appeared between the two Uchihas and with speed unmatched, sealed them into a scroll for preservation, before vanishing just like he appeared. The Heavy team were shocked, beyond measure that the blonde would do something like this, but even Karen couldn't know where he was, which only meant that he was already far away and he managed to capture Sasuke and Itachi's corpse. A few miles away from the scene, Jiraiya waited as Naruto appeared with a medium-sized scroll on his possession, before making the hand signs for the Kushios no Jutsu. Gamakichi appeared instantly and saluted both Naruto and Jiraiya, before Naruto gave the scroll to Gamakichi in order to be handed to Tsunade. Gamakichi, this scroll is to be guarded with utmost importance. If someone try to stop you from delivering to the Hokage, please return to your dimension and deliver to her, then. In case the old hag asks, inside the scroll are the report I quickly wrote about what transpired here, tell her to just open it and see for herself. Got it, Naruto. In case she has a reply, I'll return. If not, then, good luck on the exams. Naruto nodded, before the toad vanished. Jiraiya, for his part, could see the smile threatening to appear on his student's face and couldn't help but smile as well in appraisal for the blonde's quick thinking. Actually, the man was more relieved than anything. From what Naruto told him the other day, he wouldn't waste time in killing Sasuke after his fated battle against Itachi, but instead, he just captured the man alive and sent to Konoha, receiving a lot of points in Jiraiya's opinion, regarding a supposed necessity to kill more and more non-stop. Okay Naruto, we have to go back to the village and register your name for the Chunin exams. Ha, you do well to laugh at the irony of this situation. Hoshigaki Kisame, S-ranked missing nin, member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, was defeated by Amir Janan, how priceless. It wasn't funny in Naruto's opinion, that's for sure. This situation right here is what he kept telling to both Jiraiya and Tsunade, that ranks mean little and the heads he sent back to the village were proof of that. So why the need to have either a Chunin or Jounin rank at all? Oh well, in Naruto's mind, he should call it a win. After all, not only he managed to kill an S-ranked missing nin from Kirigakure, but he also managed to capture Uchiha Sasuke and send him to Konoha for questioning, thus ridding this world from the Sharingan menace. Well, he guessed a couple warm-up fights in Iwo wouldn't be too bad, and after that, he could go home and start his Hunter-Nin mission all over again. You sure think of this as amusing, huh? But what's more amusing is the fact that Amir Janan, as you said, managed to do more than a Sannin in the battle. Now that's amusing. Kyuubi's laughter echoed inside his mind as he saw Jiraiya scowling at him for the rude comment. Okay, let's just go and sign my name, Naruto said, dismissing the issue. In Konoha . More specifically in Dansu's house, bodies of his dead Anbu were sprawled on the floor, while each of them was slowly being eaten by the plant-like shinobi. With his ability to sink to the ground and appear behind the enemy, it didn't take long for Zetsu to get rid of everyone, including the old war hawk. However, despite his Anbu's performance, the old man still had some tricks up his sleeve if the Sharingan on his apparently closed eye was any indication. In the end, though, Zetsu managed to deliver an intoxicating poison to his system that killed the man in seconds. Suddenly, a man wearing the same Akatsuki robes, but with the orange mask, appeared as he looked at the scene in front of him. He never enjoyed Zetsu's taste of cannibalism, but it sure came in hand when the organization needed to dispose of the bodies. However, that was not why he came, and rather some strange feeling about one of his subordinates, Uchiha Itachi. Zetsu, congrats on the killing. Now I sense that something happened with Itachi, although I can't pinpoint his location. Try finding him and report for me what happened. The plant-like man responded by sinking on the ground once more and leaving the vicinity along with the other man that, instead, used a jutsu of time and space and vanished as well. At Tsunade's office . Oblivious to what transpired at Dansu's house, Tsunade was having a good day. There wasn't much paperwork to be done and, contrary to most days, Shizune wasn't being a bitch about her responsibilities as Hokage. The woman was startled, though, when Gamakichi appeared in her office, because if this happened, then Naruto must be out there hunting again, when he should be in Iwa participating at the Chunin exams. Okay Gamakichi, what happened? Naruto is suspended from his Hunter-Nin status, is it another one of his kills? Tsunade asked, not at all surprised at the boy's professionalism. Naruto said that he wrote you a report of what happened in this scroll here, Tsunade-sama. If it's answers you seek, then by all means, read the scroll. Snorting at the toad in front of her, she opened the scroll and read for a while. The first paragraph was Naruto's way of saying that he didn't cross any boundaries of her suspension order. However, the rest of the test stopped her ability to breathe. It can't be true. How? It's impossible. What's this gaki made of, exactly? Those were Tsunade's thoughts about Naruto's ability to capture missing nins as she looked at the kanji below the test that, according to Naruto, it contained the Uchiha brothers' corpses, while Itachi was killed by Sasuke and Sasuke was right now unconscious due to chakra exhaustion after the battle. A sudden scream for a whole team of Anbu as well as Shizune to show up, before everyone appeared as they saw the two Uchiha lying on the ground. Shizune, prepare Itachi's body for analysis. Tori, the Anbu captain, take Sasuke for a Viki and look him in a high-security chamber, afterwards. For now, his presence is to remain an A-ranked secret. I don't want anyone, below Jounin, to know about this. After the orders were delivered and everyone vanished, Tsunade was caught rubbing her temples as she processed an annoying blonde. Surely, she knew he was doing good as a Hunter-Nin, but not that good. If this wasn't enough, the letter still said that he, along with Jiraiya, managed to eliminate Hoshigaki Kisame as well, and Naruto kept his head and sword to be further used as bounty in Kirigakure. Changing the subject, Tsunade called Shizune and asked to call all of Naruto and Sasuke's peers at the academy in order to relay what happened. Since all of them were Jounin, they would have access to the information anyway, even though she would have to take the part of Naruto being a Hunter-Nin at least until he returns from Iwagakure and tell everyone himself. Damn it, Naruto, just when I was appreciating the lack of paperwork for a change, you go and do this. Chapter 17, Identity Revealed. Beta, QB 123. It was a clouded day as the rain was doing everything it could to wipe away the scene of destruction caused by Sasuke and Itachi's fight. The trees were all but wiped out and the entire clearing was surrounded by black fire, courtesy of one Uchiha Itachi. It easily resembled a full-scale war, had it not been for the fact that no bodies were sprawled on the ground. Anyone who witnessed this could only imagine how fierce the opponents were if they were able to cause this much destruction. This was the scene that Zetsu saw upon materializing from the ground. He managed to track Itachi's chakra to this location, but as he looked around neither Itachi nor Sasuke could be seen. Immediately, Zetsu concluded the worst. He knew Sasuke grew strong under Orochimaru's guidance. What was even stranger, though, was that Zetsu could also feel the snake's scent in the vicinity, further keeping him from knowing the truth of what exactly transpired here. The worst news, right now, was that with Itachi's body gone, so was the ring that enabled the demon sealing. Certainly, Matara wouldn't be happy with the ordeal as the man had his expectations in regards to this fight. He foresaw Itachi's defeat to Sasuke as this happened to be what Itachi wanted in the first place. Then Matara would convince Sasuke to join Akatsuki's cause by revealing the hidden truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Now, not only did Akatsuki not possess one of the rings, but also the group was now one member short. Remembering about Itachi's partner, Zetsu vanished below ground once more and managed to track the shark shinobi sent close to his position. When he materialized close to the place where Naruto and Jiraiya fought against Kisame, Zetsu frowned once more as the shark's body was nowhere to be found, just like Itachi. All he saw was more dark fire, and he reasoned that the hellish creation had somehow managed to spread through the entire forest. Plus, he could feel the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's chakra as well as the Sannin Jiraiya, which meant the two had fought and perhaps managed to defeat the former member of the Seven Swordsmen. Certainly, this meant even more terrible news to Akatsuki, as not only was the organization 2 members short, but also their respective rings were forever lost. In Konoha . When Tsunade woke up this morning, she thought it would be a good day. Yesterday, her favorite Hunter-Nin managed to capture not only Uchiha Sasuke, but also Uchiha Itachi's dead corpse. Therefore, Konoha was as of now rid of the majority of its enemies, all courtesy of both Naruto and Jiraiya. The woman was just waiting for Sasuke to wake up, then she could have some time alone with him and teach him some manners of loyalty. As she arrived in her office, though, she noticed the solemn look on everyone's faces and started to worry. She knew something bad happened because of her apprentice's face. It got worse once the stationed Anbu requested her presence in a crime scene that occurred sometime yesterday. When she asked what happened, the Anbu chose not to relay the news right away, so he instead stated that Tsunade should see for herself. When she arrived at the scene, she was surprised to see that they were in Danzo's cottage. Something terribly wrong happened. She could feel it as the strong smell of blood was an indication. Upon entering the room, the Hokage had the decency to flinch in exasperation. Dozens of bodies lay dead on the ground, all covered by blood in one of the most horrible death scenes ever witnessed inside a closed space. She could very well see Onbu masks not allowing their identities to be revealed, but Tsunade wasn't aware of any Onbu agent either dead or missing in action, which meant that they are all part of Danzo's secret root Onbu program. "Where is Danzo, Tori, Bird?" Tsunade asked, wanting to ask some questions as to the existence of his root program. "He's right there, Tsunade-sama, in the middle," said the Onbu, startling the woman at the implication that the old war hawk met his end at the hands of whoever did this. As she passed between the bodies, she could see his body splattered with blood as well. She was now wondering who had the power to do something like this. The perpetrator not only managed to invade the village undetected, but also took care of Danzo's entire root Onbu and the very man himself. "Tori, call 3 medical teams here. I want all the bodies analyzed right away, including Danzo's." It goes without saying that the man ran everything hidden from both mine and the Sandaime's eyes. Who knows what we will find once we analyze the bodies. Also, tell the medic teams to present me with a report of who attacked this team. I want to know who managed to pass our hidden sensors. Last, no one is to know about what happened here. Right away, Tsunade-sama saluted Tori as he vanished, leaving the Hokage alone for a while as she processed the implications of this event. Surely, Danzo wasn't any ally of hers, far from it actually. But the man had some secrets under his sleeve that she wanted to know about, and now that he was dead, he ended up taking everything to his grave. Tsunade was already imagining the huge amount of paperwork as a result of this mess. == at Iwa == Unaware of the events that occurred in Konoha, both Jiraiya and Naruto were walking calmly towards the Chunin exams. After the fight yesterday, both felt like taking some much-deserved sleep, considering that passing through these goddamn exams was Naruto's priority at the moment. Granted, he managed an impressive feat yesterday as he not only captured Uchiha Sasuke, A-ranked missing nin, but he also managed to kill S-ranked missing nin Hoshigaki Kisame. Surely, the man's bounty was enough to buy considerable land of Konoha just for him, even though money wasn't an issue to the blonde. However, beneath all this, Naruto wanted nothing more than to carry out his duty as a Hunter-Nin and dispose of all of Konoha's enemies. Jiraiya, for his part, was watching Naruto while scrutinizing him from head to toe. Everything from Kisame's fight and the Uchiha brothers' capture seemed surreal to the perverted Sannin. If he heard someone telling him what happened, he would doubt it, plain and simple. It just wasn't possible that one man had managed to both capture and kill high-ranked missing nins like the blonde did so easily. Granted, Naruto didn't beat Kisame alone, but still the Sannin had now little doubts of the Hunter-Nin's skills. As they walked, a few Genin appeared from all over the hidden nations as they were also heading towards the place of the exams. Each one Naruto saw, he was cursing both Tsunade and Jiraiya simply because none of them looked threatening enough to warrant him any challenge. However, the blonde wasn't a stranger to the needed bureaucracy in order to be promoted, so he could very well get it over with as fast as possible and return out there to his hunt. A few minutes later, the Konoha ninja stopped in front of a huge battle stadium that was at least twice the size of Konoha's. The stadium was built with only granite rock and perfectly symmetric windows. How they managed to slice the rocks, though Naruto would never know, but he wasn't exactly interested in knowing about it. Once inside, they were surprised to see the huge number of Genin waiting for the exams to start. What was even more surprising was that out of clearly 200 Genin, Naruto could count only 5 or 10 that weren't from Iwa territory, including himself. Jiraiya was suspicious instantly. Never in the history of the Chunin exams had the hosting village sent so many of its own. Surely, that Tsushikage was up to something, and Jiraiya could feel a terrible omen lingering in the air. Yesterday at the Tsushikage's office Minutes after Kurotsushi collected Naruto's blood, she went straight to her cage's office as she delivered the sample to the old wrinkled individual. He was surprised that the girl already managed to complete the mission, but the man didn't waste 1 second before calling the head scientist in order to run a blood test and compare it with the Yondaime Hokage's blood. To his smirk, the match was positive, and now Iwa could have its revenge on Namikaze Minato for what he did. Kurotsushi, though, brought interesting facts regarding how she was able to extract the blood sample. Apparently, Minato's son managed to dispose of S-ranked missing nin Hoshigaki Kisame together with the Sannin Jiraiya. It would make sense that the Yondaime's son would be skilled enough to deal with Kisame, but seeing that the X7 swordsman belonged to the Akatsuki, certainly he wouldn't face the blonde if he wasn't a target, meaning the blonde was a Jinchuriki as well. It was potentially troubling, the man reasoned. Facing a Jinchuriki in battle was probably the same as facing another Kage, perhaps even worse, as the destruction would be immense. For now, that Tsushikage chose to play it slow. He would observe the blonde's techniques thoroughly, before making a decision. Surely, he just couldn't send a number of his finest jounin, just to see a repetition of the Third Great Ninja War. Another factor of his plan was the Sannin Jiraiya. Certainly, once Iwa attacked a ninja of Konoha, the man will have an opening to retaliate. This would need heavy planning, he reasoned. Present time . Right now, Naruto and Jiraiya were talking about the exams as Jiraiya instructed the blonde not to show more skills than a Chunin was able to, so that meant a few elemental techniques and heavy usage of taijutsu. The sword could be used, but under no circumstances could he aim at vital spots. The blonde was okay with the rules. After all, if he was able to face Aien's ranked missing nins, certainly a couple hundred jounin wouldn't be much of an issue. The problem was the vast number of them, in his opinion. Suddenly, a total of 10 jounin materialized from the ground with their arms crossed as they faced the huge number of jounin inside the stadium. The one in the middle took one step forward and took a while to address the jounin. His appearance called the attention of everyone present as his entire body was entirely covered in wrapping. The only skin visible was dark, and to those closer, they could very well see that it was carbonized. Covering the wraps was a blue kimono with the symbol of Iwa on his dark blue belt. Welcome everyone to the Chunin exams. The hidden village of Iwa takes great pride in the fighters that we create. As such, it's fair that this test should simulate all but fighting conditions. This stadium is one of the 3 that is located throughout the village, as its size is perfect to test your skills and assess whether or not any of you deserves to be promoted to Chunin. My name is Makoto Shishio and I will be your proctor together with the team before me. The exams will compose of 5 parts and all of them will involve fighting. As Shishio explained the exams, the huge board behind him sprang to life, showing 5 different arenas. As you can see, you'll be fighting in different arenas. Each of them simulates battle stations from all over the world. We have a rocky terrain, a large pool of water, an icy field found near water and snow country, an arena filled with forests found in fire country, and a desert arena found near wind country. Each of these fields has its difficulties to be dealt with, tempering your focus on the enemy. Here in Iwa, a Chunin is a born warrior, as such it will be expected of you is to survive throughout the battles. The rules are simple, anything goes, especially killing. Death is our profession, and as such a Chunin cannot fear death. Plus, the arena will be suspended in mid-air, so if one of you ends up falling from the arena, you'll be disqualified. As the jounin explained, Naruto and Jiraiya were looking at each other. These exams were beginning to get interesting in Naruto's opinion, and certainly Jiraiya could see the blonde's enthusiasm. The perverted Sannin was okay with everything, as long as the blonde didn't follow the rules and kill everyone. Okay Naruto, try either throwing the opponent out of the ring or knock them unconsciousness. But no killing, you hear me? Naruto nodded, but Jiraiya continued, explaining about the seriousness of the situation. You must remember the past, Naruto. Iwa are scum and they tend to resort to dirty tactics in order to get what they want. I wouldn't put it past them if someone blamed you for overkill and demand retribution. You understand the situation? Don't worry about it. It's not in my plans to show off. I have another identity to keep you know. I don't want people to point and shout my reputation name to everyone, Naruto said, as he was paying attention to the board with the different types of field. It didn't take much before the image changed and Naruto was getting pumped. The Iwa jounin Shishio turned to explain the exams. As you all can see, we managed to settle the fights accordingly to each field. All of you will be divided in 5 groups as displayed on the board. Each group will be settled in one specific terrain. The second phase will consist of different fields, and depending on the number that advances to the next stage will settle a group from 3 to 6 jounin that will fight amongst each other. The remaining jounin will then reach the third and last phase, which consists of a tournament, like shown on the board. Upon the end of the second phase, the 20 will take a number from the box next to me. These numbers will determine your position. Now, the board was showing the group's designation as Shishio concluded. Now, let's proceed with the first phase. All of you check the terrains you've been assigned to and get moving, shouted Shishio as the ground started to shake. Naruto and Jiraiya could very well see different terrains being formed throughout the stadium arena. To their right was the icy terrain and to the left was the rocky one. In front of them was the lake terrain as well as the fire country simulation terrain. To their back was the desert arena as a sudden blast of sand engulfed the artificial mountains, confusing Naruto a bit. Only one ninja managed to manipulate sand and Naruto knew it to be his friend Gara. By this time, the Jounin left the arena and filled the audience together with high officials and the rest, composed by Chunin and civilians. A sudden sound alerted the Jounin, before they all looked at a tower that grew from the ground with two nice mahogany chairs which presumably belonged to the Tsushikage and his guest. When the tower stopped growing, 4 individuals emerged out of nowhere. The Tsushikage was easily recognizable as he happens to be an old midget and the huge Jounin behind him was easily comparable to the biggest Akimaikus in Naruto's opinion. To the cage's right, Naruto could see his friend Gara taking a seat with his sister Temari by his side as bodyguard. The fact that Gara accepted an invitation from Konoha's enemy was most troubling to Naruto, considering that Suna is allied with the hidden village in the leaves. However, that was a problem reserved for Tsunade to deal with, not him. Looking at the gigantic board, Naruto could see his terrain group. It was the rocky terrain, where earth-based techniques had the advantage. It didn't take long for Naruto to consider the word sabotage. Granted, the number of Iwa Jinan were unheard of, but Naruto thought that at least one from another village would be in his group. Up on the stands, Jiraiya was looking at this as well in great suspicion. He knew that Tsushikage to be a very wise individual and equally cunning. The bad feeling was increasing, Jiraiya thought. It was wise of him to come here with Naruto as he was feeling that the two were about to enter inside an enemy territory with minor chance of escape. Maybe, it's wise to consider a backup plan in case something happens. Who knows what Iwa has been doing in terms to their revenge on Minato. Back to the arena, Naruto was already positioned on top of the rocky terrain as the rest of the Jounin were located. He also saw what appeared to be a rather bulky Jounin as his eyes were focused entirely on the blonde. He had a deep scar across his jugular, which meant that this man must have crossed the gates of hell and come back. At Konoha . Upon opening his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke frowned in dismay. He remembered fighting his brother to the death in an opening clearing in Earth Country, beneath a heavy rain, and now, he was inside a dark room. It was so dark that he didn't know if he was dreaming or not. He didn't know if he was even alive for that matter, as he knew people could die from chakra exhaustion. Suddenly, a huge light invaded the room consumed by darkness and Sasuke had to protect his eyes for a while. Looking around, Sasuke realized he was inside a prison cell and the walls were filled with seals as they were now glowing. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from an intercom located on the ceiling. "I see you've awakened Uchiha Sasuke. Let me be the first to welcome you to Hidden Village in the Leaves." The sudden voice surprised Sasuke a lot. He was in Konoha? But how? What happened after he defeated Itachi? All these questions were running in his mind a mile a second, before he voiced them to the no one. "Who the hell are you? How did I get here? Answer me, damn it!" The Uchiha's voice echoed inside through the empty hallways as this prison happened to be reserved for the worst of criminals. "You're under the impression that a criminal has the right to demand answers. A-ranked missing nin Sasuke Uchiha, guilty of betraying the Leaf and joining Konoha's strongest enemy Orochimaru. By this fact alone, you'd be dead in my opinion. Now, you are located inside a high-security facility within Konoha, a place reserved for A-ranked criminals and above. The possibility of escape is literally impossible as the seals located on the walls are chakra suppressors. Also, since you possess the curse seal, further measures were issued to prevent any outside interference. Now, you'll be interrogated by both me and the god I'm Hokage." Afterwards, the intercom link shut down and utter silence remained. But Sasuke's mind was in turmoil as he tried to gather yesterday's events. Granted, he was a missing nin now and any Hunter-Nin could have captured him while he was unconscious, but what about his team? Certainly, they would have taken him to a safe place, while he rested. Suddenly, realization hit him like a ton of bricks as he remembered the only person who would bother bringing him back to Konoha. The Dobi. Both that Sannin, Jiraiya and Naruto ended up engaging Itachi's partner Kisame, and during Sasuke's fight with Itachi, not once did he see Naruto approaching to capture him. But once more, wouldn't his team prevent Naruto from doing so? Sasuke wouldn't imagine them to be this incompetent as to let his body be left open to be captured, but seeing the circumstances, he was considering their uselessness. Nevertheless, one thing Sasuke knew, and this fact alone made him smile. Itachi is dead. The man who murdered our entire family and ruined my life, is dead and by my hands. Sasuke accomplished his ultimate goal. There wasn't much going on for him, except maybe the revival of his clan, but that required a female party and certainly, he couldn't think of anyone who fit the criteria. As this lane of thought was going on, both Tsunade and Ibiki entered the chamber, alerting Sasuke's attention. Certainly, Sasuke recognized the Hokage as she happened to be the one who healed him a long time ago. Plus, Orochimaru had gathered an extensive material regarding this woman's life, containing both her skills as her weaknesses. Not that Sasuke bothered to read it, but he knew it existed. The man with the bandana wasn't a total stranger to Sasuke, as they were properly introduced when he was but a kid inside the old Uchiha compound. Also, he recognized him from his first and last Chunin exams. Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade called, as she crossed her arms beneath her incredibly large breasts, while displaying a serious look on her face. Seeing as you betrayed this village on your own free will, you won't be submitted into trial. Therefore, you are hereby considered guilty and will receive a penalty dignified by the level of offensive you committed. Right now, Tsunade, there is nothing going on for me. My clan was avenged, that was my true purpose. Sasuke was rather calm in Hokage's opinion, and she was well versed in human psychology to determine that he was indeed speaking the truth. Turning her eye slightly, she looked at her partner in interrogation and noticed that Ibiki was looking at Sasuke with focus, as in he was trying to see some level of negative emotions coming from a criminal. Nevertheless, she knew what she had to do with him. Sasuke, I won't even bother knowing whether or not your actions were justified. You committed a heavy sin to Konoha and therefore, must be punished. Nevertheless, the penalty itself won't be decided by me. Worse than betraying the village, you betrayed those who believed in you and worshipped you as part of a special group. Therefore, it's only fair that they decide on a suitable punishment. Sasuke suddenly took his eyes from the ground and focused on the blonde woman's smirk for a while. Surely, he knew about this group she was mentioning, but the truth is that was the only thing he dreaded at this point. He didn't have a problem with the majority of them. Shino, Shikamaru, Neji, Kuji, Kiba, Hinata, Tenten, even the green spandex wearing freak called Lee. But Sakura and Ino were two of the lot that really infuriated him to no end. Granted, those two must have grown and probably weren't as infatuated with him as before. Tsunade smiled upon seeing the reaction coming from Sasuke. Certainly, he didn't see it coming. She figured that the Konoha 11, minus Naruto of course, would be able to consider a suitable punishment to Sasuke that the village would agree on, seeing as the majority of them belonged to the major clans within the village and their view would be backed up by the clan heads. With Naruto . As the fights initiated, the blonde remained near the jounin responsible for the rocky terrain as he studied the Jonin's pathetic movements and form. Jutsus were performed with a lack of control and the hand seal speed weren't that impressive. From his view, Iwa had done nothing to focus on their shinobi's weak points. They were focusing only on teaching them jutsu after jutsu without even worrying that the majority of these Jonin were in need of assistance and fast. The fights were scheduled so that each Jonin could fight at least twice, thus showing their Chunin level skills to the judges. But in order for one to pass to the second stage, each Jonin had to win both times. As Naruto took his position on the left side of the arena, a rather bulky individual appeared on the other side with a smug look on his face, seemingly sure of his victory. When the judge allowed the fight to begin, Naruto's opponent charged at the blonde with a direct hit on the face, but Naruto just focused on defending the blow with his arm, before he moved his defending arm to the left in order to stop a high kick. The fight remained like this for a while. The bulky Jonin tried all the strikes he could muster on Naruto, but none of them were effective as Naruto defended them all. Naruto could feel that he was focusing chakra to the strikes, but while it was a valuable effort, the Hunter Fox just focused on pure wind manipulation to diminish the blow's impulse. Suddenly, he grew impatient with this and vanished in thin air, just as his opponent was to deliver a front kick to his chest. Naruto appeared behind the man and landed a powerful punch on his face, which sent him towards the ground with a heavy thud. The opponent, whose name was Ishimaru, got up while being cheered up by a girl and a boy, presumably from the same Jonin team. Focusing chakra on his feet, Ishimaru charged once more, earning a sigh from the blonde as he focused on 3 simple hand seals. Fuuten Repiso, Wind Release, Gale Wind Palm Jutsu. Ishimaru didn't know what hit him, but the jounin could very well see the flow of wind chakra as it sent the bulky Jonin flying towards an incoming rock, before he hit his head, falling to unconsciousness immediately. Naruto just remained there with hands inside his pocket as he stepped out of the rocky terrain, while the medic nins approached to heal Ishimaru. These fights were a waste of his time, in his opinion. He could very well be facing tough opponents out there, but instead he was facing weak Jonin. Meanwhile, Kyubi was finding the situation amusing as he constantly let out a chuckle every time he heard Naruto complaining inside his mind. You know that the more you complain, the more you make me happy, right Naruto? I'm betting with myself over how long it will take for you to blast this entire stadium from boredom. I'll take that bet and I assure you that it won't take long. Still, I'm more interested in understanding why Iwa is sending such a high amount of weak Chunin to the Chunin exams. It's my knowledge that the village's best interest is to show their best Chunin so that clients hire them. At least, this was and as always has been Konoha's way of thinking. The fact that Naruto could converse with someone was a blessing, even if said person happened to be the damn furball. He noticed one Chunin standing out on the crowd as he managed to perform a medium-level Doton Jutsu flawlessly. Maybe, Iwa has some talent after all. Up in the cage's stand, Gara was focusing his attention on both Naruto's group and the icy terrain group as 3 Suna Chunin happens to be competing as well. He chuckled once he saw how easy Naruto dealt with his opponent and imagined how bored the blonde must have been right now. The Kazekage knew why Naruto had to take a Chunin exam, and even though he wouldn't agree to it, it was certainly enjoyable to see him fight. Tamari was thinking the same thing, though she was looking at Naruto's wardrobe, while searching through her memories as to whom that leather outfit belonged to. That Tsushikage's attention was also on the Yondaime Hokage's legacy. He could plainly see how easily he dealt with Ishimaru and even the ease in which he performed that wind jutsu. Surely, he didn't belong to this place, but since he was here, the old man wasn't complaining at all. In fact, he was smiling from the inside. Iwa's morale after the last shinobi war suffered quite the blow because of Namikaze Minato, and even though the village flourished once more, it left a scar. Now, as the blonde progressed through the Chunin exams, he would realize that his opponents wouldn't be as easy as they should be. Just you wait, son of the Yondaime, soon, you'll suffer just like Iwa has because of your father. Turning his neck slightly to address his former bodyguard as some preparations were in order for his plan of testing Naruto. Gara, for his part, saw the swift motion and frowned in suspicion. The Kazekage was smart and he knew how to read people's subtle body languages. The ex-Jinchuriki considered not accepting the invitation of coming to the Chunin exams, seeing as his village was allied with Konoha, but seeing as Tsunade wasn't against it, he accepted. The Tsushikage was a crafty individual and the man was smiling the entire time as he looked at Naruto's fight from afar. Gara's danger sense was tingling somewhat and he started observing the man from the corner of his eyes. Back to Naruto, his second fight was up and his opponent was rather short in his opinion. He had black hair that would rest on his shoulders, raven eyes and a white kimono for an outfit. Upon the given authorization, Naruto's opponent called Masaburo just vanished in thin air, surprising the blonde. He felt the source of chakra coming from his right side and dodged just in time to evade a strong kick from the little Chunin. He didn't take too long and vanished once more, before appearing behind Naruto with a punch to his neck, but as soon as the attack landed, Naruto was replaced with a boulder. The little Chunin was surprised with the fast Kawarimi, but he wasn't fast enough to dodge as Naruto came flying with a roundhouse kick from Masaburo's blind side, sending him flying towards the set of boulders. As Naruto observed the opponent's flight, he sensed an immense usage of chakra being expelled from Masaburo's body. Suddenly, the boy started spinning until he managed to connect both his feet on the mountain, before pumping as much chakra as possible to increase the speed of his flight towards Naruto. As his feet let go of the rock contact, the kid increased his speed tenfold as he charged headstrong against the Chunin/Hunter-Nin. Naruto, by this time, was making hand seals as the distance shortened. By the time Masaburo reached Naruto's position, the blonde finished the last hand seal. Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. The sudden gust of wind surprised Masaburo as his body was propelled once more to the rocky region, but this time his chakra ability couldn't help him as Naruto's wind-propelled chakra was preventing him from even moving, until he hit his head, falling unconscious. Naruto was getting suspicious of his victory, because he felt the usage of Doton chakra just before Masaburo hit the wall and he didn't want to lower his guard until the proctor declared the winner. Suddenly, the body of Masaburo turned to mud and quite to Naruto's smirk, Masaburo materialized from behind him. "You're different than the others, kid. I can see you have brains instead of just muscle. Now, though, it's time for this fight to end." Masaburo didn't wait for Naruto to finish, before he charged against Naruto, throwing kunai at Naruto as he continued to charge. He hoped that Naruto would dodge the incoming projectiles, but instead he just grabbed 2 kunai from his holster and blocked them all, before charging against Masaburo with a kick. The Chunin managed to dodge using his skills with chakra, before he flipped his body and aimed a punch on Naruto's face. The blonde caught it with his hand and twisted Masaburo's body, throwing him on the ground. Once more, Masaburo transformed into mud, before appearing from a distance as he began a series of hand seals. Doten Dori Utaiho, Earth Release, Mud Cannon Jutsu. Suddenly, Masaburo gathered mud inside his lungs, before expelling a fast stream of mud towards Naruto. However, before the attack hit, the blonde already managed to dodge as he then charged at Masaburo while doing hand seals of his own, before gathering as much air as he could for consecutive shots. Fuuten Kaze Dongan, Wind Release, Wind Bullet Jutsu. Masaburo was dazzled at the speed of a wind technique, but as the shots reached his limbs he knew it was going to be painful. One who hit his stomach was enough force to propel his body, sending him flying towards the artificial mountain right behind him. Just as he was about to hit the mountain, his body transformed to mud once more, just like Naruto predicted, before Masaburo materialized behind the blonde, panting as he'd used almost all his chakra. Smiling, Naruto turned and stared at Masaburo. The kid was at his limit and he more than anyone knew when he was beat. I know you're way stronger than me and I'm not a fool as to believe anything I do will work on you, Proctor. I give up, Masaburo said, before the proctor declared Naruto the winner, quite to the blonde's growing interest in the boy. As the two got out of the terrain, Masaburo returned to his teammates who congratulated him for the fight, before Naruto appeared, surprising the boys' team a bit. As they looked at Naruto, they were wondering why he was even here, seeing as he didn't even try very hard and one of Iwa's best Chunin couldn't even touch the guy. Masaburo-san, that was a good fight, I can see you'll do well in the future. I'd promote you to Chunin right now. Knowing when to back off, it's what will save you out there sometimes. As Naruto complimented the Chunin, he turned and placed both hands inside his pockets before walking towards the proctor as he got the last fight of this terrain. Masaburo, for his part, watched Naruto from afar and smiled at his back. One thing about the Tsushikage was that in order to receive Iwa's major clan's support, he always shared sensitive information with them, and the blonde in question happened to be one of sensitive information. Uzumaki Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato and killer of many Iwa ninjas, including almost half of his clan. However, while his family loathed the Yondaime Hokage for what he did against their clan, Masaburo didn't. He knew the ugly truth of the ninja world and acknowledged the Yondaime Hokage's strength for not only defeating single-handedly the biggest hidden village of all the elemental nations, but also saving Konoha from the strongest Baijuu ever to grace the elemental nations, the nine-tailed fox. Now, the man's son was here competing at the Chunin exams and he had the privilege of fighting against such a fierce shinobi. Certainly, whatever Iwa planned to do with Naruto, he wouldn't take part in it. It was one thing to get revenge for what Minato did, but it's another thing entirely to take this revenge on the man's son, like he was in any way responsible for his father's acts. Second part Half an hour later, the first part of the exams was over and 60 Chunin passed to the second part. This part consisted of group fights. There would be 10 fights where 6 Genins would fight amongst each other in each group. Then, the last 10 Chunin would compete amongst each other in a tournament, this being the third and last part of the exam. Naruto saw his fight and frowned instantly. All his opponents were from Iwa, not one from another village. He was getting even more suspicious than before, but he couldn't do anything if he wanted to pass this goddamn exam. Jiraiya, for his part, was also worried about Iwa's intention. Surely, this wasn't a coincidence, it wasn't random like suggested by the Jounin. Getting up, he knew a plan B was a must just in case Iwa decided to do something about Konoha or more specifically Naruto. It wasn't possible in his opinion that Iwa would attack Naruto based on a hunch that Naruto is Minato's son, even if Jiraiya knew it to be a fact. He was but a carbon copy of Minato. Back to Naruto, the second part was already announced by the Jounin Shishio and now a new terrain was being prepared by a group of seal experts. As they focused chakra on the scroll, the area started to shake as mountains began to grow around the center of the stage, while one shinobi took care of the river creation in the middle. Naruto observed this with interest as now he could explore different skills. First, he'd only shown wind manipulation, but now he could focus on his second affinity, fire. While he wasn't able to focus on Kyuubi's chakra, at least not for the moment, he could perform fire techniques without the fox's aid. It just took a bit more chakra as it was not his main affinity. As the fight started, Naruto could very well ascertain some talents that he was still due to see coming from Iwa. Some Chunin even displayed considerable skills in different affinities and some used swords. However, one thing a hunter always knows is when he is about to walk into a trap. Naruto could very well spot shinobi that like him didn't belong to this exam. But while he was actually a Chunin in rank but Jounin in skills, some were Jounin in rank disguised as Chunin. One of them managed to perform A-rank Doten techniques with such finesse that even the best Doten users in Konoha couldn't match him. Plus, their agility was on par with both him and his sensei Hatake Kakashi. The worst part was that the proctors weren't showing signs of being impressed, which to Naruto, was a very dumb thing to do, considering the circumstances. Suddenly, he saw one Chunin charge against a Chunin from Kirigakure, before he embedded a kunai through his skull, surprising all those present. Sure, killing was allowed in the exams, but doing so with such finesse required talent on the field. By now, 4 out of the 10 fights were already over as it proved to be quite the show for the audience. Surely, by now everyone didn't regret attending to the exams, but the 5th fight proved to be quite entertaining as 5 Iwa Genins and 1 from Konoha would fight amongst each other. As the 6th Chunin entered the field and stepped on the water, Naruto watched the 5 Chunin all smirking at him. They took positions around him as if they were teaming against him, which didn't come as a surprise to the blonde, considering he was indeed the target of this exam. That much he knew as he watched each Chunin take positions while watching the blonde's movements. To some of the audience, this act wasn't seen as cheating, seeing as the majority were Iwa shinobi. In their right mind, they believed that anyone from Konoha is to be treated as a mortal enemy and therefore should be killed no matter what. Nevertheless, there wasn't any rule stating that people couldn't form teams for a moment and take out the strongest opponent. And Naruto could only smile at this as he now had the chance to use his katana for the first time in this event. Closing his eyes, he grabbed the sword's hilt before pulling out from its sheath in slow motion. He knew that once the proctor authorized the battle to start, all 5 of them would charge at the same time, so he was already concentrating a heavy load of chakra for this special technique. Suddenly, and much to the blonde's expectation, just as the proctor authorized it, all 5 of the Chunin simply vanished within a blur and charged Naruto at the same time. Positioning his sword on his shoulder, Naruto just focused on a single one-handed seal as he started molding the necessary chakra. Fuuten Shippu Shuheki, Wind Release, Hurricane Barrier Jutsu. The sudden gathering of wind formed around Naruto, until it escalated to a little typhoon. By the time the Chunin approached to land the strike, it increased to a powerful hurricane circulating around Naruto as it managed to send every one of the 5 Chunin flying. Naruto wasn't just going to stand there as he focused chakra to his legs and vanished towards the closest enemy. The first 2, by seeing Naruto approaching, tried to counterattack, but received a brutal strike from the hilt of the sword. Naruto promised he wouldn't kill anyone, but that didn't mean he couldn't strike out hard. He managed to hit one in the chest, but had to dodge once the other came with a strong kick on his back. Doing some backflips, Naruto managed to dodge incoming mud projectiles from the Chunin closer to him. Dodging the last projectiles, Naruto flipped his body landing on the ground, before charging against the shooter with great speed. Placing his sword once more inside the holster, Naruto started making hand seals, and this time for a fire jutsu as his strategy was clear in his mind. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. The immense fireball was enough to blind the Iwa Chunin, but he had to dodge, otherwise the technique would burn him alive. However, upon dodging, he went face to face with Naruto as he delivered an upper kick on his chin, sending the man flying. However, when the blonde was about to jump and land another strike, the guy displayed some heavy evasive skills and landed on the ground, before charging Naruto with a katana. The blonde parried easily, but the strength of the attack said a lot of things, and one in particular was that this man was no Chunin. As he parried another attack, Naruto blocked the attack with the aid of his muscles, forcing the attacker to drop his balance as he landed a strong kick on his chest. However, when he was about to finish the second Chunin, Naruto's danger sense warned him to move as a number of projectiles fell on his prior position like a fierce rain. Backflip after backflip, the blonde was having a bit of trouble dealing with these 5 without killing them. Suddenly, Naruto sensed the usage of heavy chakra as he saw one making hand seals. Doten Dori Yudan no Jutsu, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Projectile Jutsu. Certainly, no Chunin could ever perform this technique, thought Naruto as he saw the Earth Dragon appear from the water. Because of the water, the mud projectiles hardened, and the blonde knew one hit would hurt like crazy. As the dragon shot the projectiles, Naruto was using chakra to evade them as he charged against the Earth user. Within no time, the blonde jumped on top of the dragon and landed a fierce flying kick on his face, before flipping his body and landing a strong kick on the Chunin's stomach, sending him unconscious instantly. Afterwards, he had to dodge as another came with some taijutsu moves. The audience was cheering as this fight was amazing. Well, at least those who weren't from Iwa, of course, as they were cheering for their village's Junin. They wanted Naruto dead, but the blonde was very skilled. Back at the fight, Naruto already dealt with 3 Junin, leaving 2 alone to attempt the impossible. If 5 of them weren't able to deal with him, then how could 2 ever hope to? Certainly, Naruto wouldn't think of giving them the opportunity as he started molding a fast series of hand seals for Fuuten Kaze no Yaiba, Wind Release, Wind Sword Jutsu. Suddenly, 2 wind swords materialized out of nowhere and charged at the 2 remaining Junin. They couldn't react fast enough and the technique pierced their skin hard. Naruto, though, targeted their shoulders as he couldn't kill them, but it was enough as they both were knocked out before being attended by the medic Nin soon afterwards. The crowd grew silent as they had just observed 1 Junin manage to beat 5 on his own. The Tsushikage lost his smiling face as each Iwa shinobi fell to Naruto's hands. He saw his skills and he was impressed. According to his file, he was but an 18-year-old Junin. And if experience served the old man, these 2 qualities don't bode well together. Usually, these types of shinobi are good only to occupy the battlefront as simple pawns. However, this Naruto person wasn't a Junin, well, not in skills, that's for sure. Gara, for his part, smirked the entire time as he saw the old man's smile diminishing each minute. "Well, who told you to bet against Uzumaki Naruto, you old fart?" thought Gara as he saw Naruto leaving the field. Third part With the end of the second exam, 10 extremely gifted Junin managed to advance to the third and last part, although the vast majority of them were a few seconds away from passing out. The consecutive fights took a great toll of their chakra and stamina, save for Naruto and a few Jounin disguised as Junin, the rest wouldn't be able to fight. Luckily for them, there was an hour break issued as the Junin just chose their numbers and more specifically their positions on the tournament chart. Naruto took the number 5, meaning he was in a rather comfortable position. Because of his position, he was already in the semifinals. This way, he could rest a bit and investigate a little. Everything in this exam smelled bad to him and the feeling of walking into a trap was increasing as time passed by. Still, his mind couldn't process as to why he would be targeted in the first place. As far as he knew, the only ones after him was the Akatsuki, and Iwa couldn't possibly be affiliated with them. Granted, he heard bits and pieces of the village's involvement close to 8 years ago with the group, as the Sandaime Tsushikage needed a mercenary group to take care of some dirty secret, but as far as he knew, it was a one-time deal. What could Iwa possibly want with a nobody like him? Naruto was an orphan, and even though he managed to sabotage some evil plans from coming to fruition, none of them ever involved Iwa Nins. In fact, this was the first time he'd ever fought against someone from this village. An hour later, the fights initiated as the terrain now changed to a plain field like the one in Konoha. However, the blonde wasn't interested as he was processing the information he collected so far. The hidden village of Stone always had issues with Konoha because of the Yondaime's deeds after the last Great Shinobi War, and the fact that Naruto was from Konoha meant that somehow Iwa was targeting him because of his village. But that fact alone didn't count as much. Surely, Iwa would be worried over attacking a leaf shinobi outside the limits of the exam, since it would cause a war between nations. Whatever reason that old fart of the Tsushikage had in mind would have to wait, as Naruto's fight was already up. The fights, up to now, were fairly quick. The Jounins wiped the floor with their opponents and a few prodigies managed to win with impressive skills. However, Naruto's opponent was already tired from the 2 prior fights. The fighting didn't even commence and Naruto vanished in a blur, surprising his opponent, who happened to be from Suna. He manifested behind the shocked Junin and landed a swift blow to the back of his neck, sending the little boy to unconsciousness. Given that he was at the semifinals, Naruto was now the exam's finalist as he waited for his opponent from the other side of the chart. The blonde didn't doubt for a second that his opponent would be one of the Jounin. Of course, he was still due to realize he was true goal, but one thing he was certain about. He was the target. As the final fight was up, the crowd was eager to witness 2 prodigies, one from Konoha and one from Iwa. Naruto managed to show impressive skills, even if unlike his opponent, he had yet to kill anyone. For a civilian, killing someone meant you're superior, but for a ninja, winning the battle without killing requires more skill and finesse. Certainly, hadn't they wanted the blonde killed, they would vote for Naruto to win. As the 2 combatants joined in the middle of the field next to the main proctor Shishio, they were eyeing each other with severe scrutiny. Naruto could assemble some interesting data on his opponent. The distance set between them that serves both for offensive and defensive purposes, the advanced taijutsu stance, and the incredible usage of the Henjno jutsu as he was disguised after all. Just as Shishio announced to the crowd the beginning of the tournament match, the Iwa Jinan vanished from sight and landed a straight punch on Naruto's jaw, surprising the blonde as he didn't see him move. Nevertheless, the punch came without much strength as Naruto flipped his body and landed on the ground, before charging his opponent with a straight kick. His opponent blocked, though, before vanishing once more and appearing behind Naruto before he even knew what happened. When Naruto turned, he met a straight kick on his face as he was sent flying. Focusing some chakra to his eyes, Naruto focused his attention on the man's moves, and while he couldn't see clearly, the blurs were enough to allow him some evasive movements. As the blonde dodged a fast kick, he took his sword once more and started attacking his opponent. Because of the Kenjutsu advantage, the blonde now focused chakra on his feet as he increased his speed. While intercepting the Iwa Jinan, Naruto combusted his katana with fire chakra, transforming the already menacing sword into a deadly one. Certainly, Naruto had already faced this kind of skill before, and it was recent, he could tell. It was when the man vanished that Naruto suddenly remembered his second opponent, Masaburo. Somehow, this guy must belong to Masaburo's clan, as the skills were the same. All of a sudden, the opponent produced 4 mud bunshines as they surrounded Naruto. Each of them started making hand seals as they all finished at the same time with the snake hand seal. Doten Taiyu Dorodan, Earth Release, Multiple Mud Projectile Jutsu. The bunshines shot consecutive mud projectiles at Naruto, who for his part and by instinct did a couple hand seals for a minor Fuuten defensive jutsu, thus defending the mud projectiles. Even before the techniques ended, Naruto needed to take care of the bunshines, so he summoned 10 cage bunshines that managed to wipe out the entire group of mud bunshines. When he was about to face the Iwa Jinan, the man vanished once more and landed a fierce punch on his chest. As the blonde skidded on the ground, he was getting sick of this shit. It was time for action. QB, I had enough of this guy, it's time to wipe the floor with him. I thought you'd never ask, Brad. All that fight was beginning to bore me to death. As Naruto focused on the fox's chakra, his eyes transformed to that of the fox's and his whiskers were more defined. Now as his vision improved, he could very well see the man move as Naruto managed to dodge the kick, before landing a reverse kick on his chin, sending him flying. Then, Naruto charged with unknown speed and landed a fierce kick on his abdomen, crushing his body on the ground. His opponent spit out blood instantly as his lungs were having trouble inhaling the much-needed air. Also, because of the strike, he lost his focus on the henge technique, thus showing to the entire crowd the real image of Masaburo's father, Senkusochi Kenshin. And, just for your knowledge, Senkusochi means flash step in Japanese. It happens to be Masaburo's clan name. Their skills rely on a similar skill to Tsunade's perfect chakra control, but they use it to increase their speed and for evasive maneuver. Letting go of the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto looked at the proctor Shishio, demanding explanations as to why an Iwa Jounin was disguised as a Jinan. However, Shishio remained silent as he looked at the blonde. Suddenly, Naruto saw a dwarf hovering on the ground near Shishio, before realizing in surprise that he was the Tsushikage. The man was smiling from ear to ear, probably because unknown to Naruto, he would now get revenge for what Minato did a long time ago. There was an impressive display of skills, dear boy. Too bad you'll die here, son of the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened to unknown proportions at the sudden implication of what the man said. He was so perplexed right now that he didn't even acknowledge the sudden rain of kunai that shot from behind the stadium and outright covered the sunlight, all having the same target. Chapter 18, Revelations and Consequences. The massive kunai and shuriken pretty much covered the sun, as each and every one of the projectiles had only one target. The son of the Yondaime Hokage, a man who caused much grief to Iwa and its citizens, would suffer just what every father, mother, husband, wife, son, daughter, brother, sister and lover felt upon knowing who was responsible for killing their loved ones. The Tsushikage promised revenge to his people, that he would be the one to carry out his people's vengeance, but until today, Aniki couldn't do anything in retaliation from fear of pissing off the strongest hidden village of all the elemental nations. Konoha was prosperous to some, but dangerous to everyone who knew their darkest secrets. Now, as the projectiles started their descent towards a still catatonic Naruto, a smirk was threatening to show on his face, at the consequences of killing the son of the man responsible for Iwa's downfall at the last Shinobi Great War. Aniki could practically hear the sound of metal piercing flesh as the projectile shadows already loomed over him and his immediate subordinate. Now, it seemed like nothing would go wrong and Iwa would finally have its revenge. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Technique. Sabier Shuheki no Jutsu, Sand Wall Technique. Immediately and much to Anaki's surprise, two walls emerged in front of Naruto, just as the projectiles reached their mark. Behind the two walls, Jiraiya and Gara looked at Naruto's catatonic face and frowned. "Jiraiya-san, take Naruto out of here, I'll vanish soon afterwards," Gara said, as his body disintegrated into sand, earning a nod from the Sannin as he bit his thumb and made some hand signs. Slamming his hand on the ground, a huge column of smoke enveloped the stadium before Gamabunta appeared, much to the surprise of the Iwa shinobi and shock from the most experienced ones. Before the giant toad mouthed his protest at being summoned in the middle of his lunch, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's body and jumped on top of Bunta's head. "Bunta, take us out of here quick, I'll explain later," Jiraiya shouted, earning a nod from the toad as he jumped far away from the stadium and from the village. Within a few jumps, Gamabunta was already in Fire Country territory as he left Jiraiya and Naruto close to a river. Naruto's face improved, but Jiraiya knew the boy probably wasn't even aware that his life was in danger, because of the information given by the Tsushikage. The Sannin knew Naruto would demand explanations soon, but for now, he would be left alone while processing the shocking news about his heritage. Jiraiya settled a camp for the two as he took care of some firewood and water. Meanwhile, Naruto was in turmoil as he processed the information given to him and by the enemy no less. He felt betrayed by those he came to love. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kakashi most certainly knew about his father, but chose not to tell him. For what reason, though, he didn't know. Was it so important that they would have preferred his miserable state than letting him know who his parents were? Kyuubi was also awfully silent inside his head, and Naruto learned it to be quite disturbing, especially considering that for a demon, the damn fur ball couldn't keep his damn mouth shut. Putting his anger aside for a minute, Naruto pondered on his father for a while. Minato Namikaze was the Yondaime Hokage and greatest ninja in existence, but Naruto only heard bits and pieces of his life as a shinobi. He knew Minato to be the reason Konoha won the Third Great Ninja War because of his trademark techniques, the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. Also, he was the man who saved Konoha from Kyuubi's rampage, by sealing it, inside, his son. As Naruto finished his train of thought, an unconscious anger grew and he was having difficulty controlling himself. There were times when Naruto would curse the heavens for the pain and sadness he felt while growing up, but in the end he got over it and assumed the position of Jinchuriki, but back then he wasn't aware what his old man did to him. He was furious with his father and he wanted nothing more than verbalize it to anyone he knew. Unaware, though, of his surroundings, Naruto continued dwelling on the past and he grew to loathe his father even more. He was, however, being watched by a team of 6 Iwa Jounin that followed Gamabunta's trail up to this point. The Tsushikage was adamant about having Naruto's head on a silver platter and he sent his elite squad to deal with the boy, while Jiraiya was occupied elsewhere. They all wore Anbu armor and white porcelain masks to hide their identity. It only took one order from the captain for everyone to charge against Naruto like a well-coordinated unit. The man closest to Naruto unsheathed his Kodashi in order to deliver the killing strike to Naruto's blind side. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the forest as Naruto managed to parry the strike with his sword. The blonde was surprised at Iwa for going this far to kill him, but he wasn't interested in figuring out the reason. He was angry and he wanted to lash out at anyone, might as well use these goons as they attacked him first. Then, with a smile that would send shiver to everyone's spine, Naruto focused some of the Kyuubi's chakra, before gripping the hilt of his sword tighter. The Tsushikage wanted his head, but instead he would receive 6. It didn't take 10 minutes, before the fight was over. A few minutes later, as Jiraiya appeared near the vicinity, he sensed the usage of demonic chakra and the sign of battle and rushed to Naruto's early position only to see Iwa shinobi sprawled on the ground almost entirely covered by their own blood. Their arms and legs were severed from the body and deep slashes on the neck region showed enough of what happened here. Walking a bit more, Jiraiya spotted Naruto as the blonde looked down on the last piece of trash who dared attack him. Jiraiya could feel the cold animosity as Naruto's sword was covered with the blood of his opponents. However, it was when Naruto turned to meet Jiraiya that the Sannin felt it. Fear. Naruto's eyes were shouting for blood and the smirk on his face proved that he'd enjoyed every second of what he'd done to these men. Whatever innocence Jiraiya sensed in him before was gone. Naruto became a killer, an assassin, and for the first time since the Third Shinobi War, Jiraiya felt fear for his life. He wondered if every man that met Naruto's sword felt the same way. And just when he thought Naruto would attack him, the blonde settled to cleanse his sword of the enemy's blood, before returning it to its respective holster. He turned his back on Jiraiya and spoke. "Let's go back to the village, Jiraiya. It doesn't make sense being here when Iwa comes to investigate. But just to be safe, please step aside, Naruto said with a bored voice as he made some hand seals. Katen Makai no Kane, fire release, hell blaze technique. Exhaling a thin layer of white fire, it enveloped all 6 of the dead Iwa shinobi, bursting them into flames. Jiraiya watched as the fire only increased once it came in contact with the pool of blood. It didn't take more than a minute before all 6 of them were transformed into ashes as Jiraiya did a low-level Suten jutsu to extinguish the flames so that the entire forest wouldn't suffer the same fate. However, Naruto paid little mind as he started walking towards the village. Jiraiya was by his side in an instant as he studied Naruto's behavior. For all he knew, those 6 meet Naruto's fury and he could see that the blonde was more relaxed, even though he knew his ass was still on the line of fire. I've been wondering about something, before those idiots rudely interrupted, Naruto said, calling Jiraiya's attention. I'm not ignorant to the necessity of secrets in order to save lives, and I certainly now understand why my position as the Yondaime's son wasn't revealed to the public. Jiraiya was quiet as he heard it from the blonde. Naruto couldn't have understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's wishes that easily, surely something was wrong, but Naruto wasn't through. What I don't understand is while revealing the truth to the world would cause Iwa's anger, what was the reason behind keeping me out of the loop about my parents this entire time? Surely, an orphan kid would want nothing more than to know who his parents were. But, instead, everyone thought it was best to keep me from the truth. For what, though? It was for your protection, Naruto, Jiraiya said, before he saw a smile coming from his face at the absurdity of such reason. Protect me? The blonde smiled at the pervert's answer, although he found it to be the wrong answer. One wouldn't need to look further into his past to know that protection wasn't something he could count on. The trip back to the village was silent as Naruto pondered about what Jiraiya said regarding the reason why no one ever told him of his parents and that it wasn't Iwa whom Naruto needed protection from, but the very people that lived in Konoha. In Konoha . The village gate suddenly appeared from within the thick forest that surrounded Konoha, before Naruto and Jiraiya walked inside the village. Jiraiya considered taking Naruto to the Hokage's office, where he would certainly receive his Chunin promotion. It was after all the condition for returning his missions as a Hunter-Nin. Jiraiya felt the blonde deserved the rank of Jounin by his skills already and he would talk to Tsunade about it. However, right now there were more pressing matters to deal with, that being Iwa's open assault on a Konoha shinobi and the fact that Naruto just received the news of who his father was. Naruto, I will talk with the Hokage, okay? Jiraiya said, before he saw Naruto vanishing within a small tornado. The Sannin sighed as he continued on his path towards Tsunade's office. He feared that something bad was going to happen now that Naruto knew of his heritage and from the Tsushikage no less. Right now, as he calmly walked towards the Hokage's tower, Jiraiya was considering the ramifications of what that damn fool of the Tsushikage just started. The 6 dead Anbu at the forest was proof enough of Naruto's skills both as a shinobi as well as an assassin. With Naruto . Looking down at the village he grew up in, Naruto placed his Hunter-Nin mask on in order to avoid detection as he wallowed in misery. Out of the blue, though, a presence was sensed, more like 4 but Naruto knew them as a gray husky started licking his hand. It was happy to see him and surprisingly so, Naruto was also happy to see the little fella as he also knew that one special person was there as well. She missed you like crazy, Naruto-kun. When she sensed your scent, it didn't take 1 minute to arrive to your position, Hana said, with crossed arms as she saw her boyfriend caressing the dog's ears. So you're saying you didn't miss me then? To this Hana pouted and admitted she missed him as well, before joining him on the Yondaime Hokage's head. The view was incredible and the wind was caressing their features in a rather relaxing way. Though despite the mask, Hana sensed that something was wrong with her boyfriend. She knew this because he kept facing the village without even acknowledging his surroundings, indicating that something was on his mind. You got something you want to talk about, Naruto? Even though I can't see your eyes, I can feel that something is wrong. The question surprised Naruto greatly. Was he so predictable like this? Hana didn't need to see him to reach this conclusion. Suddenly a smile appeared beneath the mask as he turned to meet her gorgeous visage. The only thing he wanted right now was to sulk in his own misery for a while. He deserved that much, after years of focusing on what others believed. But right now, looking at those beautiful and peaceful eyes, he felt drawn to explain to her everything that happened. During the Chunin exams, Iwagakure turned on me. The Tsushikage attacked me just as I was declared the winner of the exams, Naruto said, surprising Hana for a moment, but Naruto wasn't finished. The attack in itself wasn't what had me thinking, but rather the reason behind the open attack of a ninja from another village. According to the old dwarf, they attacked me because I happened to be the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The silence that soon followed was what Naruto had expected from such a revelation. Hana was looking at her boyfriend like he suddenly grew another head. No wonder, the man was the exact replica of the Yondaime. He was the man's son, for goodness sake. She started wondering why no one knew about this piece of information, or rather why no one thought of revealing it to the public. Most of all, she wondered why no one thought of revealing it to Naruto. Nonetheless, Hana figured that her boyfriend would be happy to know about his parents, so why the long face, she wondered. Turning to the man in question, she asked just that, before silence followed once more. Would you feel better knowing the truth not from the people you love and cherish, but from the enemy instead? Everyone, the Sandaime Hokage, Kakashi, Jiraiya, the god Ime, they all knew, and no one said a thing to a little boy, who by the way worshipped the Yondaime Hokage as his biggest hero. I know Iwa detested him for what he did at the Third Shinobi War, but to keep it from me all this time. I ended up doing something because of it, that right now I'm regretting like crazy. Hana could relate to what Naruto was feeling. After all, the news about her father perishing was only informed when she passed the Chunin test, and at the time, she knew by accident. No one told her about the real reason. What did you do? Hana was worried about the last part. After all, the man was angry at the Sannin Jiraiya for not telling him about the Yondaime, maybe. After we managed to escape from Iwa's clutches, a team of Onbu followed us.
They tried attacking me and I could have simply knocked them out and waited for Jiraiya to appear and deal with the situation properly. But I was so angry with everything and...
You killed them. It wasn't a question, but a statement, and Naruto just nodded. They were skilled and they wanted me dead, but I could have dealt with them without killing them. I've let my emotions control my actions, and with a bloodthirsty demon inside your belly, losing control is like releasing the seal that prevents Kyuubi from escaping. The Inuzuka Chunin nodded like it was an understatement, but she was confused as to why Naruto was feeling this way. Was it because of his father, or the fact that he lost control over his urges to kill? At the Hokage's office . Upon entering her office, Jiraiya started explaining everything that happened since he left with Naruto to the Chunin exams that took place in Iwa. Along the speech, Tsunade was reconsidering revoking Naruto's license as a shinobi if that meant the end of her troubles. She always figured that he was a handful, but this was getting ridiculous. Problem was now that he was aware of his parentage, and that's not a good thing. What's worse is that she had one hell of a diplomatic issue to deal with. And that's about it, I'm afraid. As he looked at the giant-breasted lady in front of him, Jiraiya expected the woman to become insane after hearing what happened in Iwagakure. Hell, he wouldn't blame her at all. Naruto had something in him that attracts trouble. However, she handled everything like their sensei Sarutobi would. With patience and a confident resolve to deal with the problem in hand like a true leader, and Jiraiya was impressed, until the lady spoke. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, but come clean with Naruto. Tell him everything and hope for the best. That is the only plan, yes, but what about Iwa's move on a Konoha shinobi? The villages all forged a pact of neutrality. Even if moved by past actions, no village can openly attack another. As if Naruto was trouble enough, now there's Iwa to worry about. That damn dwarf went too far attacking one of mine. Problem now is, what should I do with this mess? Attack them and a new ninja war is upon us. Do nothing and Iwa would walk away free, without reparations. Tsunade was now feeling the burden of not being able to pass this decision to a superior. Of course, there was the alternative of discussion with the council. With Dansu dead, Tsunade didn't need to worry about his political ability to dissuade choices to his benefit anymore. Deciding to take the pressure off for a while, Jiraiya opted to change the subject. So what about Sasuke? How are you handling him? Tsunade looked at the pervert for a moment, before she responded. Ibiki is keeping tabs with him from time to time. He's unresponsive most of the time, opting to close his eyes and meditate. I shared some words with him and it surprised me to see such indifference to living. I guess that with his vengeance fulfilled, he doesn't see any point in living. Nevertheless, we have yet to settle a suitable punishment for him. I've left his peers in charge with the proper penalty. Shikamaru and Shino are expected to hand it to me by tomorrow. Uchiha Itachi damaged that kid's mind in such a way that if Sasuke didn't focus solely on revenge, he would have gone nuts by now. So, he has no drive anymore. Tsunade nodded, before sipping a bit of her tea and sighed in dismay at her current predicament. Only one action was clear at this point as she took one scroll from a secret compartment inside the Hokage's table and threw it to Jiraiya. The pervert, for his part, looked at the Hokage in surprise. "It's high time we gave it to him, Jiraiya. He deserves to know the truth straight from the horse's mouth. Also, you can tell him about his promotion as well. After what happened, Jounin is the least I could give him." Jiraiya nodded, before leaving the office, letting Tsunade alone as she looked through the office window at her ancestors and sensei. However, for some unidentified reason, her eyes focused on Minato's head instead of her sensei's or her grandfather. This problem had everything to do with Minato as he was the one to start this entire mess. Given the fact he alone pretty much wiped Iwa off the existence of the elemental nations, Iwa was now demanding retribution by going after the man's son. It was the same idiotic behavior followed by the villagers after the Kyuubi attacked. They blamed Naruto like he was responsible for everything just as Iwa wanted Naruto's head for something his father committed. In her opinion, it was an idiotic issue of epic proportions and Tsunade was cursing that old man Tsushikage with a passion. With Naruto . The sun was already on the verge of setting and the couple was starting to get hungry. After talking with Hana for God knows how long, the blonde was feeling lighter, as if everything was back to normal once more, even though he still remembered the truth that he was the son of the famous Yondaime Hokage and he was informed by the man who wanted his head decapitated and served on a silver platter. The dogs were up front as Naruto and Hana went down the Hokage mountain, before heading straight to the barbecue place, every Inuzuka's favorite, according to Hana. Naruto actually enjoyed some fine meat every once in a while. Once inside, the couple took a nice table next to the set of windows as the waiter handed them the menus. Hana asked for some meat for her huskies, as well as a nice T-bone steak for her covered with barbecue sauce, while Naruto settled for a well-sized sirloin steak served with some French fries. Naruto wasn't in the mood to hide his face from the public as he released his mask, surprising Hana for a bit. However, she didn't bother to ask about it. Her boyfriend was facing a tough trial right now with knowing about his family after all this time and it wasn't her place to get in the middle of it. She just hoped, though, that he would open up more to her about it. Actually he opened up a bit once they were at the monument, but now that he released the mask, he lost the focus in his eyes once more. The place was getting crowded by the minute and Hana wondered what would happen if any one of Naruto's peers saw him without the mask. The blonde worked hard to cover his identity and Hana would be damned if she would let such a situation ruin everything her boyfriend worked very hard for. With a little genjutsu, Hana was able to place the mask back on his face and no one could see the real face of the hunter fox. The dinner was delicious and soon Naruto and Hana left the restaurant, before heading straight to Naruto's apartment. Once the door was closed, Hana dispelled the illusion on Naruto's face as she saw him looking at the moon outside, glowing with all its majesty. She could feel every bit of his misery and her heart was aching in pain from seeing him like this. She had to do something. Without even thinking, she hugged Naruto from behind. "Naruto, please talk to me." "Hana-chan, I'm sorry, but..." Naruto tried convincing her, but Hana was obstinate and wouldn't give in. "You can trust me to open up, my dear. You're the love of my life, you're special to me. I want you to trust me, please." Naruto turned and looked at Hana as tears escaped from her eyes. She was crying for both of them. No matter what happened in his life, nothing, absolutely nothing was sadder than seeing his girlfriend cry, and as he approached to wipe the tears of her face, he realized that she was crying because of him. Hana felt Naruto's hands on her face and looked up to see his eyes looking at her with utmost intensity. It wasn't the usual lifeless eyes of someone who has given up in life, it was the opposite. Two ocean-deep blue orbs looking at her with passion, honesty and above all love. She felt warmth within her heart, she felt confident that she could save this man from his worst enemy, himself. Now, as the couple stood inches away from each other, both approached the other pretty much simultaneously, before their lips met. Hana instantly felt a tingling sensation in her stomach as she could feel the warm energy coming from her boyfriend while sharing a deep and loving kiss. It didn't take long before their hands started massaging the other's body slowly and tenderly. Hana, then, opened Naruto's leather jacket zipper, before taking it off while maintaining the kiss. Naruto, for his part, didn't waste time and took his girlfriend's Chunin vest off. As they stopped kissing, each looked into the other's eyes as the next events were pretty much certain for both of them. They kissed once more as Naruto started leading the Inuzuka Chunin to his queen-sized bed. Hana smiled at her boyfriend as her hands slowly admired Naruto's firm arm muscles while her hormones started influencing her judgment and she was enjoying every minute in great anticipation for what she knew would come. She hoped to save Naruto from his misery, and from what she saw on his eyes, it proved that he trusted her and he wanted her to be there for him. She wouldn't deny any of that as Naruto laid her on his bed, before getting on top of her, while never breaking the fierce and passionate kiss. It felt like a promising start to both of them as their hormones took over. Unknown location . After maybe the best sex ever, Naruto was somehow alleviated. His situation didn't change much. He still searched for answers as to why no one ever told him about his father and his mother. However, there was still another issue on his mind. Hana fell asleep soon after the lovemaking, and Naruto would have as well, but he had to visit someone. Naruto needed to know about Sasuke's final destination, and only one man knew more than him about missing nins, and that was the Hunter-Nin commander. Sasuke was considered an A-ranked missing nin, but a special one. Naruto could have killed the insolent traitor with a single kunai. He was unconscious next to his dead brother, but Sasuke had to be captured instead of killed, much to Naruto's displeasure at the man's blatant favoritism. However, now that he was captured, Naruto didn't know what Konoha would do to him, and quite frankly, he wanted to know what would happen to the Uchiha. He didn't care if Konoha voted for his death or for him to give the village many babies with Sharingan. By slicing the criminals' throats, Naruto felt certain that they were dealt with for good. But never before had Naruto had to capture a missing nin, and he was curious about what Sasuke's punishment would be. Going through a false wall located in an abandoned building, Naruto went down the long set of stairs, until he reached the hidden Hunter-Nin base. This time, Kira wasn't there, and Naruto assumed the woman was either hanging out with Anko or doing her shift at the hospital. The floor looked like it was abandoned, as Naruto couldn't sense anyone there, except the very man he wished to talk to. Uzumaki Geishi was a feared shinobi for his skills in assassination. But for the man to survive down here without anyone to accompany him, was staggering to Naruto. It felt like a place of solitude, just like being alone out there, hunting criminals. Suddenly, a door pushed open and Geishi exited the room, before landing his eyes at the newcomer. "Ah, my favorite Hunter-Nin, come in my office, Naruto. What can I do for you?" Naruto nodded and approached Geishi's office, before hearing the door being shut. He immediately took a seat in front of the cold metal table and waited for his commander to sit in front of him, before he began. "Sir, I was hoping you could fill me in regarding a certain captured missing nin, A-ranked. Uchiha Sasuke, I presume." Naruto was surprised since he had yet to say the name of the criminal, but then he figured no A-ranked missing nin would be captured, only killed. Sasuke's situation was the exception. Also, the fact that Geishi's usually normal tone reduced to a more somber one because of it, meant that he wasn't comfortable with such leniency as much as Naruto was right now. "I was trained to eliminate those who conspire against Konoha's well-being, and as such, Uchiha Sasuke is considered, to me at least, the worst of the A-ranked list. I was merely curious to know what Tsunade-sama plans to do with him, considering his criminal record." Geishi smiled at the blonde Hunter-Nin, before getting up and opening a filing cabinet. All information regarding Konoha's missing nins were inside this cabinet, and certainly Sasuke was as well. As he picked Sasuke's file, he looked at the last page, before looking at Naruto. According to this file, Sasuke's fate will be decided by the very ones in his graduating class. 2 of them were nominated as leaders who will relay the information to Tsunade tomorrow. I believe you know the names Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino. If you want to know about his fate, talk to these 2 and get a feel of them. Who knows, maybe, you could persuade them to kill the bastard and be done with it. I know you feel the same way I do when criminals' leniency is concerned. Just remember to pass by for a visit and tell me about it, will ya? Don't worry, if it was up to me, Sasuke would meet his end like every criminal should. With Shino . Aburame Shino was considered the elite amongst his clan for what he was able to accomplish at his age. He was the leader of his Junin team, the one whom Kiba and Hinata could count on with their lives, and even Kurenai, the Jounin sensei at the time, was saved by Shino's bugs on a great number of occasions. Becoming a Chunin didn't take long, as he would have become one on the first try, if his opponent hadn't bailed out of the fight. From there, his skills both family and shinobi-wise spiked the organization Anbu's curiosity with the possibility of drafting the kid to their forces. After he was promoted to Jounin, Shino received the invitation and accepted. Now, as an Anbu captain, Shino had his own team to lead, which by the way was responsible for a great many accomplishments as well. Right now, the man was leaving the Anbu HQ in hopes of getting some sleep after a rather tiring mission near Taki's borders. However, as he walked along the empty paths of Konoha, Shino couldn't help but feel the presence of someone tailing him from afar. Whoever this person was, Shino was impressed by the level of stealth presented. From him and his Kikayu to not notice until now was astonishing, and the Aburame felt like congratulating the man or woman. Suddenly, making a right turn inside a dark alley, he was greeted with his follower. Everything in the man before him inspired confidence, and Shino could tell there was a man with a lot of experience in front of him. "Long time no see, Shino?" The voice was stronger than he remembered, but his bugs couldn't be fooled that easily. "Indeed, it is Naruto. Why were you following me?" Shino couldn't see much because it was night time, but he could have sworn that Naruto gave a smirk at his question. "I just don't like to walk around Konoha, that's all. People would know I'm here and I don't want to give them the satisfaction of glaring hatefully at me. Now, I was meaning to discuss something with you, if I may? I was wondering about Sasuke's whereabouts and I was hoping you could tell me something about him. What makes you think I know anything about that guy?" Shino was normally controlled and rather stoic in some occasions, and up to now, Naruto figured there was nothing that would ever get a rise out of the stoic Aburame Shino, but apparently just the mention of Sasuke's name was enough to change Shino's behavior. "I'm not the smartest person around, but I very well know that as Onbu captain, there isn't much you do not know. Plus, as a future clan heir, I trust your father is relating important secrets of the village to you, day by day. Now, I was the one that captured Sasuke and I was wondering why he isn't dead yet, considering he was an A-ranked missing nin, and in my book, a person of such a reputation doesn't deserve to live." The passion in which Naruto speaks about this sort of thing was staggering, as Shino knew about his reputation outside Konoha's walls, but he wasn't finished talking. "I know you as well as the others are deciding on Sasuke's punishment, and I want to know how it's going?" Naruto considered the information given by Geishi to be confidential. He imagined that this decision of sorts would at least be an A-ranked secret and no one below Jounin should know. "I guess discussing it with you won't harm anyone. After all, you're a part of our group, even if no one, save Kiba, ever sees you anymore." Shino's comment merely caused Naruto to smirk, but Shino couldn't see it. "Indeed, Sasuke's fate will be decided by our group. However, as it stands, there are two possible outcomes. Live or die. To me this decision doesn't require more than 10 seconds, considering his record. And these 10 seconds are in reference to the method of killing. Okay, if I were to guess, you, Shikamaru, Kiba and Neji are in favor of his death, while Hinata, Sakura, Ino and Tenten are in favor of letting him live with a lighter penalty. Am I close?" Shino's sudden silence gave him the answer. Kuji would be the one to end the tie, but he chose to withdraw from the decision. That leaves 8 votes, and so far it's 4 in favor of his death and 4 against it. "Perhaps, I could act in Kuji's stead, after all I'm on the same class as you guys." Such a comment surprised Shino as he tried to assess what Naruto's vote would be. Close to 4 years ago, there were only 2 people that protected Sasuke's reputation, and one of them was Sakura. Naruto was the other. However, back then Naruto was a stupid Jonin, all but focused on believing in second chances. Right now, he was responsible for killing missing nins. It was his job. So maybe, he would vote for Sasuke's death. The Aburame remembered Sakura saying that if Naruto were to vote, he would clearly vote to save Sasuke, but Naruto changed so much, Shino guessed that no one even knew who he was anymore. "For some reason or another, I wouldn't know which side you'd be on," Shino said, surprising Naruto. 4 years ago, you'd protect him even if he killed everyone in Konoha. Now, you kill people based on crimes listed in the bingo book now. Naruto felt insulted both personally and professionally. "Okay man, let me tell you something. When I captured Sasuke, my hand was itching to grab any slicing object and end his misery. Now, if I did that, I would be violating the code of the Hunter-Nin, which states that under no circumstances must I overrule the bingo book. So, if the bingo book says capture him, I obey. Now, if this didn't answer your question, I'm not sure anything will. However, if my vote counted for something, you'd already consider it. My best guess is that someone voted me out from fear that I would interfere somehow. Probably Shikamaru, he is the smartest one from our class after all." By now Shino was confident that the person before him was not the Naruto he knew. He'd already met the Hunter-Nin before, but not under these circumstances. "I have a feeling that wasn't a question, but a statement. Indeed, he voted you out and no one argued against it. Not even Sakura, no matter how much she repented after hearing our side of the story." "I see. Well, there isn't much I can do then, other than wish good luck to your side. Now I wonder what will happen to him, considering you guys can't decide. Perhaps, the Hokage will decide the final outcome. Anyway, I have places to be right now. Take care, Shino. With that, Naruto left and Shino returned to his path towards his compound for a well-deserved rest. He didn't want to know what Naruto's next item of the agenda was. With Naruto . After a few jumps, Naruto was in a place he never expected to be. His sensei Kakashi used to come here all the time, but the blonde never bothered knowing about this specific stone. Upon looking at it, he could see a lot of names from ninjas who lost their lives in the line of duty. He, then, saw his father's name listed there with bigger words than the other names, as expected based on his position as Hokage. Immediately Naruto remembered what happened in Iwagakure and squeezed his fists in downright fury. Naruto was still pissed about hearing of his father and the fact that no one bothered to tell him about it all this time. But overall, he was wondering about his old man and the life he had as the Yondaime Hokage. What challenges he had. What tribulations he faced to become Hokage. Above all, why he used his own son to seal the Kyuubi inside. All these questions now replaced his anger to morbid curiosity. I somehow figured you'd be here, Naruto. Naruto heard the familiar voice and turned his neck barely to register his sensei Kakashi. He knew Kakashi was aware of who his father was. But in all fairness, physically attacking the man wouldn't do any good. But this didn't mean he couldn't complain. I always wondered why you came here all the time, sensei, Naruto said, as Kakashi approached his position. Is it because you miss your loved ones who perished in battle, or you feel guilty for keeping me from the truth all those years? His tone was calm, but to Kakashi it felt like a ton of bricks right in his face. Kakashi talked to Jiraiya about what happened and he knew Naruto might want to discuss it with him. That's why the man was fully dressed in his jounin attire, equipped with all his gear as well as his new sword. He came prepared in case Naruto wanted to become physical, but that never happened and Kakashi was surprised and a little bit afraid of what might happen. You got the guilty part right, Naruto, but not the real reason behind it. But this is irrelevant to your current predicament. Yes, I know who your father was, as he was my team's sensei. He was like a father to me and he helped me get through everything that happened to my life. Then why? Kakashi looked at Naruto, before sighing in dismay while looking at Minato's name written on the stone. Why no one told you about it? Minato-sensei's name, as you know, is severely frowned upon in Iwagakure. If they knew you're his son at the beginning, it wouldn't take long for them to declare your head for everything your father did. Sandaime-sama considered. I'm not talking about Iwagakure, Kakashi, I'm talking about me. Why wasn't I informed of my parents? Growing up alone, with no knowledge from them, no memory to hold on to while growing up, I understood why my position as the Yondaime's son wasn't revealed to the public, but what I don't understand is why the information was kept from me. Please help me understand, sensei? Give me one reason why no one ever told me about my father. Kakashi could see Naruto's arm muscles trembling as anger was taking control and that wasn't a good thing, especially when the Kyuubi is involved. I know you're angry and I know you're demanding answers, but no one can answer them, except your own father. Naruto was immediately shocked at Kakashi's answer, before Jiraiya appeared and handed Naruto the scroll that, hopefully would answer all of Naruto's questions. The blonde was taken aback by Jiraiya's presence all of a sudden, but took the scroll nonetheless and calmly unstrapped the lace around the parchment, before reading its content. Hello Naruto. When you read this, I hope you are already a jounin in terms of experience and skill. In a few moments, the Kyuubi no Yoko is going to attack Konoha and it's my duty to protect the village at all costs. I have developed a specific technique that will deal with the damn fox once and for all. However, the price for this technique is something no father would or should ever bear in his conscience. As you're now aware of the fox inside you, you know what I'm talking about. Also, you should know that I couldn't ask anyone to give me their son or daughter for this. I know I wouldn't think twice before denying the request. Know this, my son, you are a hero to the village and don't you dare ever think otherwise. No matter what people say, you're the hero that will keep the fox at bay. I know your life won't be easy because of this and for that, I'm sorry as well. You'll face hardships no child should suffer while growing up. However, I'm certain you will overcome them as you happen to share my blood and I know the word giving up doesn't appear in our vocabulary. Furthermore, because of who I am, I asked Sarutobi-sama not to reveal your heritage until you could properly defend yourself against my enemies. Iwa shinobi are vicious individuals and they won't stop until they received retribution for what happened at the last shinobi war. And because of this, I felt it was better to keep you away from the truth until you're powerful enough to defend yourself against them, so please don't be mad with him or anyone confided by him for keeping this from you for so long, I accounted the possibility of you being angry with me, but considering the circumstances Konoha and our family is facing, I just couldn't take the chance. Your mother Uzumaki Kushina perished as a victim of a terrible disease, and this technique of mine will certainly kill me as well. I hope old Sarutobi has taken good care of you in my and your mother's stead, and it's our wish that you become a strong ninja and true wielder of the will of fire. As I hear the fox's paws scratching our walls, I know my time is getting thin, but I wanted to leave you this letter, Naruto, in order to hopefully answer all of your questions. Last, as you'll see the kanji written below this letter, it's a containment seal. Inside is another scroll with the coordinates for my house. It isn't like a mansion or anything like the Uchiha or the Hyuga, but what's important is what's inside. I have collected a very extensive library of jutsus, and it's my inheritance to you, my son. Also, you will have access to two of my strongest jutsus, the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. Become a proud shinobi, Naruto, and always know that both I and your mother love you very much and will watch over you from the skies above. With love. Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, father of the great Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya and Kakashi stood still while Naruto was reading the letter. They heard him whisper the name of his mother with great sadness, as the memory soon hit them as well. Kushina's demise was unfortunate, and it resulted in Naruto being an orphan, without anyone to look after him. Suddenly, the blonde started facing the two, and they feared Naruto wouldn't take Minato's words to heart. However, Kakashi could see sadness in Naruto's eyes as tears suddenly fell from both his eyes. However, Naruto had enough pride not to cry in front of these two, so he simply vanished, letting Jiraiya and Kakashi looking at the location the blonde was before. You think he'll be okay? Kakashi asked, before seeing Jiraiya sigh in dismay. I don't know, he's a mystery to solve. And he didn't even let me tell him about his Jounin promotion, oh well. At the Hokage's office . At this time at night, everyone was asleep except for the Hokage, the Anbu, and a few shinobis, either located in bars or sulking somewhere else. Tsunade actually enjoyed these quiet moments as no one would bother her. Next to her was a bottle of sake, one of the best coming from Lightning Country. The warm liquid always calmed her nerves, allowing her some relaxing times. However, it was hard to have some time alone now because of her position. One of the Chunin responsible for delivering messages from other villages just came barging in her office, ruining her alone time. Tsunade-sama, an urgent message from Kumagakure. Tsunade was surprised by this, before snatching the scroll from the Chunin. Quickly unrolling the message scroll, Tsunade went through the rather long message written by the Yondaime Reikage. It didn't take much longer for her eyes to widen in surprise and shock at the news presented before her. Throwing her chair back with force, Tsunade got up and started screaming orders for the stationed Anbu team hidden in her office. Anbu, bring me Jiraiya, Naruto and Kakashi right now. I don't care if they're busy, I want them here right now. The eagle-masked Anbu appeared out of nowhere and vanished soon after in order to carry out the Hokage's request, leaving the woman once more alone inside her office to wonder about the sudden turn of events. Apparently, Akatsuki just captured the Hachibi Jinchuriki, and the Reikage was demanding a meeting between the 5 Kages to decide their intentions against the organization. Right now, the organization has 8 of the 9 Baijuis, and Naruto, now, was the last one remaining. Chapter 19, Internal Grief. Senju Tsunade was regarded by her Anbu guards as a rather calm Hokage, most of the time. However, all of them knew that when the woman was angry with something or someone, her mood pretty much transformed. The team that was responsible for guarding her office knew the reason was justified, though. Hell, it wouldn't be a surprise to them if the woman gathered a considerable ninja force and marched straight towards the hidden village of Earth and demand the head of the Tsushikage for openly attacking a ninja of the leaf in the middle of the Chunin exams, in complete disregard to the pact of neutrality signed by the 5 hidden nations after the end of the Second Great Shinobi War. However, they also knew that with the meeting of the 5 Kages on the way, Tsunade just couldn't afford to base her actions on revenge. Now, as the ninjas she requested were already inside her office, the Anbu team settled to hide within the shadows as they returned to the duty of protecting the Hokage against outside threats that may manifest, while the woman was overseeing the village's choice of action. I suppose all of you know why you're here, so let's cut to the chase. Tsunade's look was one of pure calm on the outside, but everyone in the room knew that if someone even bothered to piss her off for good, they wouldn't get to live much longer. In all fairness, though, the situation called for it, in Naruto's opinion. The Hunter Ninja wasn't that interested in politics, seeing as he preferred a much more direct approach than discussing rules and negotiations breach. However, When an enemy village decides to openly attack a ninja of the leaf with blatant disregard for the possibility of open war, Naruto was smart enough to realize the midget Tsushikage's devious plan. Aside from the possible elimination of the one closest to Iwa's most hated enemy, it served as an open statement of war to Konoha. The thing was, if the council knew about the incident, Tsunade wouldn't be able to do a thing against their wishes to retaliate. Kakashi, you weren't there, but I trust Jiraiya already briefed you, didn't he? The woman didn't need to hear a response as she continued. For a long time, Iwa stood their ground, doing nothing to disrespect the pact of neutrality. Now, though, their act against Naruto's life constitutes a clear breach, which only leads to one possible situation, one which I am not considering at this point. Wouldn't you agree, Jiraiya? The perverted Sannin nodded and smiled at his teammate for thinking ahead. Indeed, that old coot planned this perfectly. Attacking Naruto served two purposes. The first reason is kind of obvious at this point. Jiraiya turned to the masked Hunter-Nin as he secretly processed what the blonde was thinking right now. The other was to goad us into a new war, possibly killing thousands if not more. The man was desperate, though, I can tell. In us thinking like this, we have the political advantage, which can be used at the Cage Summit later on. Aniki is counting for you to openly attack him or either declares war against Iwa. He certainly won't expect a demanding on our part, regarding compensations. This time Kakashi took the microphone as he added his 2 cents to the conversation. And that Tsushikage wouldn't be able to say no, considering that he would have all the other Kages as witnesses to his open statement of war. Of course, he will do everything to goad you, Tsunade-sama. He will use Naruto's image as motive for his actions, saying it was merely retribution for everything the Yondaime Hokage did to them. I bet he'll even crack a smile, only to goad you more. Tsunade nodded at Kakashi and Jiraiya's insight, before turning to the only person who hadn't spoken a word so far. If this was the normal Naruto, she would have considered this a blessing. However, he was different now, and that was dangerous by itself. She could only shiver at what the boy could possibly be thinking right now. What are you thinking, Naruto? I know from Jiraiya that he didn't have the time to tell you about the promotion to Jounin, meaning you're once again authorized for the Hunter-Nin job. I just want to know your position in all of this. Besides attacking Konoha, they attacked you. So that grants you the right for revenge against them, which will be justified. The look on Jiraiya and Kakashi's faces clearly indicated their shock at the Hokage's words. How could she play with such a situation, considering who's inside the blonde's stomach? Naruto could very well storm outside this office and cause havoc in all of Iwa while using the fox's chakra. The blonde, however, only stared at the Hokage. He was wondering why the hell Tsunade was asking about his opinion on the matter. His job only involved killing missing ninjas. To tell the truth, I care very little for revenge. If Konoha, that means you Tsunade-sama, felt angered by the Tsushikage's attack on me, then by all means, do as you see fit. Also, seeing as you hereby granted me the Jounin position, I can return out there and hunt the bastards who raised a finger against their home village and bring them to justice. Guys like Uchiha Sasuke that, even though he openly betrayed the village, is still among the living for reasons I don't yet know. I trust that my being here affects very little the decision you are about to make, regarding Iwa. That being said, there's no reason for me to remain. After Naruto closed his mouth, dead silence reached the room. Even the secretive Anbu hidden in the shadows stopped their focus on the Hokage and looked at the distinguished Hunter-Nin, who above all of the people in the room, knew the path he chose for himself. The blonde, for his chance, didn't wait for a response and vanished from the room. However, if he stayed longer, he would have seen a single tear that escaped from the Hokage's eyes. Whatever happened to Naruto out there, she didn't like it one bit. His heart was still bound to protect the villagers, however the boy only believed in killing now. He lacked that sweetness and broad smile that would brighten up everyone's day regardless of what happened. The Hokage in her right mind couldn't blame anyone but herself for ever allowing Naruto to become a Hunter-Nin, but the mother side always pointed the finger on a third person, and that was right now the man called Uzumaki Geishi, the fucking Hunter-Nin commander who turned Naruto into a killer, an assassin. The rain started pouring heavily outside the Hokage's window as lightnings illuminated the raven skies with dread. Uzumaki Naruto, the Uzumaki Naruto, was officially dead. Stealing her resolve, seeing as nothing could be done for the blonde now, Tsunade changed the issue at hand and started discussing about the Cage Summit. Kakashi, please gather Guy for a mission tomorrow morning. You two will be accompanying me at the Cage Summit. You, Jiraiya, will be appointed for Hokage in my stead. Normally, I'd ask Shikaku to fill in, but he's busy at the moment. While I'm gone, It will be required of you to watch out for those old fools Homura and Koharu. Everything else will be handled by Shizune, dismissed. With Naruto . Soon after leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto just stood outside in the rain as he looked at the village from the top of the Hokage building. Naruto didn't regret what he'd said, as everything wasn't far from the truth of what he wanted. Silently grabbing the scroll written by his father, Naruto started wondering about maybe getting to know what his father left for him. Still, it somehow saddened Naruto that the scroll contents wasn't all that clarifying. What his father told him was pretty much the same thing everyone said, and this fact pissed him off to no end. He just hoped that whatever he found at his family's place would be able to atone for sealing the most powerful Baijuu in existence inside his own son. Taking another look at the scroll's contents, Naruto memorized the location of his father's house, before placing it inside one of his jacket pocket. The Yondaime Hokage's house was located in a secluded area just behind the Hokage monument. It was strange, though, he reasoned. Ever since he was an infant, he remembered going to that place, and not once did he see any form of construction whatsoever. As the strong rain bombarded the village of Kanahagakure, only one person wasn't bothered by it as he jumped the rooftops towards the gigantic monument of the 5 Hokage's faces. It didn't take long before he was at the top of the hill, as he looked at the village below. For a moment, there, he stood with nothing on his mind. It was amazing how this place alone could cause him to relax, despite everything that happened in his life. He almost wondered if it somehow resembled a home to him. Which, come to think about it, might as well be his actual home if the circumstances of his past were different and his parents were still alive. The blonde couldn't help but imagine what would be like. "Oh man, I'm going to hurl right here, it's imminent. Stop whining over the spilled milk, brat." Now, besides the fact that they were your family, the Yondaime Hokage must have great knowledge of the ninja art stored inside the house. What do you say we find where the house is hidden and check what he left for you? The fact that Kyuubi himself was perhaps the cause of Naruto's misery made the blonde snort at his fox companion's comment. However, strangely enough, Naruto actually felt relieved to have someone always there for him to talk to and everything, even when Naruto was out there hunting missing ninjas. Sure, furball. Though, from what I know of my father, his techniques were more related to Fuinjutsu, except for those which I already mastered. I don't believe we will find anything useful inside the house. Those books can say what they want, only those who ever fought against him know of his skills, his true skills. The Yondaime Hokage had mastery over 2 elements, besides being one of the best Fuinjutsu specialists I have ever seen. He had mastery over fire, katen, and lightning, raten. Trust me, the man had a nice repertoire of techniques, and as Hokage, he had access to many jutsus from other hidden nations. I wouldn't be surprised if he managed to assemble a private library inside his house. The fox had a point, Naruto reasoned. However, before he could think of what to do inside the house, Naruto was focusing on actually finding the damn building. Looking around the dark mountain, the blonde sighed as his eyes scanned through every possible location that someone would be able to build a house. Also, because of the heavy rain, it was hard to focus, even upon channeling some chakra to his eye sockets. It's just a hunch of mine, but if I was the man and I was worried that someone would try and break inside my house, I'd find a way to either secure it or hide its location. Now, as you've probably realized by now, there are techniques out there that could very well make a building disappear. I trust that, knowing your father and knowing in what he specialized in, you were able to figure it out. The hint was pretty obvious, and the fox actually knew what the blonde Hokage did, but he wanted the blonde to realize it. Fuinjutsu, he hid the house using seals, didn't he? But, how can I locate them? Normally, when securing a house, one must create a type of chakra perimeter, using 4 seals around the property. I'll help you in finding them, even though I half wish to see you doing it yourself. It's much more fun hearing you bitch about something. Naruto snorted at his lifetime companion, but otherwise nodded in appreciation. Taking advantage of Naruto's eyes, the fox used his skills and experience in order to locate the seal's location. Actually, because they were on top of the mountain, there weren't many plain fields to look, and Minato wouldn't be crazy enough to build a house that could very much fall under the force of nature. However, this damn task was taking too damn long, and quite frankly, the old hatred for the Yondaime was returning full force. When the fox was about to give up and tell Naruto that he was on his own, his eyes spotted a glimpse of a small sheet of paper hidden behind some bushes a few meters northwest from the blonde's position. Instantly reaching the seal, Naruto passed his hand on it for a while, before suddenly the black ink started glowing. Interesting, It appears the Yondaime managed to create a specific seal array that only responds to his and your touch. It's quite obvious that I hate the man's guts, but I can't help but respect him even more now. It appears that the other seals are glowing as well, look. In instance, the empty terrain was replaced by a nice yet rather simple country house with 2 floors and a garden that was now being bombarded by the heavy rain. Cautiously, Naruto placed his right foot inside the house's perimeter. After realizing it was safe, the blonde fully entered the perimeter. He was surprised to see the seals glowing once more, but nothing happened after that. I see now, father didn't just hide his home for me to find, he did it to protect him and mom a long time ago, in case his enemies ever managed to find this location. Seeing that his position was safe, Naruto walked towards the front door and studied for a while. He was curious about his father's overprotective and slight paranoid way of thinking. Instead of the usual door handle, the blonde could see the same seal design in its place. No doubt, this was his backup plan in case the enemy ever managed to activate the seals around the property. Instantly touching the seal, it started to glow, before Naruto heard the distinct sound of the door lock. He didn't have to push the door open, though, as he laid eyes with the house stairs that lead to the second floor. As soon as he set foot inside the house, he managed to see the empty living room. Immediately, a whole array of images flooded his brain of his father having fun in the middle of the living room, while watching a baby Naruto playing with his toys. Another image soon followed of Jiraiya entering the house, with a new gift and the baby Naruto jumping in joy at the old man's presence. Once he found the light switch, the blonde was surprised at the sudden warm feeling inside his heart, as if he actually found something he'd been looking for his entire life. He laid eyes on a couple portraits on top of a wooden table located in the middle of the living room. Upon taking one, he saw his father there with a gorgeous redhead woman. Her hair extended down her waist and she had a smile that was enticing. It took a moment, but Naruto was able to see the pregnant belly and stopped breathing, all of a sudden. Mom! She looked so happy in this picture. A smile soon appeared on his face as he now knew who his parents were. Ever since Naruto was an infant, all he wanted was to know about his parents. He didn't wish a public announcement or anything, he just wanted to know who they were and, if possible, see a picture or two. He wished someone would share a story or two about them, but he wasn't sure if anyone was even willing to do that. I guess I'll take what I can get at this point, he reasoned as he placed the portrait back on. The house was deadly silence, only filled by the heavy rain noise outside. After half an hour of walking around, Naruto appeared satisfied as he returned to the living room. So far, though, Naruto couldn't see anything that resembled a library or even a single book or scroll hanging around. The blonde knew that his father would have created some sort of secret passage, considering the level of security he used to hide this house. He started looking around the living room, channeling more chakra to his eyes, in order to further improve his sight and maybe find the damn seal. However, that idea went out of the window, soon afterwards. He, then, started to pass his hand on the wall, hoping to somehow trigger the hidden seal, but again to no avail. Naruto was getting frustrated by the minute and wondered why the man was so paranoid like this, even inside his own house. As he passed through the wall closest to the kitchen door, though, he noticed that he could somehow feel the seal tag with his hands, even if he couldn't see it. If Fuuinjutsu wasn't enough, To-san even casted a damn genjutsu to hide the seal array. It took a simple flare of Naruto's chakra for the real wall to appear before his eyes. The seal array was right in front of him as he touched the seal, just like he did with the other ones so far. A grin appeared behind the mask as he heard the peculiar sound of a door opening, before a secret passage opened. The blonde could see a huge set of stairs illuminated by candles on both walls. At first, Naruto wondered if, given the level of security so far used by his father, if the man created a trap of some kind for the enemy that managed to reach this far. Looking at the walls, Naruto was able to see transparent wires on top of the 10th step. Throwing a single shuriken, Naruto sliced the wire, before the show started. A great number of torrents materialized from the walls and would have burned every single enemy that would be stupid enough to walk down the stairs, without worrying about the hidden trap. The fire lasted about 2 minutes, before the blonde started walking down the stairs. After about 5 minutes, Naruto finally reached a place that resembled a library. However, Naruto was astonished at the amount of knowledge gathered by his father and, possibly, his mother. From what he could see, the shelves were organized in terms of ninja arts, going from taijutsu styles to genjutsu, then all 5 types of elemental ninjutsu. Naruto could see one section with the word Fuuinjutsu, and he wondered how much he would have to study in order to fully grasp his father's most prized technique, the Hiraishin. It was simply a gold mine for any shinobi or kunoichi, and the blonde understood the importance of keeping the house invisible to everyone outside his family. Naruto wouldn't be surprised if such security was meant for some Konoha shinobi as well. No doubt, people like Dansu would be thrilled to spend at least a week analyzing the Fourth's knowledge if he wasn't dead, that is. Getting through the skills he knew best first, the Hunter Ninja went to the ninjutsu section. Right now, Naruto had knowledge of 3 elements, those being earth, Doden, wind, Fuuten, and fire, Kaden. He figured that it would be a waste of time checking for earth techniques, seeing as the techniques he used were more for defense in this department. Wind techniques weren't his topic of mind right now, considering that he already had a nice repertoire of both offensive and defensive techniques. His target, though, was fire techniques. According to the Fox, his father had both lightning and fire affinities, hence why the man must have some very powerful techniques of both, hidden somewhere. Quickly scanning the fire section, he passed through C and B level 1s, going straight to the A-ranked ones, before grabbing that particular scroll. Quickly scanning the different techniques, Naruto skipped the ones he already knew. After passing through all of it, which wasn't much considering the high rank, Naruto managed to write down 2 techniques that he found useful. Kaden Daryuka, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Kaden Kokyu Ryu, Fire Release, Dragon's Breath Technique. Finding an empty scroll, he proceeded to write the technique's description, hand signs, amount of chakra needed and method of molding. Naruto found out that his father's description wasn't focused on theory, like some of the books the Sandaime Hokage wrote. Minato's theory was reserved to the art of seals, whereas in terms of ninjutsu, the man preferred practice. Therefore, instead of explaining the concept of fire molding, the 4th Hokage described terms like chakra feeling, the amount needed and the exact release time, so that the jutsu won't backfire and burn the ninja's lungs. Feeling satisfied, the blonde went to the section reserved to the art of seals. As he grasped the book titles, he could see a wide range of theory behind the art, going from chakra calligraphy to time-space theory, to which Naruto admitted never hearing anything about. He was hoping that his father had something that covered everything there is to know about the art of Fuin Jutsu, because quite frankly, he just couldn't take the entire section with him outside the village. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes landed on a rather thick notebook almost at the end of the shelf. Flipping the first page, Naruto started reading. April 10th. It's been 2 years since I was promoted to Chunin and I'm now in search for a new field to specialize on. Passing through the library, I found something that spiked my interest. The art of seals called Fuin Jutsu. According to my research, it is considered a lost art, though it's written that anyone who manages to master all its aspects and theories will have a tremendous advantage in the midst of the battlefield. Sensei Jiraiya is perhaps the only one in Konoha considered a master on the field, but I have yet to see any significant usage aside from storage seals and exploding tags. Naruto was surprised to find his father's diary. He went to the next date as he continued reading. April 12th. After tons of research on the art of seals, I can honestly say I'm hooked. There is a lot of material to cover, sure, but I bet the results will show itself with Konoha's victory against those vicious Iwagakure shinobi. The second great ninja war is in full force right now. With this new art, I'll hopefully be of better use to the village. Therefore, I decided to create this diary in order to register everything there is to know about the art of seals, everything that a ninja needs to understand in order to become a master, as I intend to be one. Also, even though it's too early for me to even think of having a family, being only 13 years old, this diary will serve as a guideline for the future generation to come. So, to the one who reads this journal, I'll be listing my findings and also some techniques that I already found in my research. Deciding that that was enough reading, Naruto scanned through the next 100 pages and smiled upon seeing a great load of material collected by his father. After walking around the room a bit, Naruto was surprised to see a narrow corridor at the end of the library. Purely driven by curiosity, Naruto went through it before he reached what appeared to be a dojo. So this is where you developed your skills in secret, To-san. The blonde found strange, though, that the walls were covered by gigantic seal arrays. Impressive yet again, these seals are quite rare. They are called Fuujutsu Kyuin, Sealing Technique Absorption Seal. What are they for? They manage to seal any ninjutsu, being elemental or not. The man must have placed them here in order to perfect his ninjutsu techniques without needing to worry about damaging this place. It's quite the skill to possess, Naruto. Quite possibly, you would be able to seal off any type of ninjutsu, even the most dangerous ones. Let's just hope that the Yondaime's journal contains its description. Naruto nodded, though his mind was focused in another use for this room. Well, I guess we can also test our new fire jutsus in here through the night, what you think? The blonde didn't need to be inside his cage to know that the fox was smiling at his idea. With Hana . The rain remained for a while, so Inuzuka Hana decided to deal with some late paperwork at the veterinary's office. It was a known fact that dogs hated rain and she actually didn't mind staying a little longer. Long ago, Hana knew what she wanted to do, which was specializing in veterinary medicine. On certain occasions, she went on missions but only when the Hokage is in need of a tracker shinobi. After filing the animal's files, Hana yawned a bit, before switching off the lights of her office. The rain decreased a little, so it wouldn't bother her triplets much on her way home. "I was hoping to catch you here, Hana-chan," Naruto announced as he just arrived outside the office. His clothes were slightly damaged from his ninjutsu training. The woman smiled at her boyfriend's presence, before giving Naruto a nice hug in appreciation for his presence. The smell of something burning reached her sensitive nostrils and looked worried at Naruto, who for his part, only smirked, knowing he couldn't fool her. Quickly touching his clothes, it was considerably warm to the touch as if the blonde just fought a fire user. "What the hell happened? You're almost on fire." "Easy, Hana-chan, I'm okay. It was just over practice with fire techniques. I slightly miscalculated the amount of chakra. Not to worry, though, I've been through worse," Naruto said as he walked along his girlfriend and her dogs. Naruto, suddenly, felt the usage of chakra, before seeing Hana healing some small burned marks on his exposed skin. He could clearly see her worried face and smiled at how much he was loved by her and vice versa. Nodding in appreciation, Naruto gently caressed the woman's face, earning a smile from the Inuzuka. After that, the two walked in a comfortable silence towards the Inuzuka compound, not even caring about the population that slowly started to fill the streets now that the rain was gone. Within minutes, the compound was already visible and Hana smiled once two of the triplets ran towards the house, probably competing with each other. The female, though, stayed by Naruto's side as expected by Hana. She mused sometimes about feelings of jealousy, but at the same time happiness that the dog accepted Naruto as her boyfriend. Like her family, Hana trusted their dogs blindly, and if they ever snarled at someone or even charged at him or her, it was for a damn good reason. When the couple reached the door, Naruto stopped for a bit, surprising Hana as she looked at him. "Hana-chan, I wanted to tell you that Tsunade-sama just promoted me to Jounin," Naruto said, before he saw Hana looking down all of a sudden. On normal occasion, she would be thrilled with the news. A Jounin promotion demands respect, and right now Naruto was one of the village's elite. However, she knew now that nothing would stop him from taking the streets once more looking for the village's criminals. Nevertheless, Hana found she couldn't complain. It was his job as a shinobi, after all, to hunt the missing ninjas and criminals of Konohagakure and dispose of them. A smile soon appeared, even if it was barely noticeable. She understood her boyfriend's job. However, this time Naruto wouldn't go alone, that much she was sure about. She looked at her female partner with a smile as she was being caressed by Naruto. Hana could see that she was enjoying the ear massage tremendously. "I understand, Naruto, however I wish that you would take her with you on your trip," Hana said, surprising the blonde as he looked at Hana for a moment, before looking at Mangetsu, full moon. "Are you serious, Hana-chan? What, you don't want her? I thought you adored little Mangetsu." "No, it's not that. It's just that I don't know how to fight alongside them as your family does. Not to mention the fact that I'd be separating her from her brothers." Hana smiled at Naruto and kneeled to caress Mangetsu's fur. The blonde couldn't hear her from not being an Inuzuka, but Hana could, and Mangetsu was expressing her happiness uncontrollably at being with Naruto. "I know for a fact, Naruto-kun, that Mangetsu-chan misses you when you're gone. Ka-san told me about this one time, but I never had the opportunity until now to discuss it with you. Do not worry about fighting alongside her. Mangetsu here is quite adaptable to any shinobi, not to mention the fact that she is the strongest of the three. No doubt, she will provide great assistance in tracking your enemies. Also, if you accept my dinner invitation, Ka-san and I will explain to you everything you need to know about Mangetsu-chan here and how to battle alongside her. Also, as I can see you're still hesitant in accepting, Ka-san told me that her chakra pathways are ready for the final ritual. She already understands our language, but a jutsu of our clan is needed for her to actually speak." Naruto knew it would mean much to Hana and Mangetsu if he accepted. However, looking at the situation from a logical point of view, he wasn't sure if he was able to take care of Mangetsu properly. Sighing in dismay at his situation, Naruto found he just couldn't say no. Apart from taking care of Mangetsu, which he had little to no experience about, she could be a powerful asset in the tracking department as well as fighting tough opponents that he alone couldn't handle. Okay Hana-chan, I'll take Mangetsu with me. However, I expect a full manual on how to deal with her. Yes Naruto Taiku, step inside and let's begin your classes. Ka-san, he said. Yes, Hana shouted, earning a sweat drop from Naruto as he entered the compound along with his new partner in crime. Just how long were you planning this Hana-chan? The next day . On the very same date, Kages from the Hidden Nations began their journey towards Iron Country, where the Cage Summit would occur in approximately 2 days. Senju Tsunade was no different as she stood at the west gate, fully dressed with the Hokage clothes, as well as the fire red hat. She was flanked by both Hatake Sharingan no Kakashi and Mito Green Beast Guy. Jiraiya and Shizune were there among with the majority of Konoha 11, with the exception of Naruto and Sasuke of course, just to see their Hokage leave towards the first major act of peace since the Pact of Neutrality signed after the last great shinobi war by all 5 Kages. Minutes before Tsunade's departure, the gathered shinobi were about to leave for their current assignments when a hunter shinobi crossed their path, followed by a ninkin. To those who didn't know Naruto's real identity, the scene didn't strike as odd, but for those who did, it was a rather amusing sight. Shino glanced briefly at the smiling Kiba, before seeing the Inuzuka speaking an Anbu level signal. I'll tell you later, once we're secure. Indeed. Jiraiya and Shizune looked at Naruto's back for an instant, but both shrugged since it's somehow linked to his girlfriend. Naruto, for his part, as soon as he passed the gate, vanished towards a different direction followed by Mangetsu. He was a little bit tired from the lecture he received last night by Hana, Sume, and Kiba, in regards to having a dog partner. Needless to say, Naruto still had doubts, however Tsume told that he would be fine. Looking at the husky next to him, the blonde knew one thing for sure. He wasn't alone anymore. I still think you should have said no. That smell is pissing me off. You know foxes and dogs don't get along, don't you? Also, the fact that it pissed QB off was a huge bonus. Ignoring the foxes growling inside its cage, Naruto continued traveling, when his senses alerted him of danger at the Hokage's direction. Mangetsu also sensed, since she stopped near him. What should we do? Mangetsu asked, much to Naruto's secret amusement. Her voice carried strength and respect, similar to a seasoned kunoichi. Also, he was overjoyed by the fact that the dog didn't call him by his name. Let's go see if she needs help, of course. Kakashi and Guy are with her, but it doesn't hurt to check it out. With the Hokage . Since the meeting wouldn't happen for about 2 days, Tsunade and her bodyguards didn't see the need to rush. Also, going in a civilian pace, it would take only a day and a half. There was no word shared by them, though, as Kakashi felt that he could catch up on some reading, which infuriated Tsunade. However, her thoughts right now were busy with other things like meeting with the dwarfed Tsushikage and restraining her urges to castrate the man for his open statement of war against Konohagakure. Mito Guy, though, couldn't help but comment on Kakashi's unyouthfulness in reading such book in front of the Hokage, to which Kakashi just shrugged it off and focused on the book. That, of course, pissed him off. However, all 3 of them stopped upon feeling enemy presence lingering around the bushes. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi asked for permission. By all means, Kakashi, but focus on incapacitating them first. As soon as Tsunade finished talking, the enemy made their presence known as they threw a great load of shurikens at the group. Tsunade didn't lift a finger, but her bodyguards were already on the move with Guy charging at the closest to them and Kakashi lifting an earth barrier in front of Tsunade to protect her from the attacks. Quickly lifting his Hitai 8, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan eyes, before charging at the group with a kunai in hand. He managed to parry the kunai with a kodashi, before he landed a fierce kick on one of them, sending him flying towards 2 others, knocking them down. He could see 2 others flanking him from behind, before he began a series of hand seals. Doten Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Mud River Technique. As soon as the enemies landed on the ground to deliver the killing blow, the land was immediately transformed into a mud river, taking them away from Kakashi, who was already performing more hand seals. Suten Han Ryu, Water Release, Destruction Torrent Technique. The water technique soon merged with the mud river technique, sending the 2 enemies straight towards a gigantic stone a few meters to the north, knocking them unconscious as the impact was too strong. Guy, for his part, was having a blast using his Goken style as he sent 5 of them flying towards a great set of trees. The rest of the enemies quickly fell victim to Kakashi's hypnotic Sharingan and fell on the ground, unconscious. Just as the last one was dealt with, the earth wall protecting Tsunade was dispelled, earning a nod from the Hokage as she inspected the group's identity, hoping to find out why the hell they would be attacking a village cage, without any reason whatsoever. Suddenly, though, all three sensed a presence behind the Hokage as she turned to face the only one who managed to sneak behind her while Kakashi and Guy were dealing with the rest. When she turned, though, she heard the distinct noise of metal piercing flesh and the enemy had blood coming off his mouth. As soon as he hit the ground, Tsunade and her bodyguards saw Naruto and what appeared to be a dog by his side as he dislodged his sword from the attacker's body. I guess I arrived in the nick of time, Tsunade-sama, don't worry, though, I didn't hit any vitals, said Naruto, but the Hokage was more interested in knowing the group who dared attacking her of all people at a time like this. The masks and wardrobe were familiar, but she couldn't just place it. Kakashi and Guy soon appeared by the woman's side as they inspected the man Naruto took care of. Guy was the same as Tsunade, only vaguely remembering the appearance, but Kakashi knew about them. They are the Hanya clan of assassins from Wood Country, Kakashi said, attracting Tsunade's attention as she turned to look at him in surprise. A couple months ago, Konoha received an intelligence report that the Hanya clan was somehow wiped out from the map by an unknown force. A part of her actually knew the reason behind the slaughter. When the hidden villages were founded, a great number of very powerful clans resided in unprotected lands. And because of their growth in skill and the lack of a village's protection, others usually saw an opportunity to get rid of the clans. The Hanya clan was actually negotiating with Konohagakure to form an alliance of sorts. However, all of a sudden, they were wiped out, save from this group, obviously. Kakashi, send word to Jiraiya about this and tell him to gather an Onbu team to escort these into Konoha's custody. I want a word with them after the cage summit. Tsunade ordered, before turning to Naruto who was waiting for a feedback. She took a look at the husky that took a seat next to Naruto and wondered how the blonde could fight alongside a ninkin like an Inuzuka. However, she figured that either Hana or Tsume convinced him to add this new partner on his travels. Hunter-Nin, I appreciate the assistance. Now, I believe you have your job set out for you. May I ask who is first on the list? A-ranked missing nin Hyuga Tatsuko. As soon as Naruto muttered the name, the three in front of him looked at him in shock, however it was more at the mention of the missing nin's name. Tatsuko was in both Kakashi and Guy's academy classes and they remembered in vivid details the woman's crazy behavior when just a Junon. After receiving the caged bird seal, she tried to murder one of the clan's main branch members, only being stopped by Hyuga Hiashi, who felt the level of killing intent back then. She managed to flee soon after. Naruto knew this, though, by reading the bingo book. According to the bingo book, the woman suffered a mental breakdown after receiving the caged bird seal of the Hyugas. Rumors estimate, though, that her brain was heavily influenced when Hyuga Saito activated the seal for the first time. I actually don't understand why no one ever captured her, seeing as her motor functions aren't the same anymore, but considering her bloodline, I guess people were afraid of facing a Hyuga in battle. Now, seeing as the threat is done for, me and Mangetsu-chan here will go after our target. For a brain-damaged shinobi, she still has some knowledge on how to hide her presence. Last place she was seen was Tanzaku-gai where she almost decapitated a civilian for bad-mouthing her or something amongst those lines. Naruto, then, bowed slightly in respect to the Hokage and vanished towards the next set of trees followed by Mangetsu. The rest looked at the blonde's old position for a while, before Guy and Kakashi heard the Hokage sigh in dismay. Well, Kakashi, contact Jiraiya about the remnants of the Hanya clan and do it quickly. We have to increase our pace now, in order to reach there on time. Unknown location . Inside a dark cave, located somewhere around river country, one individual was staring at the giant statue of Geto Mazo as he considered the late disturbances to his plan. Words of Itachi's death by Sasuke's hands were first a blessing to this man as he now would move to the next part of his plan, convince Sasuke to join his cause and give him Itachi's eyes. However, as soon as Sasuke defeated Itachi, the younger Uchiha was captured by Konoha and taken into a place where Uchiha Matara couldn't for the life of him enter and get him out of it. His space-time technique required a heavy load of chakra and if the room, as he assumed, was filled with chakra suppressors, then Sasuke wasn't within his grasp anymore. It was completely unfortunate, but otherwise not accounted for in Matara's opinion. Akatsuki suffered heavy damage because of the Sannin Jiraiya and the damn Kyubi Jinchuriki. However, Matara still had his most trusted and loyal subordinates by his side. Right now, Akatsuki had 8 of the 9 Baijuas, meaning the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was the only one left. Sealing the 8-tailed demon was too taxing on the remaining agents, and a beast as powerful as the Kyuubi would require more chakra. Still, Matara was confident that any time now, Naruto would be captured and sealed as soon as they managed to convince someone with great chakra capacity to join their cause. Now, it was time to reveal his plans to the world. Nagato. Matara called, before 2 sets of Rinnegan eyes appeared within the darkness. I feel it's time for us to reach the cage summit and introduce ourselves, what you think?